This is a clouds weather alert.
Good Wednesday afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center giving you the latest information right now on a tornado outbreak that's continuing to occur here, continues to wreak havoc as we're looking toward right now parts of especially Mississippi. That's where all the tornado warnings are at this hour. All 8 polygons, including 2 of them. We've either had a confirmed tornado here in just the last few moments or just a little bit earlier on in the warnings timeline. But again, we're just going to go ahead and be watching things. You see that broad purple area? We don't get this very much here on our screen, and that is the tornado watches in place, a special kind, a special designations in play here because this is a particularly dangerous situation that we're dealing with till 8 o'clock Central Time. I mean, there's still going to be a strong tornado risk as we get toward the Florida Panhandle and further on over, but this is where we're especially concerned. We're getting just many reports in here to the Weather Center, new alerts being issued, alerts being canceled out as necessary there as the threat moves to other areas. So just a lot of information coming in. The latest right now looks like some structural damage to homes in Petal, Mississippi. So not good to hear that. And we're just going to be watching all these warnings right now. Let's go ahead and zoom in just a little bit here. We'll go ahead and go to our other weather computer because they can kind of give us a little bit better look at things. I know I have that set on there so we can kind of look because the issue with this accent is stuff is discrete, and that is problematic because we're talking about individualized storms here, and that means they're able to kind of have their own spin to them and become a little bit more significant than they otherwise would. Now, if we get too many of them, it can kind of disrupt things to some extent, but we just have quite a few different areas of rotation we have to follow. I mean, some of them don't even have tornado warnings on them at the moment. That's how chaotic things are because I see one south of Hattiesburg that catches my eye almost right off the bat here, and that might be a threat for Hattiesburg, but no official tornado warning yet there. But that could change very quickly. This one here, this purple box, it was a confirmed tornado. Now a radar indicated tornado warning for Jones County, Mississippi until 2:15 Central Time. So you need to get an interior room away from windows south of Laurel here. You see Waynesboro there in Wayne County. I'll be watching this. You see Polygon, you see by the mobile office, just the last few moments here in the last few moments, I should say, for northwestern Wayne County and southeastern Mississippi until about 2:15. It's for mainly rural zones in that county. This looks to maybe avoid Waynesboro right now, but still keep an eye on it, of course. The trajectory seems to keep it north of Waynesboro, but that's just one of the storms. You see a storm here, Quitman, Mississippi, is to the west. Quitman, Mississippi, and Clark County are under this tornado warning that is radar indicated right now for parts of Jasper, Clark, and Lauderdale counties until about 2:30. You see a rotation here when the greens and reds come together. Really, the mantra is to get under the bed, per se. I mean, just take this tornado precautions. The interior room away from windows, putting a bicycle helmet on, a football helmet on, something to protect your head from potential flying debris when you see these greens and reds come together. Like another area here, as we were just referencing here toward Bay Springs and Streator, here in Mississippi toward Jasper County. A new tornado warning recently there till 2:30 in play. Headed toward Turnerville here over the next few moments. Looks like Paulding around 155 Central, Rose Hill, some of these other areas here around 205, and even further downstream this block's going here. We're talking about areas maybe even in toward Newton County, Mississippi. So I just have to watch that. Another area that's been confirmed over the last little bit here up toward Kemper County. That's some tight rotation there. It's radar indicated on one of these boxes here. Though, as the last check, it's gone down to radar indicated, but the debris signature and a confirmed tornado nature of things could come right back, and you can't wait around. That's the thing. When you have a debris signature, that means people's lives are being disrupted in some form or fashion. The debris is actually being picked up on the Doppler. Sometimes when we're a little further away from radar sites, also, it makes it tougher. So what you want to do whenever tornado warning is issued, especially in this environment, this scenario, you can't wait around, folks. I know we've already seen tornadic action today, overnight this morning. I know even a TV station there in It looks like Lafayette, Louisiana, caught a tornado live on their tower cam. It wasn't in Lafayette, it's the Lafayette TV market I'm talking about, but that just kind of gives you guys the idea of how things are. It was a vivid looking tornado, reminded me of some of the tornadoes we've seen over the last decade or two, just that have really been a big deal in the weather enterprise that you catch on a live tower cam. So these tornadoes are not messing around today, and you can't mess around either as we get more information. And it looks like Chief Meteorologist there in New Orleans from WDSU, Margaret Orr, saying that a tornado touchdown there was reported by a viewer, Highway 40 meeting Highway 445, and then this kind of getting some more information beyond that, as he saw someone confirm on the ground southwest of that location, and it looks like a cell passed over. It looks like Avaret and Highway 40 with some broad rotation, but tightened up. It's kind of just a situation here we're trying to make out as we read this live on the air. So multiple areas, folks. One with rotation that's more broad, one that actually had a visual confirmation there. That's in the New Orleans television market there toward Highway 40 and 445. But also getting some information here out of the Florida Panhandle. We actually had a severe thunderstorm warning issued, not in our area, not yet. I mean, but we've already had a thunderstorm warning issued toward Walton County a little while ago. So let's go over here real quick. We have these storms that are moving on shore just west of the covered area already that are isolated, and generally not going to be as we get further north, maybe producing the severe weather, but near the coast there's some instability that we're dealing with. So let's go ahead and see this. So you can kind of see that right along the coast. I mean, our tornado parameters are there as well to some degree as we just get more and more information pouring on in. But it looks like maybe a water spout toward Blue Mountain Beach earlier, according to the JHG Chief Meteorologist Chris Smith here, reporting that into the Tallahassee Weather Service office here in the chat just a moment ago. As you see more warnings being issued, one now for Hattiesburg there. So we currently have 9 tornado warnings on the screen. Let's go down to Hattiesburg, but that's a highly densely populated area here that we're dealing with. You can see moving right into Hattiesburg. I think that's the area we were just looking at a moment ago. That was honestly one of the first things to catch my eye when we were looking. But it's like a whack-a-mole, folks. This is not an easy job for the Weather Service or anybody to be issuing tornado warnings on these. They're just popping up, getting strong. I mean, we used to produce strong tornadoes pretty rapidly. So if you're in Hattiesburg, the box will pop up right now, actually, here on the screen. A tornado could be headed right into Hattiesburg right now, folks. And this has been a situation I've been following over the last 36, 48 hours almost with this potential. I mean, it's just crazy. We saw the accident get going in that Texas Panhandle there and the Panhandle of Oklahoma Monday night, and hadn't really relented since with tornado warning after tornado warning. Even had 2 fatalities there southwest of Shreveport. I believe it was southwest of Shreveport there. Did have, it looks like, tragedy occur there that in toward western Louisiana, that Shreveport area anyway. So again, just hearing that we want to prevent more fatalities by doing this coverage here. As we look for debris right now, nothing yet, but again, you can't wait around in Hattiesburg, the Hattiesburg metro area, southern Mississippi. We're talking about USM there, under this threat. The university, Forest, Lamar, and Jones County until about 2:45. We have this tornado warning in place, so get in shelter, interior room away from windows. This is heading to Hattiesburg right now. We're seeing winds here, 54 one way, about 13 the other way, so that would give us, as we do the math here, live on the air, we're talking about winds 60, 70 miles an hour moving right north Hattiesburg, potentially with tornado. That could be underground. It could be a little stronger. Let me double check, make sure we're on the best radars because it can get tricky out here at times. Let me just reset things, and we are on the closest radar view, it seems here. That's one storm that we're tracking. That's another one toward Jones. I think that's the one I clicked on there because we have a few different alerts here in play that cross over into some of the similar county names. But again, this one right here toward Hattiesburg is the one that we're tracking right now. This one here for parts of Forest, Lamar, and Jones counties. Forest, Lamar, and Jones. And still the Jackson radar will be the best one for it. I just want to make sure because sometimes we can pick up debris on things. And we're now getting reporting now for Grenadier storm spotter out there of a possible tornado just south near the Wayne County line. There's very intense rotation near the Wayne County line. So We're looking down toward Lamar, Forest, Jones counties here, but there's Wayne County, the one to the north here. Could have a tornado trying to occur there. Can't really see if there's any rotation that's actually co-located with debris because that doesn't look like it's co-located yet. But we got to be taking shelter there. Northwestern Wayne County, again, the mobile office covers Wayne County, the Jones County area covered by the office there in Jackson. So again, just watching things very carefully here. You see the storm. We have a tornado warning from Meridian. Don't want to leave you guys out there. We were talking about that this morning. Or somebody asked me a question on YouTube about the threat, and it was persistent. It's still persisting now here, just in that favorable slot, just by a little ways here in Lauderdale County. The accent is hanging around. That's really getting tight, folks. That maybe they're moving right toward Lauderdale County from Clark County. That looks really tight, folks. That may produce a tornado at any moment there, and that's going to be just east of Meridian, it looks like. Just east of Meridian. Eventually, it's going to be moving into western Alabama. You see Sumter County and Choctaw County there. We get this accident in Alabama, but right now, possible tornado moving here just east of Meridian over the next few moments. But if you're Meridian, they have another circulation to the west, and you need to take shelter in Meridian because this one here, maybe it becomes more dominant. You just never know here. This one right now is moving more this way. This one here could move more into Meridian, or maybe it follows just on the south side, but you can't mess around. This is so tricky. Things are evolving so quickly here. If you're in a tornado warning, you get that alert for your area. Shelter is where you need to go immediately. We can't be messing around today with this stuff because this has high-end potential. Some of the higher-end potential, that I've seen for the month of December. I know last year in December, we had the highest end potential you could ever really see up toward Kentucky, and hopefully we don't get to quite that level, but you don't generally have outbreaks like this in December. We did have one, going back, I think it was 2000, there was a really strong, just a violent type tornado there in toward the Birmingham television market. But you get my point here. It doesn't happen every year. We have this violent tornado potential in the month of December, but this outbreak here has that strong and maybe violent tornado potential here in the wrong situation with a long track tornado maybe getting violent for a little bit here, folks. So you really got to be heeding these alerts. As we go ahead now, let's go pop up our graphics source because I have our tornado safety tips here. Under the tornado watch employ chart of the device in case of power loss. Have multiple ways to receive alerts, and when there's a tornado warning in play, you want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building. You need to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and then protect yourself from flying over by putting on a bicycle helmet, or maybe your son or whatnot there, or maybe your grandson has a football helmet there from the football season. They still have it possibly. Or just having it laying around the house even, you want to maybe put that on to protect yourself from that flying debris, because that can help as well here. You might want to put shoes on after the fact. You just want to really do something like that, because there's debris after the fact, things like glass that's broken. You don't want to cut your feet up after the fact. And mobile homes, if you can help it, you really don't want to be in a mobile home in these areas today that we're talking about. At the point, of course, it may get too close to really evacuate those, but really mobile homes are very, very unsafe to be in some of these higher end tornadoes. It's just the nature of things here with the winds and that setup that we're talking about. When you get up here, when we talk about you have 2 type damage here, you have 3 type damage. We're talking about where mobile homes could really be in jeopardy there. Just completely ripped away, thrown apart. We've already seen that in this outbreak. That's the reason I'm emphasizing that. And you can see lesser damage, even EF1 damage could really be substantial, if not just destructive for a mobile home. It's something you really got to think about here. It doesn't even take a strong tornado to be deadly if you're in a mobile home or a vehicle. So you just got to be really careful. But let's go ahead. These rotations look like they're ramping back up. At times they ramp down, but look at that one there. That's the one that they're talking about there. Bernadette was talking about there, and this is east of Myrick here in Wayne County, and you don't see any debris right now, thankfully, but this wind here, this is reaching down, and once we have a debris signature, that means it's already been on the ground for a moment. We're talking about winds 31 way, 60 the other way. That could be close to 100 mile an hour wind accent getting down toward the surface east of Myrick here. You see west of Waynesboro. Need to be really keeping your eyes on that. There's Hattiesburg. Look at that, right over Hattiesburg. We already had damage around Petal being reported earlier on. You can see here that didn't look quite as robust maybe as it did a moment ago as it's moving on in, and we haven't got a debris signature, but we're looking at this at about 6,000 feet. So, I mean, in theory, debris could be lots a little lower than that, and we just wouldn't see it here on this. So there could be a tornado on the ground there in Hattiesburg there as we're looking toward that area, toward Forest County. So, again, just have to be watching things here as we get toward the Pine Belt. So let's go ahead and you see these other storms, they're all discrete. Now, again, if we get too many, they can cut things off some, which would be good. And we may be seeing that to some extent here, but still might not matter in some cases if storms are able to get enough. I mean, this one's kind of out ahead a little, and it looks to be one of the strongest, able to get all that inflow into it and maybe produce something really nasty here as it gets into northwestern Wayne County. You see this one south of Meridian here. You can kind of see here, we're watching that. This accent's going to be moving into Alabama, West Alabama soon. So you see all these areas here downstream in western Alabama. You got to be on guard here, folks. Got to be on guard in western Alabama. You see areas like Utah and Linden. We've been talking about some of these areas here in past tornado coverage just recently. I mean, you get multiple events here in November and December. It's not something you see all that often. Multiple higher-end events where you can really call them tornado outbreaks. I mean, this is a tornado outbreak, folks. What we saw yesterday combined with what we saw today so far and what we're going to see later on today and tomorrow. This is what we call a tornado outbreak, folks. And it is upon us still, unfortunately. So you really got to take this situation seriously. I know for our local area, I know we have local viewers here, and I don't want to leave you guys out here too much. It's just a situation we got to kind of prioritize here at the moment. We talked about the local situation here last night, but let's go ahead and kind of reiterate things because it's going to move into our western areas first. We actually have higher end tornado potential here in our far western counties. So in the Florida Big Bend I'm talking about. So really Liberty and Franklin, granted you don't want to focus on the exact lines. I mean, things could definitely move a little quicker. Some of the models are showing things picking up a little bit faster than we were thinking earlier on. I haven't had time to adjust our numbers yet in terms of the arrival times here of the squall line and the worst of the severe weather potential. But this strong tornado potential does include technically already Apalachicola there and Wilma up in toward Liberty County. I mean, obviously Apalachicola there is the most populated zone in that, but again, in our 62 counties, we already have a couple covered by a threat for EF2+ tornadoes, which we don't get that type of threat very often. I mean, I was at FSU 4 years, and we rarely saw that enter into our coverage area there. I mean, just a handful of times in my 4 years there that we see a threat like that enter into the coverage area. And then you can see here toward Albany, toward Tallahassee, we had that 5% risk, so a tornado watch could be upon us here in the overnight for these areas, and then even out toward Live Oak by 7 a.m. It could be on the doorstep there, give or take, could already be moving in at 7 a.m. if this is moving a little bit faster here. Again, we got to adjust that time, and one thing I do note, temperatures are quite a bit cooler there. You see up toward areas like Americus in the 50s, so that's at least kind of going to limit some of that threat as we get further north here in theory based on the overall setup here with the boundaries, but still, this threat is something to be paying attention to more, even down to the south, where we have the higher energy values. So we just have to be on guard for that. And again, we had the PDS watch. We talked about how rare that is. And then a 4 to 5 risk here for tornadoes in December. This far south is rare. I mean, we generally, when we get these risks, they're more like centered on Jackson. We don't normally get them centered around New Orleans. Sometimes around Hattiesburg. I know we had an outbreak there around Christmas. I think it was when I was in college. Around Christmas there in the Pine Belt. Somebody that I went to school with at FSU actually was covering that event. But after they graduated, they were working as Jason in that market. But the point being here, in that area there toward Hattiesburg, they get this stuff a little bit further north to some degree, but they get that type of threat into New Orleans. It's a really unusual Gulfport here, Biloxi. So Mobile, I mean, we do see that to Mobile to some extent as well, but New Orleans, it's unusual to see this. Granted, right now we don't have any severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings, so maybe it's just something in the atmosphere that's kind of a limiting factor here that is kind of helping us down there. That'd be great news for those folks. And sometimes when you get it more inland, that's when you have the higher parameters that are able to get down to the surface anyway. So again, right now we currently have 7 tornado warnings. Let's take off the radar real quick. Let's go ahead and put on some visual satellite. Kind of interesting here. I know I was hearing about breaks in the cloud earlier. Roy producing some sunshine and warming things up, making things more unstable. So it's kind of interesting and not really what we want to hear. But and then infrared, look at how powerful these thunderstorms look from outer space here with the ghost satellite imagery. That's telling the weather story here. So again, I just kind of giving you guys some different ways of looking at this. A lot of spotters out there, of course, watching these storms, monitoring the situation. So again, just dealing with that. You see the flash flood warnings in Louisiana. Don't want to completely forget about those because we can still have life-threatening flash flooding in some communities here. So that can definitely be a potential concern here. You see northwest of Picayune right now. We're watching this threat. You see around Baton Rouge. Some of this has already moved through there though, around LSU, but Louisiana State University. But as we get here, you see the Jackson, New Orleans. I mean, it's a low line area there. Could definitely see a flash flood warning issued toward that region. That's something to keep your eyes on, even if we get lucky, which is not 100% guarantee with all that warm air down here. I mean, we're talking about upper 70s here in southeast Louisiana, but if we actually do get lucky in terms of the tornado and severe wind potential, we could still have flash flooding that comes into play down there. But you still have to watch here up toward Gulfport and Mobile and in Pensacola, under the PDS watch. I know if this PDS watch, I know it's kind of a nomenclature thing. If it would have just edged into the western Florida Panhandle, which I guess it could get locally extended later, that's not out of the question. It'd be one of the only times we've ever had a PDS tornado watch for parts of the state of Florida. I know one of the times here, not about the only time, was that event back in 2017 in January. We had all this terrible tornadic accident toward A down toward Albany there in southwest Georgia. So something that this is an event here that we don't get very often. This type of area. I mean, you don't see PDS watches really in New Orleans, and we're dealing with it right now in New Orleans and Mobile and Gulfport and Biloxi, and you kind of get the idea there. Southwest Alabama, getting on up there, you see some of these areas. You see Monroeville and Demopolis and Selma and Utah, Alabama. Tuscaloosa is not in this. Sometimes when we get these sections a little bit further north toward Birmingham and Tuscaloosa, we get those areas probably a little more often, I would say. Just speaking here in terms of how things set up, as we have our first Alabama tornado warning. I know this is out of the Birmingham office technically, but that's why I don't have a beep for it because we don't have that chat up at the moment. We're trying to keep things off, but just to kind of be on a little bit more concise side of things for now. But I might have to pull it up here just a little bit. But this is a tornado warning for Sumter County in Alabama now to 245. Rotation there as we go ahead and go to rotation tracker. This is something that it's hard sometimes to get an idea of exactly what things mean on the radar. Just look right now for the bullseye pretty much. And you see the rotation here, and that's what's moving up toward areas like Cuba and New York and Livingston after it gets out of Mississippi. This tornado warning issued until 2:45 local time here. So got to take those tornado precautions, interior room away from windows here as we're getting toward West Alabama, northwest and west of Demopolis. You hear a lot of beeps here telling the weather story. Those beeps mean either tornado warning is being canceled, being extended, or just discontinued, or even reports of tornadoes actually being in progress here at times. But you see our count here, Roy, with this is all of them, 7 tornado warnings that are on the board here at the moment. So watching that action, we just got a new update from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, and the 10% risk still, including Apalachicola here and areas here off toward the west. But you see the 5% risk of Albany still, and Camilla and Moultrie and Thomasville and Bainbridge, Tallahassee and Quincy and Perry. We're going to be watching that potential. And then as we get past 7 a.m., this is only valid through 7 a.m. I can't sell it on this system. I may put it up on one of our other systems later on, but you can get it at cloudweather.com/severe when we're either on, or if you're not on with us right at the moment, you can just pull it up right then and look at the different outlooks from the Storm Prediction Center to Southeast, folks. Kind of get an idea of how things are breaking on down in terms of the outlook. We do have a slight risk of severe weather for our area here as we get further up toward the first coast and toward north central Florida and southeast Georgia on that Thursday after 7 a.m. But really, that threat I said after 4 p.m. be over tomorrow, probably even a little bit earlier than that at this point. Maybe we get lucky and this can kind of get out of the picture by 1, 2 o'clock even towards our far eastern counties. But again, that's tomorrow afternoon we're talking about. But right now we got a lot to deal with. Again, we cover 62 counties locally, but we're covering the national storyline right now because we have 8 tornado warnings on the board here. I know as we go over to some of our other modes here real quick, I just want to reiterate our covered area when we're always on for every tornado warning, and that is within our 62 counties. So let me go ahead and show that to you here on our graphic source now. You can see this is our zone we've been on for every tornado warning storm on one of our platforms, at least when we weren't able to do all the platforms like we are able to do generally now. Of course, there are technical issues, and make sure you're checking the other ones that are in store. But we're on for every tornado warning storm to move through any one of these 62 counties here to protect you, your friends, and your family. I've been doing it for 3 years, and we could definitely have to be doing more of that. I heard late tonight into toward that Thursday. So just want you guys to kind of understand what's going on here. Again, there's your sources. If one of the streams goes down, we've had issues with that. Last event, we had issues with that. So with our severe thunderstorm type coverage, it could happen obviously in a tornado situation too, though. But yeah, Facebook, Casey Cloud Reacts, and it's Cloud Weather now. I keep wanting to say at Cloud Weather, but kind of changed the way they do things on Facebook now. But then at Cloud Casey on Twitter, and then the auto alerts, we just get the information from the Tallahassee and Jacksonville offices coming on through the information there with the alerts at Cloud_WX, all combined together there from the information coming in from the Iowa Environmental Mesonet and data source. And then you have YouTube there at Cloud Weather. We've been doing some exclusive streams over there at times. But in this situation, we're trying to run everything because this is going to be something that's a bigger deal nationally and a local concern. And then we have Twitch, Cloud Weather. And the website has all the links available at the top. If you can't write all these down, just go to cloudweather.com and you have the links available at the top of the screen. And you can go to for your preferred streaming method. So again, just want to kind of break everything down for you here on this Wednesday. Again, nothing to worry about if you're going out to church in our covered area tonight, really, with the exception of maybe our far western counties. We could have a discrete storm trying to move through. But Stark, you don't need to worry tonight. You can go to church, and the weather's not going to impact you in terms of any severe weather. But as we watch things here toward Meridian, we're going to be paying attention, and we're getting more and more updates here into the chat. Just getting more radar indicated warnings continuing at the moment. It looks like the one purple boxes we had from earlier on, we had a confirmed tornado, but that's not the case at this point. But we're just continuing to check all of our different sources here to protect you, your friends, and your family. So, again, just trying to see exactly what is happening here. I see if there's any questions. I don't see any questions right now, but if you have any, just let me know here. I know sometimes we have some different things coming up on us, and I'm going to go ahead and see if we have any over on this other source real quick. I don't see any. But again, if you have any, just pass them along. I'll try to answer them for you here as we continue to try to keep you, your friends, and your family safe here on this Wednesday. Again, the current tornado count of warnings is 8. The cluster of them is right around that Meridian area there, folks. Let's check where all the rotations are at this point, because you see a little bit weaker, but still there as we move from Hattiesburg area. You see toward Laurel there. We'll be watching. This one looks like about the tightest one, northwest of Waynesboro. You see some weaker ones. You see one east of Meridian that's pretty tight as well. So right now, I mean, it looks like 3, maybe 4 circulations in here that we're dealing with that's prompting these warnings. So it's a little bit, luckily we're not seeing just one big debris signature or something like we'll get from time to time, but I know just kind of getting latest updates in here and not seeing anything too noteworthy here at the present time, but I'll need to go over there and check some things in a few moments. But checking for debris right now here in northwestern Wayne County, Mississippi. You're not seeing any debris at the present time, but you can see some blue here. That's indicating there the winds in excess of 60 miles an hour, if not close to 70, and then winds 10 to 20 the other way. So we're talking about some pretty strong rotation there, moving up into Clark County, Mississippi, over the next little bit. So we're just continuing to watch things here very carefully. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to step out of the shot, though, real quick. Just give you guys a vantage point. You see out toward the east right now, we're not really getting anything too substantial out there, but that's going to change. And we got to watch the instability values for sure here in this type of setup. We definitely have to watch that instability as things are a little more unstable. Just got to kind of pay attention here as I'm kind of walking around in the weather center right now. So my voice kind of trails off. I apologize. Just want to clean something up here with our other weather computer behind the scenes. It looks like just getting some information in there. Leo McDonald Road in the if I'm pronouncing this right, Vimville, Wynot area, possible touchdown there of a tornado, and then updates on stuff from this morning towards Starkey County, Mississippi, mobile homes destroyed there. So mobile homes, again, not really where you want to be. You don't really want to be in those in this type of situation. So again, just continuing to watch things here in the weather center. I'm going to go ahead and get ready to jump back in front of the chroma key here right now as we continue along with the coverage. Again, getting all these different reports in here from the Weather Service and the chat session. Very valuable information here as we currently are getting details in the storm chasers reporting a tornado there southwest Sabuda there, if I'm pronouncing that right, within the last 5 minutes. The data's not great, but it'll provide visual evidence when available. That's this storm here. It looked like maybe the strongest one. So if I'm pronouncing that right, and if I'm not, I apologize. But we kind of have to pronounce these on the fly here when we're in a situation like this, just to kind of alert the viewer. But at least we know it's Clark County there as it moves out of Wayne County. Sabuda there, or maybe some alternative pronunciations, a possibility. But as we see here, this threat is just right on your doorstep there, so you need to take your tornado precautions. So let's go ahead and pop those up again here, and let's give you guys an idea of exactly what to do in this type of situation. You want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building. You want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and you want to put on something like a bicycle helmet or football helmet to protect yourself from flying debris, that potential flying debris, and even shoes on after the fact here can be really helpful in a tornadic situation as well, for when you're walking around maybe with debris. It could be on the ground, broken glass, things like that. So I just got to be really careful here in this area. If you're in that area there in Clark County, as this moves out of Wayne County, you're going to be taking your tornado precautions as we continue to check some more information behind the scenes. If you see me looking down here, it's just a one-man band, so I'm just trying to give you guys the latest information as I can get it here, really. Through all of our different sources, all of our different informational feeds. But again, just kind of seeing what's going on. Structural damage to homes there in Petal, we were talking about that earlier on. And then looks like Hickory, Mississippi, multiple large pine trees and oak trees snap, or uprooted power lines down there. Damage to multiple homes as well there in that area. So again, don't know about injuries yet, but it looks like other reporting there in a similar area. It looks like they're close to I-20, saying that homes damaged but no injuries reported. Some damage there in that Mississippi area around, it looks like Hickory, around Edwards Road there in that state. But again, continuing to watch things. We're just going to keep on watching things here with our Doppler technology. Again, we're not getting a debris signature, but once you get the debris signature, that means things are already being torn up, whether it's trees or whether it's just things that are being lifted on up there by the tornado. I mean, pieces of roofs even could be seen, and we're not seeing that yet, but it could already be underground based on the indications we're getting from some storm chaser information. So, again, we're just going to have to keep watching here and keep tracking. And I mean, the debris would have to get up to over 6,000 feet to really be able to see it here. So that's something to keep in mind. But you can see here, we got to get folks in shelter here in Clark County, Mississippi, as this moves on up. I know, trying to get the latest radar scans in here. I'm going to see if we can effort another one on into our system here. This is a scan from a few moments ago as we continue here just to watch the situation as it progresses here as it develops. I know we try to get these latest radar scans in the best we can, but we'll just have to kind of see what is kind of coming on out there from the different sources, the different feeds, as you watch this storm there. And unfortunately, things can happen between radar scans. You're not able to really see things that happen by the time the next scan happens. You've already had a tornado down for a few minutes, possibly. So that's something to keep an eye on here as well. But let me go ahead and continue to watch things here as this moves on in toward Clark County again. You see the community equipment right now. This storm in particular looks like it's going to pass to the south and east, but still we have that overall threat in the region here. We have that overall threat in the region that's substantial, so can't be letting our guard down by any stretch of the imagination here as we're dealing with this situation. So let's see what is going on here with the radar. It seems like we're, maybe it's just the nature of things here. It says it's up, but sometimes our scans are a little bit delayed, it seems like here. It's been about 10 minutes since our last scan, and a situation like this, I'm going to switch to the mobile radar. It may actually be a little closer to some of this area anyway. And this is our latest scan, and there we go. And that's so, and no debris, thankfully, as of now. But you can see there, we're watching the greens, we're watching the reds here come together on the Doppler, moving right toward that community now as we get near that Clark County line with Wayne County. So again, just got to be paying attention there. And then we have another storm, another area of rotation moving up toward Hattiesburg. No tornado warning on it at this point, but we're just going to continue to watch there in the Pine Belt to see if we get another tornado warning there toward Forest County. So we'll just have to continue to watch things very carefully here this afternoon. Getting maybe a little bit of hail to show up in our system there, possibly. That's not a really predominant threat. It's more about the tornado potential with that strong and long-track axe and a possibility with the PDS watch and play. And then the damaging winds as well can be an issue with the squall line setup. As I know, the Weather Service in New Orleans talking about none of the storms producing tornadoes, but they're talking about acting in favorable locations. So things are really tricky here in the atmosphere because things still be producing tornadoes. We've seen some tornadoes out toward, as I mentioned, that Lafayette television market. One was caught very vividly on TV station's tower cam there, but we haven't had them in other areas. So it's kind of a tricky scenario, and we had reporting of one though here from us chasers a little while ago there, the Wayne County line with Clark County. So we're not really seeing debris pop out though, which is obviously a good thing, but we just have to be careful. We gotta be in shelter. This is right over, it looks like Sabuda there. If I'm pronouncing that right, if I'm not, I apologize, but again, we're watching things very carefully in that area, in that neck of the woods. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys the latest here. I'm checking some things behind the scenes. So if you see me maybe get a little bit brighter, it's because we're trying to pull up information, because we're a one-man band here, folks. Just a one-man band as we try to protect you, your friends, and your family. We're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we're on Twitch here this afternoon. As I'm hearing more beeps, and that's indicative of a new tornado warning now for Forest and Lamar counties. That might be the Hattiesburg storm. Oh, wow, yes, that's gotta be, obviously. That looks like one of the strongest rotations we've had since I've been on the air here. That is showing a wind there, 68 one way now, and 21 the other way. And this is moving in the direction of Hattiesburg, folks. Moving headed right for Hattiesburg. That's where it's going. It's near West Hattiesburg now, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. It's got to be taken south. There's north of Purvis here. At the moment, it looks like the TV meteorologists at WDAM TV, they're asking about the storm in the chat, and right about then is when this warning was issued. But again, now for Hattiesburg, we have this rotation moving in toward that area over the next few moments. That is some very nasty winds showing up. Honestly, we reevaluate this a little bit. Just checking here, 52, 53 one way, and then a 25 the other way. So that is some tight rotation. And any debris right now, I don't necessarily see anything definitive, thankfully, but we're on the mobile radar. We're bouncing between some radars here. This seems to be updating faster for us, a lot faster, honestly. So let's check the Jackson radar again. I just want to see what the last scan was. It did give us an update at 311, but it's showing that rotation up here. Anything in terms of debris? It's unclear. I don't really think so. Now this one here, I mean, it actually kind of shows maybe a little bit of something. I mean, it actually is co-located, so there could be something down there in Lamar County moving toward Hattiesburg and Forest County. So we got to be really careful here, folks, around Hattiesburg, because this is a very volatile environment. Things can change rapidly. And we didn't have a warning on this a moment ago. We might already have a tornado down. They're headed toward Hattiesburg. It's a at least possibility. Not 100% sure, but it's a possibility. As we're getting information in Lauderdale County, a roof removed from a trailer there in, looks like the, if I'm pronouncing this right, Tusumba area there, Tumsuba area maybe. If I'm mispronouncing things, I apologize. We're just trying to do this on the fly to get the information out, and generally you'll probably be able to recognize the community more familiar to you, even if I'm mispronouncing it just a little bit. It's about protecting friends, families here, yourself, this afternoon. So that's why we kind of have to do things like that on the fly here. That can be a little bit more raw in nature. But again, we're watching things as the accent moves up here. This is some pretty tight rotation. 25 one way, 52 the other way, maybe even a little bit stronger. I'm seeing 53. So that could be a 75, 80 mile an hour winds here with this. Moving up toward Hattiesburg there in Forest County. So again, we're watching this here in the Pine Belt this afternoon, southeastern parts of Mississippi. So again, just continuing to watch things here, just continuing to watch the situation. Looking here at debris, I don't really see anything. You can kind of see, we're still checking. I mean, I'd have to get 6,000 feet up to be able to see it, meaning we could have debris at 3,000 or 4,000 feet with a weaker tornado, and it's just not getting lofted quite that high here to actually be able to see a tornado in progress. But in Hattiesburg, you can't mess around there. Forest and Lamar counties, we have this tornado warning in play until 3:15 Central Time. So tornado will be around Hattiesburg and West Hattiesburg here in this moment, and then Petal, Sunrise, and it looks like Rawls Springs there around 2:30, and areas like Macedonia there around 2:35. So take cover now, move to that basement if you have one, or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, and avoid those windows where the weather service there out of Jackson reiterating. If you're outdoors, obviously, or in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Flying debris is so dangerous in a tornadic scenario. So, as you heard those beeps here, we're getting some updates. The tornado watch has been dropped for East Baton Rouge Parish, West Baton Rouge Parish, but it's continuing for areas like Plaquemines Parish there, around New Orleans as well. The metro is still continuing. As we just got a new update now, warning for Clark County continues until 3 o'clock Central Time. So, let's get up here now. You can kind of see here, watching that strong wind. I mean, that's 81 away. Let's see if there's debris with this. We're getting lucky, honestly, with some of these so far in the last little bit anyway. I mean, obviously, folks in western Louisiana were not lucky with the fatalities. In other areas, we had a lot of injuries there in the Arklamis there toward, I think it was Farmerville. If I'm mispronouncing that, I apologize. In terms of, I mean, obviously, we can pronounce that Farmerville, but there's some different variations of Farmersville, another town, different part of the country, and whatnot there. But again, we're just going to continue to watch things here. You can kind of see. That was really tight rotation. I want to see if it drop out there on the debris. That's not showing winds of 100 miles an hour, folks. That's about up there on higher in our color table with the winds going away from the radar in Mobile. 100 mile an hour winds now, folks, and that's 23. That means we could have a tornado in the DF2 range in theory on the ground, but we're not seeing debris, meaning it may be on the ground, but it would have just dropped here recently, but it could still be doing damage. It could be changing lives here, unfortunately. So we got to get in shelter. We want to protect you. We want you to be protected. Interior room, away from windows, put that bicycle helmet on, football helmet on to protect yourself from that flying debris. As we're getting more updates in, they're really watching that southern Hattiesburg. We were just showing you tornado warning now coming out for St. Charles there, Paris, and the storm that they're watching in that vicinity. We're getting another update in. Let's check the Hattiesburg storm. See if there's any debris with this over here. I mean, we're not really seeing it on this mode. Let's go to Jackson because it seemed like we had a little dropout on Jackson. As we just had a tornado warning in Louisiana issued though. I think it's this one, maybe. I'm not 100% sure. Let me go over to our other radar. We'll go to the other radar in a moment for Jackson. But Let's go to the New Orleans radar because we haven't had a tornado warning in Louisiana in a little bit. Oh, it's this one right here, isn't it? I bet it's going to be this one. I bet the terminal radar is showing something with it here. Let's get in there. Terminal radar is showing it, yeah, to some degree here. At least definitely pretty close. This is a tornado warning here for St. John the Baptist Parish and St. Charles Parish in southeastern Louisiana until 3 o'clock. We'll be watching this moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. But let's go back up here to the north. This is the New Orleans radar for Hattiesburg, actually, which is kind of interesting. So let's check that for debris because it's updating pretty quick, and there may be something there. It's hard to say 100%. It's kind of just place looking, but you just never know. And then we need to go ahead and switch to the other radar. This is really showing it 6,000, 7,000 feet up there. You're not really seeing the debris 100% either co-located, though. A little displaced, but we just have to continue to watch as this moves in toward Hattiesburg there. Tornado warning takes you out your interior room away from windows there. From southern miss there in the university, that vicinity, and another tornado threat. We just dealt with one, another storm a few moments ago, and now this one's moving on through there in the Pine Belt. So again, we just have to continue to watch up toward areas southeast of Laurel, Mississippi. You can kind of see here we're watching things there a little bit weaker, but this one right here in Clark County looks really, really robust. I mean, there could be something there in terms of debris, but it's not a certainty by any stretch at this point. We don't have any radar confirmed tornadoes, but there's one tornado warning in Alabama that we're watching moving in toward that state with this threat now. This is a tornado warning for Sumter as well as that surrounding region. It may just be for Sumter. It actually is kind of a big polygon with some different boundaries in here that are showing up. That kind of hard to tell, but it looks like it's in Sumter County there in Alabama at the present time. But we're just continuing to watch the situation here, folks. Continuing to monitor the very latest that's coming on in from the Weather Service offices in the region here. Currently 6 tornado warnings. Currently, as we got a report of a tornado earlier in Newton County, Mississippi that's coming on in now. Of homes damaged, trees uprooted 1 mile north of Hickory along Edwards Road. We were talking about that. That's in Mississippi there. Just to make sure we're clarifying because there's all sorts of Edwards Roads around even in our area. But now we've got another update here from the state of Mississippi as well. 3 injured, looks like now in a Sarkey County situation. We have multiple trees uprooted there. Things just come in real quick north of Hickory, Mississippi. We have a debris signature now in Louisiana and in Hattiesburg. We possibly have a tornado over Hattiesburg here now. So let's see what we have. Lots coming in at the moment, folks. But there's Hattiesburg as this moves on in. Gotta be taking Saturday. Nothing in terms of debris yet, but let's get down to the south because it looks like we've heard about a debris signature. So, oh yeah, you can see that. That's a tornado there on the ground here as we're looking toward these parishes northwest of Hanville, if I'm pronouncing that right, there, and south of Laplace there. Laplace, I've heard that pronounced plenty of times before, but again, we're watching this here on the fly, so trying to give you guys the latest pronunciations here. As we're towards St. John the Baptist and also St. Charles parishes. Confirmed tornado on the ground in progress. So gotta be taking Saturday. That's really looking bad around the community of Monts there. It looks like we're watching that debris signature pop out. Let's go to the other radar. The radar really close to this. I mean, really, really close now. And just go ahead and pull on some of our other products. You can really see that wind mode now on that on the terminal Doppler. I mean, you can really see our winds one way away from the radar toward the radar at the airport there. This is very close to that. We're only 100 feet up from this. I mean, wow. And this is showing winds here 70 one way and 20 the other way. So you could be seeing about a 90 mile an hour area of rotation here on this. So again, just kind of watching things. I know looks like we're watching this stuff up toward Clark County, Mississippi. Also, actually getting a report of a breast fire in the state of Florida now. Somebody went to school with here as well, reporting that there in toward South Florida per se. So just some of those winds I know picking up where we're at in North Florida today. Ahead of things and got gusts as high as 16 earlier. But I mean, some areas really do need rain. Other areas not as much. I know our Tallahassee counties need the rain. So we're watching that here very carefully to see if we can kind of lower some of those drought levels. And by the way, late next week, gonna have some cold air come in toward Christmas. It looks like that's the big story here as we look ahead in the timeline. If you're wondering about some things here later on, but we gotta get through the severe weather potential first. I'm checking to see if we can go back to our other radar to get the debris mode up again to see what our tornado debris detection system is showing us. It looks a little weaker now, so maybe the tornado is starting to try to lift, but you can't take any chances here. You got to take shelter here towards St. John the Baptist and St. Charles parishes. You've got to be taking those tornado precautions in this area. Interior room away from windows, things of that sort. Very important to do here in this vicinity. So, checking some more information right now. We're trying to see what else is going on here. Been with you for a while, continuing the coverage. Keep you guys safe. Observe rotation in Lauderdale County, Mississippi now on the ground. So maybe a tornado on the ground is what they're trying to say from emergency management. They're around Camp Bianchi Road and 19 South. So again, that's up in toward Mississippi, in toward the Jackson jurisdiction there, Lauderdale County. But again, let's get back up toward the north here. You see, we're watching rotation southeast equipment. You can't really make that out that good, but we're watching the accident on Hattiesburg, moving on in there and toward the metro. Nothing in terms of debris at this moment, but that could change rapidly. So we'll just continue to watch here this afternoon. So again, just continuing here to track things on a Doppler. I may take a break here soon, and then I'll be back in a few more minutes with more details. But again, let's go to the broad view real quick on our other source. We'll go ahead and do that. I know one of the tornado warnings there toward Jones County being dropped off the board for now, but so that leaves us now with 5 tornado warnings, including the one confirmed in Louisiana. 3 radar indicated, at least right now, maybe something on the ground, but 3 radar indicated as of the moment in Mississippi and 1 radar indicated in Alabama. And then we have the PDS watch, meaning strong long track tornadoes, the possibility up through about 8 o'clock central, maybe even a little bit longer as we get further on out toward the east here. So just have to continue to watch toward Panama City, even toward areas closer toward Dothan in the overnight. It's going to be a long period where we got to watch things here, folks, in the Weather Center. So this is going to be an event that we'll be keeping our tabs on for sure as we approach that 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern benchmark. So I'll stay on just past that before we take our quick break here to gather more information. But looks like some rotating wall cloud action 1 to 2 miles north of 1 to 2 miles southwest of a location there of Petal, Mississippi, and then a roof blown off a trailer. I think we already heard about that, but that was in Lauderdale County, Mississippi. Some of these are going to be duplicates because just the way they come to the system as a local storm report and the actual report that comes on through first from the emergency management. So again, we're seeing right now 5 tornado warnings in the country. You see the one there. I mean, that's not that far from New Orleans, really, just for perspective. When we're talking about the airport radar, and you see these different areas here, folks, that we're dealing with. I mean, you can see that special marine warning. That's as we get out toward Lake Pontchartrain. So just kind of interesting to see that. I'm trying to take some things off so you guys get an idea, but I'm going to move it over some of those areas there of water over the next little bit, and we'll just be watching things, see how they kind of reemerge maybe as we get towards Slidell, Louisiana. So again, very active situation. Warning continuing in Mississippi right now for Lauderdale County. So keep our eyes on that. The tornado warning in Hattiesburg as well. We have, it looks like the tornado report there, roof blown off a trailer. It looks like that's from what would have been a little while ago from this storm, or maybe it gets so confusing here at points, but let me back this up so you can kind of see. It would have been from some of this action coming on through here on the leading edge that it looks like here. So not sure if that really matches up with some more rotations or not. Didn't look like it at a quick glance, but you just got to be keeping our eyes on things. We just got a new tornado warning in Louisiana now for St. Charles Parish, one of those zones involved down here. And that's getting there a little bit closer toward New Orleans there. Not yet, but you see Kenner could be in the path of this. If this holds together, it's a long way from there for now, but moving north at 35 miles an hour, that rotation could be in Kenner there in about the next, let's see, do the math here on that. So 23 miles out, and it's moving at 35 miles an hour. So that'd probably get us about 40 minutes or so, give or take. with that type of movement toward Kenner there as we're getting out there. And you see this rotation really tightening up now. And we had that situation earlier in March this year, right around New Orleans, where we had a deadly tornado. We want to make sure that doesn't happen today, as we really see that rotation tightening up here as we get into the body of water. And I'm going to check our debris mode. And we are getting some debris still on our other source. You see the debris there as we get toward the body of water. And then we just got a debris signature now in Clark County. We were just talking about that. So let's get up here. And you can't see it off the mobile that well. So let's go ahead and see what radar would be best at this point. I mean, probably Jackson. Let's try Jackson then. Yeah, let's see. That really looks nasty. And then there's your debris signature. We're finally getting that, unfortunately, at 7,000 feet. So that could be indicative of a stronger tornado there northeast of DeSoto and southeast of Quitman, Mississippi. So got to take this out. We got a tornado on the ground here now with that lowered CC value here in Clark County. We've been kind of watching this for a while now. We have a tornado on the ground not too far away from Crandall, Mississippi there. So Crandall, Mississippi. So got to be taking tornado precautions here. Interior room away from windows. Putting that bicycle helmet on or football helmet on. Something in that topic of conversation that protect your head. So again, you need to do that immediately. Confirmed tornado on the ground. Camp Bianchi Road is what we're being told now with some of this action. So I don't know where that is exactly, but that's familiar to you guys there in that Jackson jurisdiction. And you want to take shelter, and then the circulation. We were just watching moved over the lake in towards southeast Louisiana, but that may produce a danger to folks on the causeway, is what the Weather Service in New Orleans is saying. So we're going to be careful there toward the causeway. I mean, you see, I'm going right into the interstate right now, and then you can kind of see this accent. I mean, you just have to be really careful here, obviously. There's Interstate 10, so that's not what you want to see, obviously. Could be something on the ground around Interstate 10 right now. Looks like US 61 westbound. Looks like a truck is being blown around on a road. No, it looks like maybe on the roadway and parked with the brakes on even. That storyline. So it was being blown around with the park and brakes actually on. So just kind of telling that weather story here about how strong some of these winds can be with this setup here this afternoon. So again, we're still dealing with this. You see that tornado there? We're also getting reports now of a rapidly rotating wall cloud at the Petal Fire Department just east of Hattiesburg on Highway 42 now. So you got to be really careful up that way. So we're watching that accident on Hattiesburg, and some of this accident seems to be starting to pick up in terms of trying to get down toward the surface a little bit. So not what you want to hear, obviously. So watching that accident there in Forest County. Got to take your tornado precautions if you're in any of these 6 tornado warnings that are currently on the board right now. So let's go ahead and go back to our broad view here. Let's go ahead and go back to our broad view, and we'll see what's happening. Just trying to switch between sources. If you see a little flash here, I apologize, but we're trying to give you guys the very latest information live here on the air. So let me go ahead and see what we're dealing with. You can see the purple there. That's our PDS tornado watch, and then our little red boxes or purple boxes indicative of tornado warnings. There's 6 of them right now. So got to take shelter under any of these tornado warnings. Ironically, no severe thunderstorm warnings. We have such strong shear out there. We have just high energy values. So we're getting more of the tornado type of action versus even the severe thunderstorms at this point anyway. That could change as it moves toward us, but we'll just have to wait and see. Watch the movement, watch the timeline. But several trees uprooted and snapped along Rose Road and Hickory just north of I-20 as well. In Newton County from earlier, a funnel cloud there. Chapel Hill Road and Old Richton Road in Petal. So that means we could have a tornado down at any moment there in Petal, Mississippi. Already had some action there earlier. Sounded like what we're getting in here in the chat. So again, I just continue to watch, and you see more action even just west of our viewing area here toward the Florida Panhandle. Some special marine warnings. Could have to watch out toward Panama City. We have a confirmed tornado there near Cuba, Alabama, which is just over the line of Mississippi, Lauderdale County. We're watching that action, of course, there for sure. That's up here. There you see what we're doing with the rotation. Pretty strong with some of this action. It's down here. At the moment, confirmed damage there, St. Charles Parish along Schoolhouse Road with a house damage, power poles and street lights down. That's in St. Charles Parish, Louisiana. That's actually another confirmed tornado. So let's clarify this. Okay, so that's the one there near Cuba. So we now have this one confirmed. Now this one here, that's also confirmed. So we've got both of these confirmed now. And then we have this one down here, northwest of New Orleans, confirmed as well. So at the end of the day, heating up in the weather center. We're going to take a 5-minute break, catch my breath real quick, as things look to be getting pretty nasty here in the weather scenario this afternoon. So stay with me here, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. We're trying to predict you, your friends, your family here. So just keep it here to clouds, weather. We'll keep you up to date. I'm just checking some new information here. See if there's anything that we got to pass along right this second. We just have these tornado warnings in place, so make sure you're heeding the rules of tornado safety here. Interior room away from windows. If you're under a tornado warning, it's ironically, let's see if a thunderstorm warning just popped up there. Talking about how we weren't getting any of those, and we just saw one of those with a tornado possible tag toward St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, and Hancock and Pearl River County, the Mississippi, being issued. Rotation there also now, US 61 at looks like the Bonnet Carey Spillway, if I'm pronouncing that right there. And then every signature north of Crandall in Clark County, Mississippi. So a lot to unpack there. We're trying to give you the information the best we can. I'll be back here soon with more of it.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center right now. It's about 2:43 Central Time, 3:43 Eastern Time. Excuse me, on this Wednesday here, we're continuing to give you the latest information. We currently have 6 tornado warnings on the board, including, it looks like a couple confirmed ones here. So that's what we really got to deal with. I know that storm there in Clark County, moving toward Choctaw County in Alabama. And it does have a history of producing a tornado out of this. And so you got to take a step down in Choctaw County, Alabama. The tornado located 5 miles east of the community of Sykes there, or 13 miles east of Quitman, Mississippi, moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So Roy just got to be taking shelter here in this situation. Again, I'll go ahead and zoom in here to some of this action down toward New Orleans. First, we did have a confirmed tornado with this. Right now, a marine warning's in play, but I could definitely see that waterspout scenario translate back into a tornado here as they get toward land. That's the delineation there when you have something with something like this here in terms of that rotation over water with it coming down to the surface. That's a waterspout versus when it's over land, it's a tornado. So when you have that type of setup. So again, I just really have to be kind of mindful of what's going on here. A bunch of areas of rotation down here. I know for a while it's looking a little less robust, but this area is just such a serious one. Things can change so rapidly. When you have what you have behind me here in that a broad purple color, a PDS tornado watch, things can change so rapidly. We saw things how they changed so rapidly toward Albany in 2017 when there was a PDS tornado watch in play. It was a high risk day, just a moderate risk day. I mean, at this point here, I mean, pretty similar in some regard in terms of just the overall level of severity. Looking at some of the models, I do kind of recall seeing maybe just a little bit higher parameters that day, but not by much here. So you really got to be taking the situation seriously. You see a tornado warning with some rotation moving toward Picayune. So that's something to watch. Right down here in Mandeville, Mandeville, depending on how you pronounce that, there locally in southeast Louisiana. As I know, getting reported from last night out of Starkey County, Mississippi. Large tree uprooted, several structures destroyed there, and large tree limbs down. As this pattern just continues to evolve, I mean, it's been a long event, very long event here, and it's just still, in some ways, getting underway. It's still ready to peak out and then ultimately moving towards some of our counties here, the more robust threat overnight. And then as we get into toward tomorrow, we're just going to have to be mindful of what can happen. That robust threat still be around and to some degree here. Maybe not as severe with some of this action, but still can be pretty nasty. So again, currently we have 5 tornado warnings on the board here. You see this one here. This is for areas down here of St. Charles Parish in Louisiana. You can see the rotation pretty strong there. The rotation here, St. Tammany, Pearl River, St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, Pearl River County, Mississippi. And then as we get here up toward Hattiesburg, you see we had a funnel cloud reported there. That's more of a line formation, which would be good versus some of this area popping out. But these spin ups can still happen within the line. As you see here toward Mississippi, Alabama, we're watching some rotation as well. As of last check there toward areas of Clark County where they confirmed tornado. So got to be really careful. Now, there's 15 minutes to go. Let me check to see what we're getting now. They go between some of our different radars, see if I can see anything from any of our radar sites. I'm looking at mobile. It's really hard to see. Let me see what I'm seeing here. I'll go ahead and pop the other screen up for you guys. And you can kind of see it's looking quite a bit weaker on that mode at least, which would be good. We have quite a few rotations toward the south. I know there's now a report in Petal of a tornado on the ground. So, okay, this area right here then I would think, right here in that vicinity anyway where we're talking. So let me go ahead and see if we can go to the Jackson radar here. Let's go to the Jackson radar. You see that rotation there moving into toward Alabama. But let's go to this. This is what we have. It looks like maybe a confirmed tornado being reported there. Macedonia fire reports a tornado on the ground there. Macedonia Road. And it looks like Bowling Drive intersection there. So you got to get in shelter. That funnel might have just dropped a tornado, folks. Might have actually dropped down as a tornado. So you got to take shelter interior room away from windows here. A bicycle helmet, football helmet, something like that. According to emergency management and fire department officials, we now have a tornado on the ground there. Macedonia Road and Bowling Drive there, if I'm pronouncing that right. The intersection in Petal, Mississippi. Petal, Mississippi is right down here. I mean, the communities kind of come together, I would think, because the rotation's a little bit further up there at this point. So as this moves on off, maybe a new tornado warning will be required here. And it looks like sheriff's reporting a possible touchdown in Clark County as we get further on up here toward the north around them. Looks like County Road 511 and County Road 660 intersection. Heavy tree damage and multiple roads blocked, but no structural damage reported as of yet. So we just got to really be on guard here. Got to be really careful with this situation. Let's get back down actually to Florida now because we don't have any warnings here, but there's a special weather statement with some of this action as it comes on shore. These storms have a unique structure to them, to say the least, as we go over here toward the Florida Panhandle. We already had a thunderstorm one outside of our covered area in Walton County earlier on with some rotation within that. So, and we're now getting reporting of the tornado there also in Clark County near the Alabama border across 661 with looks like numerous pine trees down is what I think Bernadette is reporting there. So I'm getting that in the chat session. But again, you can see here south of Panama City, we have some rotation. This stuff's broad, but I mean, look at these little hooks on these storms. I mean, they're not in an overwhelming environment here, but let me move this map up so you can see Panama City, and you can just see here there's areas of rotation. They're interesting to definitely see on the board. And then you can see more of these as we get toward the Alabama line. If these were to tap into the right parameters, then we'd have problems. But right now, the energy values are not very high up here. These are tornado values. They're not all that high either. And you see how they kind of slack off to the north. But we have to watch them close to the coast even now. As we get to the west, though, I know they're talking about they're on the fence about issuing maybe a tornado warning in Jones County, Mississippi. But you can see here instability values are up there. And then your shear values, your tornado parameters are up pretty high. I know, just getting an update now from the Tallahassee office. I hate switching back and forth, but it's easier to go ahead and kind of talk about things when they pop up on our screen here versus going back to them later on. But they're talking about with the daytime heating ongoing here toward Tallahassee area. Looks like they noticed an increase in instability values there across the Florida Panhandle, and the unstable air mass has slowly started to push into southeast Alabama as well. And this will likely continue to increase from west to east across the area this evening and toward the overnight hours, and instability increases across the area. They'll similarly see an increase in the severe potential. That similarly increasing potential will occur with the storms as they push in the area later this evening and overnight. So gotta really pay attention here. Gotta be on guard. Have multiple ways to get alerts here with this threat. Strong tornado not out of the question here for Apalachicola and then up toward Liberty County, but tornado threat does persist all the way through Tallahassee and Albany and Perry and Bainbridge and Thomasville here during the overnight hours before you get up, or right when you're getting up here at the edge of this, and then after 7 a.m. the threat goes to the east. It just doesn't show up on here because it's in a different day at that point, a different outlook, but similar type of threat, a yellow type threat, a 5% type threat does encompass many of these areas toward the east here. Not all of them, but many of them here under that type of threat. So be on guard. Could have tornado watches even in toward areas here like Stark as we get up tomorrow morning. So that's something to be aware of if you have plans on that Thursday. You got to be checking in for the latest updates because when I'm a squall line come through, and it's just a matter of if we're getting tornadoes to be produced out of that, or maybe more of the specific thunderstorm scenario, or if we get real lucky, it's the stronger storms, so we don't have the warnings along the line as much. But we'll definitely have some warnings within our 62 counties. That seems like a pretty much certainty here as we extend all the way out, of course, with our covered area toward Liberty and Franklin counties with that strong tornado threat in there. We really got to pay attention and got to be on guard. Got to have multiple ways to get alerts, as we currently have 5 tornado warnings on the board. 5 of them, 4 of them here. You see in the red, 1 in the purple because we had confirmation here just a little while ago to Clark County's way. But as we just continue to watch things here, you can see right now we're watching these areas. We had reports of tornadoes and confirmed damage. St. Charles Parish, also another area there just toward the east in the same parish as well. So never want to hear damage reports because damage of certain structures or in certain situations can lead to injuries and even fatalities. So we really have to try to mitigate that here, and this is one of the ways to do that with live weather coverage. I mean, whether it's from me or your local media members. I know for North Florida, South Georgia, we are that. Now, here, of course, different groups would be the local meteorologists for you guys, but doing the best I can covering this because it's such a big deal on a national level. And then, I mean, yeah, I just want to have multiple ways to get alerts here. Of course, the Weather Service office is doing the best they can as well to issue these alerts. So we just got a new one for Clark County, Mississippi now until 4 o'clock Central Time. It's 2:54 Central Time right now, and it goes to 4 o'clock with a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 10 miles southeast of Goodwater or 10 miles northwest of Waynesboro, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So, again, we're just continuing to watch this. You see the new box pop up right there, right now, on the screen here. You can see we're just dealing with all this action. I know how these rotations in different spots. You see one up here just south of Snell. We had confirmation of a tornado just a little while ago. You have some more action there, even more action, believe it or not, closer toward Hattiesburg. I mean, things are kind of like playing, really, as we talked about earlier, this is kind of like playing a game of whack-a-mole. As you just got a new tornado warning for Wayne County, Mississippi. I know I hate saying that, but that's just something that's talked about in the meteorology enterprise. I know James Vann, chief meteorologist of Birmingham, talking about that here over the years. Some of these situations, sometimes more in tropical setups and the scenarios are a little bit different. When we just see these warnings popping up, it's just here, there, and everywhere, and you're kind of trying to get a box on them so people know what's happening and they need to get to that tornado safe spot, which of course is that interior room away from windows. But you can see here Waynesboro here, the new tornado warning as we go up here, watching some rotation that may be for this area right in here. Can't really see exactly where that is because we don't have too many cities actually popping up, which is a good thing, but still you got to be on guard. You see Waynesboro there. That's some perspective we're giving you guys. So now we have 7 tornado warnings. Kind of saw a pretty quick jump in that on the board here. So one of them's getting continued now. St. Tammany, Paris, and Pearl River counties. There is what we're talking. Pearl River County, St. Tammany, Paris, Pearl River County there. As we're crossing from Louisiana and the Mississippi at 2:55, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. There, it was located 8 miles east of Covington, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So, again, just continuing to deal with all this with this warm air. I mean, it's not supposed to be this warm in December, mid-December. 76 there to Mobile, where I'm at, east of Stark. We're at 77 in north central Florida. This warmer air is an issue, and that's what this storm action's taking advantage of. In addition to that shear out there, that wind shear. That's not what you want to see, obviously, here in this type of situation. So, again, just all these warnings, I just kind of run them down county by county. I know they had the broad view, and it's kind of hard to break down the exact circulation sometimes. And sometimes that's a good thing because we're not seeing something that's overly pronounced that we have to focus our attention on. We have that catastrophic damage potential, but that still does persist here. As we're looking right now, though, tornado warning for Clark County, another one for Clark County, and then over toward Wayne County, we have one. Choctaw County. So we're going from Clark and Wayne in Mississippi to Choctaw in Alabama. We also have St. Tammany and Pearl River parishes to talk about as we get toward Louisiana, St. Tammany Parish, Pearl River County, and then St. Charles Parish in Louisiana, Forest County as we go back in toward Mississippi again. So I know the list is kind of hard to break down sometimes, but we have so many different things that kind of bounce around. It's just kind of giving us the information as they were issued here, the warnings. But I know some flooding maybe toward Petal, Mississippi, even overflowing into the service road where 10 inches of flowing water was measured, 1 foot or more of water covering many areas otherwise that are generally relatively dry. So again, you can kind of see that with the map. The PDS watch input at 9 o'clock Eastern, which is 8 o'clock Central. That's when we're watching this highest threat here, but still the threat further to the east as we've alluded to. As we alluded to here, you can see all the way with a strong tornado potential in toward areas like Andalusia there, Enterprise. Of course, they know how bad things can get with tornadoes there, and then Mariana over toward Apalachicola in our area. So, gotta be on guard. Lower threat, but still definitely pronounced as we get off toward the east here. So, gotta remain on guard. As you see, even just 80 degrees standing out there in Marion County here in our covered areas. It's such warm air. And as we get back over toward the west, though, you can see the wind shift there that we're dealing with. And then we get out ahead of this, the warmer air coming in from the south, fueling all this action. So that's obviously detrimental to things. As we're just continuing to give you the latest here in the weather center. And we just got a confirmed tornado now on the St. Tammany storm. So confirmed tornado now on the ground there. Let me go ahead and see what we're dealing with as we get towards St. Tammany. And actually, as I say that, the storm south of Hattiesburg, I know it keeps being about Hattiesburg. It seems like another area that we're watching here near Palmer's Crossing. Is there any debris yet? It's not very discernible if there is, but could have something there south of Hattiesburg that we're dealing with. And then as we get toward Louisiana, though, now a confirmed tornado on the ground here. I know we're looking at some of this action down toward the south that we're down with. And then you can see that this is where we have the confirmed tornado. That's really gotten strong quickly, folks. And that definitely is a confirmed tornado there, there in St. Tammany Parish. So you see Picayune there, maybe in the path or close to it here. Over the next little bit, you got to take those tornado precautions. But there's your debris right in here. That's a confirmed tornado that we're dealing with. The winds there, 55 one way, 36 miles an hour the other way. So we're talking about winds there, and maybe that EF1 range, but definitely could even be a little more substantial. It just depends. But we are looking really low to the level of the ground here, and that helps us pick out the debris. If we were higher up, we might not see a debris signature like this because it's not overwhelming yet, but that could change here in this environment. With this setup, you got to take your tornado precautions. As I zoom out to see the landmarkers here, you see some of these communities here in St. Tammany Parish and in ultimately Pearl River County in Mississippi that we're talking about. So again, there's your debris. It just updated and got a little bit stronger now as we're getting on in here. You see some of that blue showing up now. And as we get over to rotation and storm relative velocity, you can see we have winds about 90 miles an hour there between away from the radar and toward the radar values. So again, Choctaw County, Alabama, they're continuing to tornado warning up there for radar indications until about 3:30 Central Time. So we're watching some of that action up that way there and towards southwestern Alabama. And just paying attention to what's going on in that vicinity. Checking here to see if there's any questions. I don't see any at the moment, but if you have them, just ask me here, and I'll try to do my best to answer them. Not always here able to answer them, or I'm able to answer them, though. I'll try to give you the very latest here on that more localized level if I can. But again, you can see here toward St. Tammany Parish right now, here as we're looking north of that New Orleans radar site. This is some really strong rotation. We're talking about winds there that are very strong in nature, and we're talking about Picayune could be impacted here around 3:20 as we move the map over a little so you see what I'm talking about here. I'll move this up a little bit here. You kind of get the idea of some of the community that could ultimately be in the path if this holds together. As we're now getting not good reporting out of Clark County here. Clark County, Mississippi, heavy damage to a structure now east of Quitman there on County Road 670. And another structure completely gone. Again, that's east of Quitman, Mississippi, on County Road 670 there, according to fire officials. So, again, I don't know if that's a home or if it's like a shed, but still, when you're talking about buildings being completely gone, we're talking about a pretty strong force of wind there. There's another report now, another structure, total damage or gone, Clark County, County Road 6151. So, not what you want to hear about there in Mississippi. So, again, that reporting just coming on in here. Again, this looks like the storm of the moment here, at least in toward Louisiana. That debris is up there, showing on the Doppler, and we're definitely getting that here right now. It's a pretty rural area, but there could still be people out here, obviously, and gotta take shelter. Just gotta take shelter. You can see some of these different communities. I know, trying to pronounce these the best I can, but it looks like Tallahassee there. They're in this polygon, so you got to take your tornado precautions there. Maybe some of those addresses for that community could be involved with this as well. But again, let's check debris higher up, and that shows up a little bit higher up, at least even a little bit higher up on the tilt. And I mean, we can only go so high because we're so close here on the radar with this. Okay, it went away at this mode, which is 3,500 feet, but definitely getting that debris here upwards of 2,700 feet. So. That's pretty high up. Not maybe a strong tornado, like an EF1 tornado. Still can be deadly if you're in a mobile home or in a vehicle or something like that, or in just the wrong situation somewhere. In any circumstance, if it's the wrong set of circumstances that are being really in play there, that are coming together. So again, I know we're just continuing to watch things here in Louisiana right now. We're just trying to give you the latest. I know a lot of flash flooding toward Adams County, Mississippi now. It looks like several bridges inundated there, including on Burke Road. So just continuing to watch here, though. The greens and reds come together here as we go between the debris modes. And they kind of switch around when I'm switching on here, but you see the debris still is apparent to some degree here as we go between some of our different scans, our different heights here with the storm axe. And as a new tornado warning just got issued for Wayne County, Mississippi, and then also that's for radar indications, and then also severe weather, including damage and winds and a few tornadoes expected tonight into Thursday morning across the Tallahassee National Weather Service jurisdiction area. So that's something that's very serious, obviously, and you've got to pay attention. And we'll be giving you the latest here as necessary from the Weather Center and all of that. But again, I'll see what else we have to talk about here at this moment. I'm just checking some different sources again behind the scenes. Is when we get on the air a while, we sometimes miss some stuff. But this is still being called a confirmed tornado here in St. Tammany Parish. I know toward Clark County, where we had a debris signature across, hundreds of pines are snapped near the base and headed to an area of structural damage now. I know of eyes on that location ASAP. So that's Brenna Dare there, again, giving the update. But we're just going to keep checking all this information coming in. That's out of Jackson National Weather Service chat session. But again, just trying to give you the latest information here on what's happening. That's some really tight rotation now. It's even getting a little bit worse. It's still in winds in excess of 120 miles an hour now. So this could be more like an EF2 tornado headed for Pearl River County in Mississippi over the next little bit out of St. Tammany Parish. So they need to take those tornado precautions there. Interior room away from windows here in this set of circumstances. So seek shelter inside a 30 building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. Now, I noticed that debris signature here, how that could look will be interesting with the velocity maybe becoming a little more diffuse, but there was such a strong signature a moment ago, it might get worse before it gets better. We'll see here if that's the latest one. It could be, actually. It could be, let's see if that co-located it is. So, still, I'm not showing anything worse or better there, so maybe this will start to wrap up here in terms of producing a tornado that's in progress, and where they can drop this down to a radar indicated tornado warning from a confirmed tornado warning. But we'll just have to continue to watch these scans, and that looks a little bit like something that you still need to watch here. So again, definitely watch it. I don't mean to downplay things by any stretch of the imagination. It's just when we watch little things on that micro scale level, it kind of means a little bit to me here how things go as a meteorologist. If we see ramps up and ramps down, and you see that looks like it's ramping down some with that debris signature kind of fading some as it kind of goes a little more toward the community of Tallahassee there in St. Tammany Parish there in Louisiana. So we'll keep you updated. I'll be back here in about 9 more minutes with more, unless we need to pop back in sooner. Catch my breath again. It's going to be a long period where we're tracking things here in the Weather Center. We have just all sorts of accidents to deal with, even the local concern. Even some storms out ahead. Way out ahead that have been getting going here toward the Gulf of Mexico that could be impacting areas close to Panama City, depending on how the parameters are there. I know that tornado warning is still continuing there. Actually, a new one now for St. Tammany Parish and then Hancock and Pearl River counties in Mississippi. So 345 tornado producing storm near the community of Bush there, or 10 miles west of Picayune, moving northeast there at about 45 miles an hour. So a lot to go over here in the Weather Center. We have 7 tornado warnings on the board right now. I just heard the Clark County one go away, so it probably gets us back down to 6 here for the moment. But we'll continue to watch and continue to track things here in the Weather Center on this Wednesday.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center. It's about 3:17 Central Time, 4:17 Eastern Time, as we're watching right now 5 tornado warnings on the board between Mississippi, Louisiana, and Alabama. We've been getting some confirmed acts in there as we get towards St. Tammany Parish, toward Hancock County, there in Pearl River County, as we're going from Louisiana into Mississippi. We had a debris signature just a few moments ago that we were tracking live on the air with you here, and I'll go ahead and get down there now on our other system. It doesn't look like at the moment we're getting near as tight of rotation as we were just a few moments ago, and that's some good news, but it just kind of goes to show how quick this action can kind of spin up and then spin back down and then spin back up again here and there. So we've seen that here last night, and they could definitely do that again. We just have to be mindful of that as we look ahead into the timeline. So again, you can kind of see the Roy Parade velocities compared to what we were seeing a moment ago. I mean, it's a tale of night and day, really. You see how tight things were just a few moments ago there, and then it's completely falling apart. So that's some good news as we get toward that area. I still got to watch for regeneration, but we're watching down toward New Orleans here. There's a tornado warning down here. As we get down toward the southeast Houma, Louisiana, some rotation in that vicinity. And then this one just north of La Rose kind of catching my attention. Maybe even some type of debris signature in that vicinity. Let me see here. It's hard to say, but it could be something that's trying to develop in terms of some debris, and that could be headed toward New Orleans here. New Orleans, the highly populated metro, over the next little bit. If it holds together, it may or may not. As we've been kind of discussing here, things are up and down on us, but that is headed right for New Orleans if it were to hold together. In this kind of environment, you got to really pay attention there in New Orleans and southeastern Louisiana. We're just having to really watch things. Possible tornado near Lockport, moving northeast there at about, it looks like, as I take the speed on that, about 40 miles an hour. So the radar indicated rotation right now, nothing confirmed at the moment, but that could change rapidly as we just are down to 4 tornado warnings. One for this area here, one as we get toward Choctaw and Sumter counties, a couple different ones in Alabama, and then one in Wayne County, Mississippi. So a little bit lower number for the moment, but last night we were at no tornado warnings for a little while, and then all of a sudden toward that area there around Farmertown or Farmerville, I believe it was, there in northern parts of Louisiana, we had a Roy-Shawn circulation take hold there. It's north of Monroe. I mean, I can check it out actually on this map. You just won't be able to tell what radar looks like up here. There's not nothing to really look at. But I mean, Farmerville is where we're talking last night, and all of a sudden it just really picked up here. Roy picked up that rotation, and Roy got his act together, and Roy caused some big time problems for that community with just mobile homes being destroyed there. But again, that can happen in this instance as well. As we're watching things here. You can see the rotation moving toward Lockport. That's not tornado warned yet, but that might need one soon. But this one looks like it may be starting to produce a debris signature. That looks like may get a radar confirmed pretty soon. It could just be inflow, I suppose, but that looks more like debris as I kind of examine this here. It looks a little more like a right spot for debris as I'm kind of going between all the different frames here. I mean, I suppose it could just be the inflow, but we'll just have to continue to watch this as it moves towards the north. And again, New Orleans, metro could be in the path here. As this gets us added together, I'll check our other system right now on rotation tracker. Let's go ahead and go over there and just see what's happening here with the accents. So let's kind of do that, and you'll be able to kind of see the accent here. Northwest of La Rose and southeast of Lockport is right now about 26 miles away from the New Orleans metro, give or take, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour, so just over a half hour away maybe from New Orleans. It could be off just a little, but New Orleans is a wide area here in terms of how it's set on up, obviously, so that could be an issue here as we get toward the New Orleans metro. They even has a hook on it. It's kind of by itself. I mean, it doesn't mean it will be producing a tornado once it gets to New Orleans, but even a weaker tornado, as we saw with some of the acts in North Texas there yesterday, we really saw nasty conditions come together. Even if it's just the strongest tornado in the world, it can still cause problems like what we saw in Tarrant County there yesterday in the DFW Metroplex. But I know getting reports of the tornado there in St. Tammany Parish from a little while ago, with trees across Highway 36. So just watching all this. But let's check this on the airport radar here to see if this looks a little bit different. Sometimes things can look a little bit different from the airport radar. And it's not quite as strong on there, so I'm just going to stick with the other one because it's not close enough to really get a perfect look at things. And with us maybe getting a debris signature in there, I would want to err on the side of caution. It could just be inflow. It could just be inflow here, but with this headed up toward New Orleans, you got to really be careful there. I mean, obviously, I mean, it's 322. I mean, as this moves on in, I mean, it could start to have the traffic picking up even some as we get closer to rush hour there. At least won't be at rush hour to 5 o'clock rush per se, but it definitely could be something just before that. We're already starting to see some increase in traffic to some degree in some areas. But again, that is something that we really got to watch here. You see 40 mile an hour wind and 32 mile an hour wind. That's really coming together here. That could be 80 miles an hour of rotation. And that, again, that looks a little more like debris to me as I'm checking my timestamps here to just make sure they line on up. Not 100% certainty though, because it's not just perfectly aligned. Weather Service will be telling us if they can call it a confirmed tornado or not, and they haven't done so at this point. So at this point, it's not considered a confirmed tornado because it's not clear. It's messy, but if it gets clear, obviously that would not be a good thing because I'm talking about if we just get a nasty debris signature like this could be capable of because of the warmer temperatures. We're just showing you how warm the temperatures are down here. I mean, we're talking about upper 70s, folks, in that area. And with the type of shear that we're seeing in play, that could be a bad combination here. I'm going to check the path. We're just going to kind of do something here live with you. Let me go ahead and see exactly what we're dealing with. So I'm going to kind of point some things out. So you see how I've had a rotation here. I'm stepping over in the shot just a little bit. You can see here. And if I just kind of follow along my hand, and it's just imperfect, obviously. I mean, that takes you very close to New Orleans over the next little bit if this holds together. So hopefully it falls apart. We saw how quickly the other one fell apart towards St. Tammany, Paris, as it was moving in toward the counties there in Mississippi. But again, this one, we may not be so lucky. Hopefully we are. But that has a hook on it, and that's just really concerns me. It really does. Really concerning here, folks, what we're dealing with, what we're seeing. I know we're getting different flash flood warnings to pop up in different areas. That's something to watch for New Orleans here as well. As we look ahead in toward the timeline, that potential is definitely a concern. But at this point, I mean, that tornado potential could be a little more concerning. Now, I do see something that it kind of was still in interference, but then it still kind of matches up good, which isn't good, I mean, here. But maybe it's just a sign of some interference. But as we go up and tilt a little bit here and then go back down, I know in Hattiesburg there's now multiple streets flooded with multiple cars stalled out. So you're hearing that in toward the Pine Belt. But again, as we look down here, we're just kind of watching things with the radar scans. I mean, this is not something that we can confirm here, but it concerns me moving towards such a highly populated area here, New Orleans, with the dynamics in play. We have a PDS tornado watch, so even if things can kind of be not as nasty at one point, the next point they can just ramp up on us right in the metro where we have all these people out that are really in some danger. So we just don't want that to happen. As you look toward the south, another area of rotation near Golden Meadow, they are not tornado warned at this point, but this one right here is tornado warned. We have winds here closer to 80 miles an hour showing up. I mean, 80 miles an hour in an open field is one thing, but an 80 mile an hour tornado, or give or take, in the city of New Orleans is another thing altogether. It could be more toward Gretna. You just never know as I'm kind of eyeballing this live on the air with you. Could be more toward areas like Gretna. So we'll be kind of watching the progress of this here over the next little bit. We're just going to have to kind of watch things. You see the winds going toward the radar, winds going away from the radar. We're going to watch continuing at 8 o'clock there. Central Time for New Orleans, for Plaquemines Parish, for Jefferson Parish, St. Bernard, St. Charles, St. John the Baptist, Terrebonne, St. Tammany. You kind of get the idea, even over in the southern Mississippi, near the coast, like Hancock County, Harrison County. Not going over everything, but we have Jackson, Pearl River counties over there as well. So again, I'm just watching things here very carefully in the Weather Center. We just got to pay attention here got to stay weather aware. I mean, the greatest threats through 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central for these areas, but we still have a chance of a strong tornado even toward Panama City as we look later on tonight, maybe toward the Puniac Springs or over toward areas there like Mexico Beach. That would not be good, obviously, with the micro recovery. We don't know. I mean, a lot of areas will be spared, obviously, in terms of a tornado touchdown, but most areas will, but there'll be a few areas that probably won't be spared. So that's why we got to be prepared and got to be ready to take action. That interior room is where you need to be ready to go during the overnight hours. And by the time we get toward sunrise, this threat could be moving in toward areas like Lake City, toward north central Florida by 7 a.m., give or take. Could be around Lake City and Columbia County. So we're just going to have to wait and see. But it'll be more a squall line then, but we could still be embedded rotations that could be tornado producing here as you're trying to wake up and start your day. But again, I know more stuff about water spouts and the like here as we saw out toward the Panhandle earlier on off the coast there, and then Forest County, again, the flooding going on toward Hattiesburg. And again, we're watching this because this could be a problem here if we're not careful. And again, we're still trying to discern if there's debris in there. That didn't look as collocated. I apologize if I lose my voice there just a little bit. You can see we have the reds here. That's 50 one way. That's 28 the other. That's 80 miles an hour worth of rotation, if I'm doing my math right. And again, you can kind of see here. That didn't look like it's lined up as good, though, on that scan, which is some good news. But 80 miles an hour of rotation, it can wrap up in a hurry if we need to get this to kind of come together here as it moves towards New Orleans. That could end up becoming the reality here if the parameters come into play just right. So hopefully it doesn't happen, obviously, but we'll be watching, we'll be tracking as this moves up there toward the metro area. So we're watching this. Let's go back up towards some of the other areas, Forest County, Mississippi. Let's go up here. You see our tornado warning right now. We have Brooklyn, Maxie, those communities, some pretty strong rotation east of Lumberton. This is moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. It looks like Rock Hill, Maxie, and Brooklyn, potentially in the path. A tornado warning just northwest of Waynesboro and Wayne County again. And then we have a tornado warning in Alabama over Sumter County. And we're watching that potential there as well. So you can see as we move the radar around a lot, you can see north of the community of Ward, it looks like there. You can kind of see what we're dealing with here also toward the south and west of Bellamy is what we're dealing with at the present time. So again, we're going to step out of the side just for a second here. I want to give you the better view of this for you guys at home, just to kind of give you guys an understanding of how things are going. You see toward the east, obviously we don't have the rotation, but we'll be watching this action track off toward the north and east here and try to cross some of these more populated areas here potentially, and maybe some of these major roadways even. So again, just continuing to watch, continuing to give you the latest. This is right there, closer, honestly. It looks like at this point toward US 80. So just be watching that here over the next little bit. Let's go up toward areas here toward the north. You see some rotation up here west of Tuscaloosa, but that's in quarter mass. It could still be something to watch, but a little bit less concern up that way. We'll be watching central Alabama, but even maybe more so southern Alabama here as we look ahead and toward the timeline. So I just kind of have to pay attention here with this setup. So let's see where else we want to go with this. We have 4 tornado warnings. Nothing's confirmed officially at the moment, so that's the good news. And nothing confirmed at the moment, but once something's confirmed, that means it's already been on the ground for just a moment or two, maybe a couple minutes, few minutes, and it's already been doing damage in that timeline, in that time frame. So that's why you can't be just waiting for a confirmed tornado. I mean, in some cases that is the case, but some of these only stay on the ground for a few minutes, and they can be devastating for communities. So gotta keep that in mind as we have these 4 red boxes on the screen. I know other service Mobile is talking about they're monitoring the circulation over Forest County closely there, and that's southwest of the community of Brooklyn, and I'll be moving into Perry County pretty soon there in that neck of the woods. So we'll continue to watch, continue to track. Be back about 9 minutes with more information. Of course, keep an eye on that action headed toward the New Orleans area, and that direction is where I'm trying to allude to with that. So we'll just continue here with the latest and be back here soon.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you here. It's about 3:41 here Central Time on this Wednesday, 4:41 Eastern. Currently, a few tornado warnings on the board, including a confirmed tornado warning here as we get toward Forest County, Mississippi. So let's go ahead and break this down. Near the community of Brooklyn, Mississippi. You can see a weaker rotation than what we were doing with a moment ago, but we can see the debris here if you kind of look back right there, just north of it looks like State Road 13, and then also as we kind of look at this toward the west there of US 49, we saw that green lowered area that was co-located with some of this rotation as we were kind of looking at some of our different tools. So looks like we had a tornado on the ground there, at least briefly. May have not been really strong, but still, I just got to be on guard for this type of stuff here as we're watching things in the Weather Center. And then we have the two other tornado warnings, one up toward Wayne County here that we're down with. I know we've been talking about that area for a while as we kind of make sure we're on the right radar and on the mobile radar for this. And you can see some other areas of rotation even outside the warning box that we're down with, one toward the south of the one that is close to that Clark and Wayne County line. So you can kind of see here the southwest of Waynesboro watching that, but then just south there of the Clark County line, we're seeing some pretty tight rotation. And I know it looks like there was a lot of damage reported in Clark County from the other tornado with a debris signature that was pretty significant looking. So not good to hear. It looked like maybe even a mobile home, I mean, it might have just been completely tossed away there based on some of the reporting. So you hate hearing stuff like that. And then just seeing here, Hattiesburg, some flooding going on there. All this rain, I mean, we're talking about all these tornado producing storms in the vicinity, but then all this rain comes on in and it adds up quickly. And look at all this rain in Hattiesburg here, 4 or 5 inches on radar showing up with some cars stalled out here, multiple cars stalled out is what I'm trying to say. And then, I mean, if I take the polygon, the box here, we're talking about a regular base flash flood warning. I'm a little surprised it's in a PDS flash flood warning based on some of the reports we're getting, because when you get 4 or 5 inches here in a shorter period of time, at least, I mean, that can definitely cause issues like it's doing. I mean, almost getting up to that level where it would be life-threatening. I mean, there are flood rescues being done here with 3 cars stalled there and 4 feet of standing water. So I'm a little surprised. I think that probably should be a little bit higher level flash flood warning, but just got to take all warnings seriously, obviously. As we look here, I know they're talking about how we had maybe a water spout there toward Panama City Beach with some of the action here as we were looking just a little while ago, as we're getting those discrete storms down there. I mean, the parameters aren't as intense at this point over toward the east, but enough to get these storms to be isolated in of themselves. Pretty interesting. So let's go ahead and show you what we're down with. You see these storms individualized here, and that's something to kind of keep our eyes on as we progress. As we progress later in the timeline, as this axis moves on shore here in the western and central Florida Panhandle, I mean, this storm here is not going to be far from our viewing area if it were to be producing something. I might have to do special coverage here for our local area if we were to get a tornado warning out of this, but rotation tracker wasn't showing it as strong as some of the others, but we're kind of far from the radar here as we're now getting word, and we're just getting a new tornado warning coming out now for parts of New Orleans. So you'll see that box pop up live. It's a radar indicated tornado warning, but including the New Orleans metro area. And we're going to be seeing that here in just a second. I know we have the one in Forest County. The other one just went away. But you see the hook. We're having to watch things as it gets up into toward New Orleans. You can see what's happening. I mean, that pretty much includes New Orleans metro in and of itself here. I mean, many spots there. And that looks like some strengthening rotation now. So got to take shelter, folks. Downtown New Orleans under a tornado warning until about, it looks like, a 4:30 Central Time. So for the next 45 minutes or so, possible tornado located near Avondale here in Louisiana, moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So got to be taking those tornado precautions around New Orleans. And I'm looking over to the chat here, trying to figure out exactly what's going on because we're getting a lot of information coming our way here from time to time. It's very helpful information here. So that's why I kind of look on over if you're wondering what I'm doing. But let me go ahead and go to the other radar now, since this is a tornado warning for the New Orleans metro. This is something that's getting a little more serious. We kind of hinted at this earlier. It could. And nothing confirmed as of a moment ago. Let's check debris. I mean, it's still a little interesting, but nothing that can really be confirmed 100%. Maybe just be just under what you would call enough to be considered a debris signature there. Maybe some more inflow instead. But Weather Service in New Orleans saying a tornado warning storm over Jefferson Parish is starting to tighten, and it may try to produce a tornado soon. And if that tightening mezzo can work its way down, that'll be something to watch. But I know watching the word Gretna here and Woodmere, we're watching some of those areas here. I believe you're talking here more about just this one when they kind of switch topics on us here. A little bit confusing, but they're just kind of updating some warnings now here. And again, looks like Gretna, just got to take shelter though. Woodmere and Marrero, if I'm pronouncing that properly. Got to take those precautions. I mean, here in this area. So you can see, I mean, there may be something there that's a slower CC value, so we could be having, or on the verge of having, a tornado come down in the metro, and that is not good because that says higher end potential. You can see here 55 miles an hour one way and now 66 the other way. So as you do the math on that, I mean, we're getting up there pretty high. So, I mean, talking about winds there close to 120 miles an hour and headed in the direction of Marrero and West Wego maybe here over the next little bit, if I'm pronouncing those right. And that may be something. I mean, it's not definitive one way or the other 100%, but just not what you want to see, obviously. Getting that hook look to it. And that's moving right into towards some of these higher populated areas, folks. And if you know anybody in New Orleans, they need to know that there's a tornado warning in the area, and they need to take shelter. I know it's not a confirmed tornado yet. I know we don't have maybe there's something that's just an incredible, overwhelming signature. It's still pretty high up there, but the problem is this could ramp up so quickly in such a densely populated area with that particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch in play. We could be talking about something really serious, really fast, where it's literally too late to really take those tornado precautions. So everybody in this red box, so zoom out. You got to take shelter, and you need to go ahead and do it now because you just don't want to wait around, because this could be something where you have that freight train noise approaching here. A tornado might be coming right at you here, and you won't have much time to take precautions here in this type of situation. So let me go ahead and see what we have. I know we're getting more beeps here in the Weather Center as we're checking some different things. It looks like the warning in force went away, so, and I see our computer's freezing up on us. I apologize there. It's just the nature of things sometimes, but that's what happens when we're having to do this coverage. But for a while is what I'm talking about there. We have our tornado safety tips. I'm trying to go over to them, but we have a lot of stuff here in our system, so I'm having to work through it quite a bit. So again, I apologize for kind of freezing up there on the screen. They're going to upgrade the flash flood warning there, and they have upgraded that to a little more serious nature. And Hattiesburg for Forest and Lamar, there are reports that are coming on in there. Water rescued from a stolen car reported on Hardy Street. But now let's go to the tornado precautions. Is this here? And I'll double check. It is the only tornado warning scenario in town at the moment. So let's go ahead and see what we're talking about. Again, I apologize for it freezing up. It's just the nature of things sometimes when we get, and this has been working pretty good on us, but now once we're really getting longer and longer, the duration of things, our system kind of slows on down on us sometimes. But again, when we have a tornado warning in play like what we do right now for New Orleans, you need to seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. So again, we have a tornado that's been detected on radar right now, not actually spotted visually as of yet, but it could get spotted there visually here pretty soon. So again, we're watching that situation very carefully here. Again, a tornado warning in play for New Orleans, the New Orleans metropolitan area. So let's go ahead and get back on over now to our other system. You can kind of see what we're dealing with here. Let's get back on in. This is a nasty, nasty looking storm, folks. I am concerned because we could all of a sudden, I know we had this in March, could all of a sudden go to like a more serious situation, a more serious scenario for New Orleans. You gotta be in shelter around New Orleans, folks, because this has higher end potential, like EF2, EF3 type potential. If it gets down, it could go straight to a PDS type warning here, folks. A particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. If this drops a tornado, because this is capable, folks. as we have winds 70 miles an hour away from the radar, 50 the other way. That's 120 miles an hour worth of wind that could try to work its way down to the surface here. If this drops a tornado, maybe we get lucky, but you can't count on that right now around New Orleans or Gretna or West Wego or Marrero or Harvey. You gotta take those tornado precautions. You gotta do it now here, folks. You gotta take those tornado precautions right now here. It's the only tornado warning in the country right now with any of this accident or anywhere, and that's looking really bad, folks. I mean, again, that looks like almost we might be getting debris contaminating that. I have a feeling we might have something down. It looks a little more definitive. I know it's not in the perfect spot with a storm, but I mean, look at these winds. This is some really, really strong wind. If it's the actual values that we're getting down toward the surface here, it'd be a very serious tornado moving toward Marrero. You gotta take shelter, folks. If you're in Marrero, Louisiana, near West Wego, near Harvey, you gotta take those tornado precautions, folks. This has higher end tornado potential written all over it. You gotta get in shelter here in New Orleans. You gotta take shelter in New Orleans. Let's look at the terrain real quick. This is going through potentially one of the more densely populated areas that you'll ever see. I mean, if this were to drop a tornado, this could really, really, really be serious, folks. If you know anybody around New Orleans, the metro, they gotta be in shelter. They gotta be in shelter right now. We can't wait for this to drop a tornado where it's 100% confirmed. We need folks in shelter around New Orleans. Maybe we're all taking shelter and we don't have something happen and you just lose a few minutes out of your day. But you really, really want to make sure you're protecting yourself right now because this has higher end tornado potential written all over it. Moving right toward Marrero. You gotta take shelter, folks. I'm surprised we're not getting a debris drop out here. Maybe we're getting lucky in some ways, but I wouldn't take that chance. They're still calling this radar indicator because I haven't had just an overwhelming debris signature. Maybe we'll get lucky, but I mean this is showing wind here 60 one way, 80 the other way. Now that's 140 miles per hour worth of rotation around Marrero or West Wego there, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. I know different areas, different accent here, different structural damage reports coming on in, but we're watching this right now. I'm going to step out to check some things real quick here in the Weather Center, but I'll leave you with a shot here. I get a tornado warning for the New Orleans Metro. We are very concerned about this threat here, folks. Very concerned about this threat as this moves towards New Orleans, densely populated area, folks. Again, we have this tornado warning in play. You see the greens, you see the blues, really indicative of even stronger type winds. And then you have the oranges there, indicative of the really strong winds going away from the radar. So, again, nothing's been confirmed officially, but this has the potential to be something that's really serious if it touches the ground based on what we're seeing here. I know we're getting all the reports up toward Mississippi around Quitman. There's significant deforestation there with numerous homes with minor damage, but one partial roof removal. I know some areas, though, the mobile homes being destroyed, of course, a big headliner there in that direction. But as we get here, again, we're not seeing debris 100%, which is almost miraculous. But how long does this stay miraculous is the question. Let's go to terminal radar and check here. That's showing the same rotation. I thought the chances we're getting debris, we were not getting debris here right away. Maybe we're getting the contamination in there. But this is showing the same thing, folks. I mean, right there, look how densely populated this is. This terrain, if there's something that drops here, I mean, that's a superdome there. You see that, and if this were to drop, this has higher end potential written all over it. I don't normally get this concerned about a radar indicated tornado warning, but there's too many bad things going for this right now, folks. Too many bad things here. I know our system, as it gets more and more of the information on in, it kind of wants to slow on down on us. But again, you see Marrero, folks. You see Harvey. You see these different communities, 80 mile an hour winds one way, and then maybe 60 mile an hour wind the other way. So if this were to get down to the surface, we could be talking about a tornado that could be producing winds upwards of 140 miles an hour, and that's an EF3 type tornado. So that's why this is so serious. I am almost shocked that we haven't got this so debris on us because of how tight the winds are on both the terminal and the radar there, and at the New Orleans official site there that's used across the region, the KLIX site. But I mean, there's that hook on here, and again, we have these winds so strong. I mean, that's still a wind of 96 now as this gets over through Gretna and Harvey, these areas now. Still, it's not 100% whether we have debris or not, which is almost miraculous, but it may not stay miraculous as it goes through New Orleans. It might touch down right there. I mean, it might touch down right over the city. I hate to say that, but this is such a densely populated area, and we have such a nasty velocity signature and such a ripe environment. It really concerns me here, folks. It really concerns me. I'm going to check some things right now behind the scenes as I talk to you guys, see if we have some new information coming on out. We really got to be careful here in this area, though, because this could drop a tornado any time as it gets into New Orleans proper. I mean, you can see here, there's Superdome. Let me point it out for you. So this is where the Superdome is. You can see it from our topography here. And then just toward the south is where we have this rotation. It probably passes southeast of that area precisely. But you're under the tornado warning. You still got to take shelter because pixels could be displaced just a little bit. But again, and that might be something. I don't know. It's in a strange spot, though. I mean, I know both of these areas are in a strange spot. It could be something down here, folks. That was an odd signature just now to get the velocities not right co-located. And then we have the two areas here that look like debris. I just wonder if we're getting debris to be lofted. It's not. I mean, that's one of the stronger circulations I've seen, and not to have a debris signature with it. I mean, we hope it doesn't. But I mean, and now we're getting information in. I would kind of tend to think this is the case. We're now getting information in. It looks like a tornado being spotted around Lapacu Avenue in Jefferson Parish, and then reports now of heavy debris with a missing roof, MacArthur and 8th Street in Marrero. So I think our debris signature product, yeah, okay, it wasn't really picking it up right. I think we had this problem in March, and there's now a tornado on the ground here. This is what I was afraid of. 2 homes missing roofs already, and this is headed right there into Ward, New Orleans, folks, with a tornado on the ground in the immediate New Orleans metropolitan area. Maybe a strong tornado in progress right now, folks. You have to take this seriously. This is probably going to get upgraded here to like a PDS type warning based on everything we're seeing, which would mean a particularly dangerous situations on our hands. I mean, I can tell you it already is pretty much at this point, but you can see here, we're right there. It looks like we're right there. I mean, this maybe, I'm not 100% sure with the geography here, but it's over a water body. Just trying to figure out exactly 100% where we are here in terms of that. Definitely interesting. That could help to intensify this. And then we just want to be really kind of careful as this goes over homes. I mean, look how highly populated this is, whether it's homes or businesses. There's a lot of people that are probably in here right now, right around Gretna, folks. The time to take shelter and put that football helmet on or bicycle helmet on is right now. You got to take shelter here in this area. Don't delay. Don't just wait here to see the tornado. Don't wait for that freight train noise. You got to take shelter right now. We have a tornado in progress based on some reporting that's coming on in, a tornado debris signature over Harvey, Louisiana, and that tornado is in progress here in this area. You've got to take this very, very seriously. Again, a tornado warning is in play here for New Orleans. Traffic cameras now showing a rain-wrapped tornado crossing Highway 90 about 4 minutes ago near Highway 45 with numerous power flashes and debris. So, I mean, that tells a story, folks. This is a confirmed tornado in progress here. They're calling it confirmed near Gretna, near Harvey, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So, again, this is a bad situation here. Right at 4 o'clock Central on the dot here in the New Orleans metro area, we have a tornado tearing through potentially parts of the New Orleans metro area. So you gotta take those tornado precautions here. A tornado's on the ground near Gretna, near Harvey, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Please, please take shelter here. This is a very dangerous situation that we're dealing with in the New Orleans metropolitan area right now. We have a tornado, maybe a strong tornado, doing some pretty significant damage. Gretna Fire Department reporting a tornado on the ground at 4th Street, and Hancock is headed toward, it looks like Algiers, if I'm pronouncing that properly. You gotta take shelter here, folks. This could be a very significant tornado, as we're seeing based on our debris product. I know it's not matching up perfectly, but it is a debris signature. That is tornado debris that's being picked up. This reminds me of the March tornado situation you guys were dealing with down there. We had a fatality down there, and we really don't want to see fatalities or injuries today, but you want to try to take shelter now to try to mitigate that, try to prevent that from happening here in this area. Again, we have a tornado on the ground in the New Orleans metropolitan area here in the month of December, maybe a stronger tornado. I know we have traffic cameras. I just haven't been going to them because it'd be kind of hard to get the right addresses. I'm not really familiar with the road names and the road numbers. It'd probably be kind of tricky here. I'm sure there's social media images, people catching the tornado as indicated by our chat session, but telling us where the tornado was a few minutes ago there, rain wrap, and that makes it even more dangerous. You can't see it coming, folks, and you got to take shelter because of that fact. This was, it looks like about 6 minutes ago now near Highway 45. That was crossing Highway 90 with numerous power flashes and debris. So it sounds like, based on the radar scans, based on the debris, based on the visual reports, based on the damage reports, we're talking about an EF2 plus type tornado tearing right through New Orleans and the metropolitan area right now on this Wednesday. You see it moving toward Araby now. I know they got hit back in March, and it's right on their doorstep now in Araby. You got to take shelter now if you're in Araby, Louisiana. This is very serious, folks. If you're in Araby, you got to take shelter. We have a tornado warning in play right now. Araby, Louisiana. We have this tornado headed your way in this metropolitan area. And it's not a good scenario that we're dealing with. This is right there. We don't have many streets on here because of the way we have it set. But this is just crossed over maybe State Road 428. And it'll be crossing over toward, it looks like State Road 46 over the next few minutes. Just go ahead and zoom on out, though. You see, there's our tornado, greens and reds. You can kind of see right into toward Araby. I mean, it scans from a minute or two ago. Let's go to the terminal radar. I know it won't show the debris necessarily, but I know it's going to switch us out too. But let's go back on over here, folks. This is showing things. This is from 501 Eastern, which is 401 Central. And it's not, again, not going to see the debris, but you can see here, this is just crossed. It looks like they were 428 over the last few moments. That circulation here, folks, headed off toward the northeast at 35 miles an hour. I'm just checking more things here in the Weather Center, folks. Trying to keep you guys safe, trying to keep you guys informed. We're live right now on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch. Trying to keep everybody safe here. We're just trying to do the best we can to protect you, your friends, and your family. We're just trying to make sure everything that we're getting on in here is something of importance here, and if it is, we convey it to you. If not, we don't convey it to you right away. But again, you can see here, Araby headed right your way pretty much. This area here in the New Orleans metropolitan area, you gotta take shelter. Let's get back to the other radar so we can track the debris. I know you see up towards Slidell, we're not getting anything right now, but this is a confirmed tornado now near Araby or near Salmet. Moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. I know back in March, I know WDSU Chief Meteorologist Margaret Orr had a tornado on camera. Very well could have had it on camera on one of the stations down there again today. When I'm in front of the camera like this, I can't check all that. I only get what we get in the chat, what we get on radar here pretty much. But again, we have a tornado in progress here. Maybe a strong tornado in the New Orleans metro. We have these blues showing up indicating debris being lofted. Right now, our gate to gate is a little bit lower, but can't take any chances here. That's 45 one way. That's 45 the other. That could be a 90 mile an hour wind type tornado in the Arabi area, and that could still be deadly, especially mobile homes, people on the road. I mean, here, this is a Wednesday, a couple weeks before Christmas. People on the roads, obviously at 4 o'clock Central Time. It's hitting something where maybe it's in the middle of the night and people aren't out and about. I mean, we have a lot of people out and about. Granted, at least people were up to get the warning potentially. But I know so far we're not getting any damage reports out of St. Tammany Parish. But here in this situation, we're probably going to be getting some damage reports on in here even further than what we already got here over the last few moments. So again, pretty soon we'll be watching this get further up toward the northeast here, and the population density will drop off some, but I mean, you still see it kind of picks back up a little bit here as we look at things here on the topography. So again, just continue to watch, continue to track here. This is a dangerous situation right over Arabi. See the winds, green meaning winds going away or going toward the radar there in New Orleans. Winds in the red going away from the radar, and then we're getting now reporting in from emergency management of heavy damage there. Lydia, Cord, and Marrero. We're getting heavy damage reported there toward Marrero. You see back here, I'll back the radar up. I mean, you saw how tight that was over Marrero. I just knew, based on this type of signature, it had to almost be producing a tornado, and it looks like it was producing a tornado right over Marrero there in the New Orleans urban areas here. So I know we're getting more information in. It's getting kind of specific. So that's just more something where it's not really public right now. So I'll hold off on getting into really specific information here in terms of the exact road, a block, or whatever. But again, let's go ahead and look at the velocity now. It looks like it's starting to weaken pretty rapidly, which would be some good news. But you still don't want to lay your guard down here in this area. You don't want to lay your guard down here as we're tracking this axis northwest of Salmet around Arabi here. I mean, it could be either one of those addresses, and the debris that could be still being lofted now, or it could be the debris from a few moments ago. I know back in March that debris picture was kind of muddy, and it's the same situation now, kind of muddy again here toward Arabi. So we're watching this very carefully here. In this area between and around Arabi and Salmet. I know Salmet's not actually under the tornado warning. This is kind of on the edge of that box, to be honest. I mean, interesting. I guess it's just staying just, I mean, you see the debris there. It's kind of right on the edge of that box, but maybe we'll still take shelter on Salmet, even though you might not be in the worst of this. I guess there could be a chance in theory, if debris is picked up, some of it could be falling from the sky here. Believe it or not, I know that sounds crazy, but it could theoretically, if this was as strong of a tornado as I think it may have been, it could be falling from the sky here into towards some of these areas. That's what we saw in that tornado back a few years back toward areas there in southwestern Georgia, or check that, I'm sorry, not southwestern Georgia, eastern Alabama. Think about all the tornado warnings that in southwest Georgia that day. This was back in 2019 there. Toward eastern Alabama, that leads tornado. We had debris being fallen, debris that was falling, I should say, well into Georgia there as it got past Columbus. So again, just this nasty situation. This looks a lot weaker right now, which is some good news. We still have the debris showing up as they go over here, I'm sure. It looks like it's more of that broad debris now, but this is a pretty nasty debris pattern here. Nonetheless, I mean, just kind of interesting to see as we're looking toward Arabi, toward Salmet. You can just see how we had that lofted debris, the storyline here over the last few moments on this Wednesday. So, a nasty situation around New Orleans. This is the only tornado warning right now, thankfully. So everybody been able to spend the time on it that it deserves, because this has been a really serious situation. It seems like it's not quite as serious looking. Let's check the terminal radar though. And by the way, look at that. That might be a new tornado warning that'll be coming soon for more unpopulated areas here toward the south. But let's go ahead and go back on over to the terminal. Let's go ahead and go on over here. Yeah, it's not showing up near as tight as it was. I'm going to check. So I want to run this back. I'm loading our terminal images in now of how things looked on the velocity over here since we're flipping back and forth. I want to make sure we kind of get the whole picture here. I mean, it was as bad on this as it was on the other, though. I mean, you can kind of see how tight it was around Gretna there and Marrero as well. I mean, these winds close to the ground here. I mean, we're talking about 90-mile-an-hour wind, 50-mile-an-hour wind. We could be talking about a tornado that's producing winds in theory. Now, the survey crews have to get out there. This is just me on the radar estimating things based on debris heights and based on the velocity pixels. We could be talking about like an EF2, EF3 type tornado, though. But again, that's not official by any stretch of the imagination. The only thing that's official is what the survey crews find out there when they look at the damage that's occurred. And see exactly what type of buildings were damaged or destroyed, and then they evaluate it from that. So this was the view here about 3:52, 3:53 Central Time. Now, a much different situation. The signature here has really fallen apart, so that's some good news. As we go back to the other radar, you see thunderstorm warnings in southeast Mississippi with the line, but up toward areas here in toward the New Orleans metro. So I have some rotation that actually looks like it's showing up still just a little bit on the edge of the box. This is still all that lofted debris from the damage and destruction we saw to the south and west. So a nasty situation on our hands. And we're just going to keep watching and we're going to gather more information. At this point, I think it could touch back down. We still have the tornado warning in play, but right now it looks a lot less clear compared to what we were seeing just a little while ago. They're still calling it a confirmed tornado there on the side of Costin near New Orleans there, and East New Orleans is what I'm trying to say. Moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, so we're just going to keep watching the progress of this, of course. But that looks more like lofted debris, but you still got to take this tornado precautions because of the history of the tornadic acts, and the box is going to trim back some as they're getting more information on multiple structures that are damaged up in Clark County, Mississippi. But this is the one where we have the active tornado warning in play right now. You can kind of see what we're dealing with here. Again, such a bad situation in St. Tammany Parish earlier on. 4 power poles snapped off at the same height and the trees down. It looks like where the debris passed over, but they just wanted to make sure the information got on out there near the community of Dogwood there. And then it looks like just other things coming in down power poles there. Looks like in some of these areas around the New Orleans metro as well. So not what you want to hear. You see the box trimming back some. Things don't look near as well defined, and that looks more like lofted debris from a little while ago versus debris currently being lofted. But we'll keep watching. If we need to break back in before our 9-minute break, if we're really seeing something, we will. But otherwise, I'm going to take a 9-minute break. I got to gather some information, catch my breath here in the Weather Center as we continue to watch things with this tornado outbreak that's been spanning about 2 days now here, and it still has almost another day to go as it goes off toward the eastern with this severe weather threat that ramps up, ramps down, and we're on top of it here for you in the Weather Center. So keep it tuned to Cloud's Weather, and we're going to keep you up to date.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back here in the Weather Center, it's about 4:22 Central Time, 5:22 Eastern. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud. Currently, you're seeing the PDS tornado watch continuing in that broad purple, and then that one tornado warning in the New Orleans area. Right now, not near as substantial as I was looking earlier, but we were on live for that for an extended period of time because what we were seeing, I mean, even before it was really starting to touch down, as we were seeing it approach there to New Orleans Metro, we were very concerned, and it ramped up there at about the worst possible time. Similar areas in some spots to what a tornado hit in March, it seems like, where we had a very significant tornado hit Arabi, and this time Arabi, the lower Ninth Ward, Overall Ward, and some of these other communities in here as well. I mean, you see Gretna there, and I zoom on in Marrero there as well. You see some of these reports coming on in, damage reported to structures, power lines down. I mean, I would be surprised, honestly, if we didn't have a situation here, folks, where we had injuries. I hope not. We have to just hope and pray we're kind of in that stage of things here, as it's more of a flooding scenario too, though, in this region. The tornado warning just went away. There's no active tornado warnings in the country for the moment. But we just had a significant tornado hit a highly populated area here in southeastern Louisiana. At the baddest up, you can see, you'll be able to see it. I mean, how tight this was here, folks. I mean, we're seeing winds well over 100 miles an hour. We just got a new tornado warning now for parts of Mississippi. We'll go to that, Greene and Perry counties, in just a moment. It's later indicated, but you see how tight this was. And I moved right on in here, folks. And the bright colors there really telling a story. The bright yellows, the bright blues there. You can kind of see how it's moving through Arabian, and it kind of faded away after that. But nonetheless, I mean, it's just a terrible situation toward this area and toward Louisiana. I know being fueled by all this warm air, the Pensacola area, they just set a record high for this state here and for this day. I mean, looking there December 14th, it was a very warm day in Pensacola's history for sure there toward Escambia County. But as we look over now toward the other storm that I just mentioned, we have the tornado warning now in southeastern Mississippi. This is north of the community of McLean there. You can see moving toward Greene County over the next few minutes. This is pretty rural in nature, but you can see the community of Beaumont there in Mississippi. I'm moving north or near Neely, Mississippi there as well. We'll be watching that progress to see how it translates over in Alabama. That's not over, even though kind of a little bit of a low after we just saw toward New Orleans. I mean, we still have a long period to go with a threat for significant tornadoes here. As I'll go ahead and see that map now. Let's go to the other screen. I know we're getting new information in the chat session there. Wanting more reports here, but they're already getting quite a few reports here as well. Gonna have a lot of reports of damage, no doubt, from what we just saw toward the New Orleans metro. But you see here that Hatch area, which one here shows up as that Goldus area. That's where we have the threat for strong tornadoes persisting here, folks. You gotta watch, gotta pay attention. This area here, we're talking strong tornadoes, a possibility here. So just stay tuned, stay safe out there. On this Wednesday, the threat extends even all the way into our covered area, in toward the Florida Big Bend, parts of Franklin and Liberty counties. Under this, and we even have a marine warning here just outside the area with some of this accident way out ahead of the main line that we'll be seeing later on. But as we get into the overnight and early on that Thursday, as we're watching toward north central Florida. But again, I just kind of got to be watching things here. We just had that damaging tornado move to New Orleans. Look at the shear rate. My goodness. I know the one to the south wasn't producing, it doesn't seem. We didn't have a warning on it there, but this one here, and you can just see it. I mean, this blue here is indicative of this extreme rotation. It's higher than our colored table estimate, in fact. Once it gets over 20 here on that rotational level, I mean, it's just too high for us to even estimate. You can see how it went right through there. The rotation, the highest level at Marrero and the lower Ninth Ward, and then up there close to Harvey and Gretna and toward Arabi. I know it was caught on camera, WDSU. I can't say that to you on the air, but I retweeted it there at Cloud Casey on Twitter, the video that they were still on from their tower cam there. And some of that accent that they were showing there just a little while ago. I know it's a little bit different view of it maybe than what was on air, but still, nonetheless, kind of showing that view. The second time this year they've caught a tornado on camera there at WDSU from a tornado-producing storm. As I know, just a crazy set of circumstances there into towards southeastern Louisiana, and now a flash flood warning again, and we were alluding to that. Some nasty flooding concerns, the possibility here with this rain now sitting over them, and that's going to impede the cleanup process. Look over the last hour, you see about 1.5 inches of rain there toward that region there in toward the New Orleans area. So I know getting reports from earlier there, Clark County, 2 mobile homes damaged, numerous homes of minor damage, and a certain portion of that region with a house with a partial roof removal. Different reports, different parts of that area there toward Clark County, Mississippi, that was hit pretty hard based on the reporting. But again, we're getting reporting also the circulation strengthening near that green Perry County line. Gotta watch this storm, by the way, here. You can see that it's all by itself. Now, it's in a more unpopulated area, but we'll still watch as we get up toward the north. You can see Clark County. We were watching that area in this vicinity, but this right here is green in Perry counties here. We're talking about a possible tornado not too far away from the community of Beaumont. You can see that. That's really tight on that mode now, really tight. And yeah, so end up really tight on other mode as well. So we really got to be careful out here. You see north of McLean there, northwest of Nelly. You can see we're not getting debris yet, but that could always change like it did toward New Orleans here over the last little bit. So you just got to be paying attention here as this moves into Greene County and eventually into toward Alabama. So we're talking eventually maybe into toward Washington County, Alabama. We'll have to watch to see how this progresses because the parameters are definitely there for this to produce over in that vicinity as well. Or maybe even a stronger tornado. That's not out of the question. So got to be paying attention here in the Weather Center. We're watching the situation very, very carefully. That's the only tornado warning right now to the north that we're watching, but we're going to go ahead and go to the broad view. Actually, and I'll tell you what, we're going to go to a view closer toward Florida because I am getting some word here into the chat. Let's go ahead and go over toward the chat right now and look at what they're telling me. They're saying a southwest of Inlet Beach continues to march northeast towards shore, and the cloud tops, I know, talking about the colder cloud tops, and that is indicating there maybe some strengthening. Recently produced lightning there a little more rapidly, and rotation remains well defined. So all signs of strengthening on track to reach shore in about 20 to 30 minutes. So I know this one right here is the one that's standing out to me. So got to be paying attention here as we look ahead in the timeline as this moves on into the picture. So definitely got to keep watching these discrete storms because that's something that is potential as well out ahead of the main event. So we're going to keep watching things here in the Weather Center. Back another 9 minutes, catch my breath here. There's a lot going on, and we still have to watch our local center. We're going to have to be here through the night and in the morning as well. So gather more information. Be back here soon. Unless something really pops up on us, then we'll jump back in sooner. But otherwise, let's go to that outbreak overview shot here of the situation as we continue to watch that potential for some isolated strong tornadoes. And we'll be back here in about 9 minutes. That PDX tornado watch remaining in effect till 8 o'clock Central Time, which is 9 o'clock Eastern out here toward parts of Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, meaning the potential for some strong and long-lived tornadoes to be on the ground.
This is a Clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center right now. It's sitting 4:40 Central, 5:40 Eastern here on the clock, and we have a tornado warning continuing right now toward Greene County in Mississippi. Also, we have a severe thunderstorm warning all the way over now as we're just west of our viewing area, really, by a few counties, but this is a severe thunderstorm warning here toward Bay, Walton, and Washington counties because we have a storm that's approaching from the south here. That's even showing a little bit of weak rotation, even a tornado possible tag on it as this gets over there toward, you see Seagrove Beach there, maybe toward Panama City Beach as well over the next little bit. So you definitely have to track all this action here for you as it kind of moves on shore here. Let me go ahead and zoom on out a little. I know the big news that we've been hearing about the last few moments on here is that tornado that hit the New Orleans area, and looks like still some rain there in the West Bank area, and that's going to last for at least another 30 minutes, interfering with our rescue efforts there and recovery efforts as we're looking toward that area. Hopefully it's more about rescue than recovery, but really substantial damage there as we get toward the New Orleans area here over the last little bit. Just a significant tornado moved on through there based on some of the images I'm seeing here when I'm in between updates here, and the radar images we saw together were so substantial here, and such a serious situation that we were kind of tracking here live on the air. I know they're talking here in the chat that possible tornado there toward Homa and then Terrebonne Parish around 4 o'clock, 3 homes of roof damage. I mean, in that one little area that we're talking about, and them down power lines, and Energy there, Intergy, the company Intergy. I'm trying to pronounce that right here. I've been on for a while now, but still on approximately 2,600 customers of that electricity in that area. So, I mean, more than that though in the region. Let's go ahead and pull up our power outage.us mapping here. We'll go to our other source real quick to kind of get an idea of what we're talking about. With all the power outages that are on the board here. You can see 43,513 customers in the dark, and many of those outages are down there in southeastern Louisiana. And then as we get closer down toward New Orleans even, we'll go ahead and look on in here. St. Bernard Parish, over 3,000 customers, but then toward New Orleans there, 9,000, and toward the parish there, and then just over toward the West Jefferson Parish, 20,000 customers in the dark. That's a significant amount from a tornado situation. You see less than some of these other ones, but Terrebonne Parish, almost 3,000. And some of these areas hit so hard by the hurricanes. Looking back last year, Ida, and then before that, we had western parts of Louisiana get so hit hard by Laura there. But again, just giving you an idea of the power outage.us map right here. See some outages in northern Louisiana still from some of the action yesterday. Union Parish hit really hard there toward Farmerville. You see some customers still without electricity up in that area. But let me go ahead and come back on camera at this point as we continue along here with the coverage. We're getting some new bad reporting coming in now. Emergency management saying gas leaks and ongoing rescues taking place at this time there toward some of those New Orleans communities. So you hate hearing stuff like that, but just have to kind of keep you informed here as the situation progresses. Let's get back down toward the east here now. We're going to go ahead and zoom on. We actually have quite a few interesting looking cells here as we get off toward some of these areas. You see, some of these could even threaten some of our western coverage area if we're not careful here. Some of this action off Indian Pass, I mean, it could clip Franklin County here. It's not looking all that robust at this point, which is good, but we have to just pay attention to it. This is looking more robust, and that's what we got. The severe thunderstorm warning here for parts of Bay, Walton, and Washington counties now until about, it looks like, 5:15 Central Time. So you see Laguna Beach in here, and then Seagrove Beach in between that, probably about where we get the worst of this action. If folks are going to the beach here for that Christmas break, I mean, it almost seems like we'll be talking a spring break here based on the weather we've been seeing lately, but it's Christmas on the horizon, and unfortunately so many people without homes as we look out toward the west with the tornadic action, and later on might have some of that even further over to the east. Now this storm here is not extremely robust. It's something that's more on the marginal side, but still we're watching it between Seagrove Beach and Laguna Beach as it comes ashore here. It could produce a brief water spout that could translate over maybe even a quick tornado, and if not that, maybe some stronger winds in here and toward these communities. So we're going to be watching here. I mean, technically Panama City Beach, West Bay, Inlet Beach, Seminole Hills, Port Washington, Seaside, Pine Log, Sunnyside, Bunker, Laguna Beach, Hollywood Beach, and Seagrove Beach are under this warning, as well as Laird there. So we'll just continue to watch things here in the Weather Center, obviously, as we get the latest on in. We have these other storms that are all by themselves. Thankfully, they're not so that robust of a circulation. We don't have the overwhelming parameters in play. I know that we had a nasty squall line one day. I know when I was back at FSU, I mean, this is probably going to be about, 8 years ago, give or take. We had in October, we had it was tornado warning there, and later on the day after, but the night before, we had a bunch of discrete storms develop in there, and just moving on in and then around Thanksgiving week, we had another situation like that before a main line kind of came on through. So just kind of interesting in and of itself here to see this type of pattern. We have all these popcorn rotating type storms to develop. Got to watch them. Got to keep our eyes on them here as we go back on over toward the west. And then we have this thunderstorm warning here, and it may have a tornado possible tag. Let me check it. It does. You see areas in George County, Mississippi, up toward Leakesville under this threat of some 60-mile-an-hour winds, but then a tornado threat here in play, and that's pretty tight rotation still. I haven't had anything confirmed on this here, it doesn't seem, but Greene County, Mississippi, still rotation 9 miles north of McLean or 12 miles southeast of Richton, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, so we still got to watch that here and toward these communities. So again, just stay tuned, stay safe out there on this Wednesday. As we get back to the south again, the big story though, what happened in New Orleans. I mean, we're getting reports here into the chat from some different sources here of gas leaks and rescues taking place here toward New Orleans with a significant tornado that moved through here over the last little bit. It's just such a sad situation there. We were talking about it well in advance as it was moving on in about that potential, and it was really reminiscent of what happened in March of this year. Very serious situation. Then we had a fatality even, and the situation definitely could have been something that was prone to producing fatalities here today based on the different radar indications and some of the different videos I've seen when I've been off camera. It's just a very bad situation there. So we just got a new tornado warning being issued now for parts of the New Orleans TV market. It looked like Plaquemines was one of the parishes there included. So let's check rotation tracker, and you can kind of see we're watching some different areas. I mean, look at that area right near the coast there, but that's not something that's really necessarily honing in on here at the moment because it's close to the water body. But I know we're just kind of looking at some of the different areas. I think they're issuing it for the area here. Yeah, there you go. You see it on your map. I'm going between some different computers right now, but that's the area they're issuing it for. Yeah, it's pretty rural out here, thankfully, but I mean, still can cause some damage, obviously, with the parameters. We talked about how warm it was down here, and I've seen it's cooled off some toward New Orleans, but just an absolute almost with the temperatures and the shear, everything that's coming together perfectly at the time of the day. Things move through New Orleans. It's almost a worst case scenario. That one was at night back in March. This one here was during the day, which, I mean, at least that helps with maybe, I know it's a rain raft, but maybe helps spotting it and getting people to shelter a little bit. It might help with that, but I mean, still just not a good situation at all there toward the New Orleans metropolitan area. But we currently have 2 tornado warnings in progress. Nothing's confirmed at the moment, but you see the word Plaquemines and St. Bernard. We have this tornado warning now. No debris showing up yet. But we'll continue to watch here with this action. You see Port Sulphur could be in the path, or at least they're within the box. And this could be crossing over State Road 23 here. It's really getting tighter. Again, it's really vastly, or sparsely, I guess I should say, populated area here as we're down with things. But again, we'll just continue to watch. You see the community of Happy Jack and then Port Sulphur there. We're just going to keep watching down there as we're getting closer down toward the Gulf of Mexico with that. But again, just continuing here to give you the very latest on this tornado outbreak. Already had to confirm fatalities in western Louisiana from yesterday, but I'd be really surprised if we didn't have some serious issues here, at least toward New Orleans, based on what we saw here the last little bit with just the radar scans and the density of the population and with the images, the videos, the pictures of the damage. I'm already starting to see a really sobering situation for the New Orleans area. Hopefully it's not as bad as some of the indications are leading on early on, but we'll just have to continue to monitor the progress of things as the latest updates come out of that area there toward New Orleans. So let's go ahead and see some other action here right now. I know we've been talking about that threat out ahead, which is interesting in and of itself. I mean, but we also have that significant tornado threat that's going to extend all the way here toward parts of western Liberty and western Franklin counties, and then overnight we could have a tornado watch in play through Tallahassee, through areas there of southwest Georgia. But speaking of tornado potential, they're now telling us here in the chat we're going to get a tornado warning out of the Tallahassee office now. This is not in our coverage area, but toward Inlet Beach now. They just pulled the trigger on a tornado warning now for some of this action that's coming ashore. That rotation's tightening up there. Possible tornado there moving toward Inlet Beach. 11 miles west of Panama City Beach to be precise. Moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So you see the tight circulation now. And this is our first Florida tornado warning with this setup here. And it has been issued by the Tallahassee office with this discrete storm. I mean, I remember these discrete storms coming ashore too. I think it was that Christmas Day threat we had where we had a tornado emergency for Mobile back, I think it's 2012, but somewhere in that time frame. But nonetheless, so we're watching things here as they move on up and now potentially tornadic scenarios evolving as we get here toward some of these communities. I know toward New Orleans today, we were watching things look so serious on the Doppler, and we were emphasizing that threat as it was ongoing. But you can see here, we're just going to go ahead and look at this. It's not the worst circulation I've ever seen. Nothing like what we saw toward New Orleans, but there still could be a quick spin up here. Maybe a water spout that hits the beach and then hits the road here, and maybe obviously causes some impacts here close to rush hour, around rush hour. There, it looks like S30A is what we're talking about, maybe State Road 30A in toward that area there, as we're talking about Inlet Beach. Again, a tornado warning in the state of Florida now for Bay and Walton counties. This a little red box here, pretty sparsely populated, but still. Folks could be out there toward the beach, and you got to take those tornado precautions. Now, you might be wondering what the tornado precautions really are here. If you're not familiar with tornado warning, tornado coverage, maybe you just moved from an area that didn't get tornado warnings very often to the beach, or maybe you're watching me and you're visiting down here for the holidays. So let's go ahead and see some of the tornado safety tips here. You can kind of see what we're talking about. You want to seek shelter inside a sturdy building. You want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And you want to protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet or a football helmet. Maybe even put some shoes on because if there's debris in the aftermath, then you don't want to cut your feet up. That's another suggestion. If you don't already have them on, you might just be getting back from work or something, and then you might still have them on. But again, just giving you the latest on this tornadic situation here, or at least potentially tornadic situation. Our first tornado warning in the state of Florida here from this setup for parts of Bay and Walton counties here until about 5:15 Central Time. Again, it's not overwhelming, but there's enough of a spin here. It could be producing a water spout. This setup could be, and it could come ashore briefly as a lower end EF0 type tornado. It's going to be a short duration, is what they're telling us here in the chat session, which is definitely a good thing. But we're just going to continue to watch this. Again, a tornado warning in the state of Florida right now for parts of Bay and Walton. Not in our official covered area, but I want to kind of emphasize that a little bit while we're on. We might have some extra viewers here in the state of Florida just watching here this potential with a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 11 miles west of Panama City Beach, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So, again, interior room away from windows is where you need to go right now. You see the radar site, we're pretty close to it. And we're not getting an overwhelming signature, but there is some rotation there, as there is with some of these other storms, including some of this action that could kind of clip Franklin County here over the next little bit, which is part of our area, closer maybe toward Indian Pass. So we'll watch that to see if that requires a tornado warning in our covered area or not. Hopefully not, but it's a possibility. So again, we'll just keep watching and keep tracking as we go ahead and go back on over here. There's the tornado warning. Let's go up to some of the other tornado warnings now. Let's go to New Orleans, Plaquemines, and St. Bernard. You can see Port Sulphur and Happy Jack. We have some rotation nearby. Nothing definitive in terms of any type of debris signature, but that just really ramped up under rotation just now. That's showing winds of 60 and 30, and we know how favorable things are in the vicinity with what just happened in New Orleans. So could have a tornado producing 90-mile-an-hour winds in theory in this area. So you just want to really be taking those tornado precautions here. But as I say that, I think our scans are kind of getting a little messed up because it seemed like it updated at one time and then it didn't the other, and now it's updating it again. So the latest scan's a little weaker actually, which is a good sign. But we'll just have to continue to watch things. Let's go to Greene County, Mississippi. You can see we have some pretty interesting rotation here. Nothing overwhelming, but it is there, and we'll just have to watch. Nothing definitive for a debris signature, but it's headed toward the state line, and you can see the community of state line, it looks like, actually showing up on here. And Fruitdale in Alabama also could be somewhere that needs to take shelter over the next little bit. So we'll just watch this, maybe actually a little bit north of Fruitdale based on just looking at the trajectory, a little bit tighter in, but may end up being more up toward areas like Chatham that'll need to take shelter here in Alabama. So we'll just kind of have to watch this as it progresses. State line and Chatham there. Maybe having to take shelter over the next little bit versus Fruitdale, but they definitely could put Fruitdale in a tornado warning if there was one issued out that way, which honestly isn't 100%, 100% that's going to happen based on this circulation, not completely overwhelming, which is obviously what we like to see, but we see circulations that are weaker and stronger, and that storm down toward New Orleans, I mean, honestly, I feel comfortable already saying that was one of the worst tornadoes we had all year. And we're going to have all year what we just saw down toward New Orleans there, toward the lower 9th Ward, toward areas there around Araby, and I mean, you saw Gretna there, and just that general vicinity. We had a tornado in progress. It was very fortifying of velocity, the most fortifying signature I've seen probably on velocity, hidden one of the most densely populated areas that you can imagine here. It's just not good with all the parameters in play. We're probably talking about an EF2, EF3 type tornado down that way, which in a densely populated area is very severe, very serious, very bad. And they're going to go ahead and issue a severe weather tornado possible now. They're saying the mobile offices up toward Washington County, maybe in toward Wayne County here. We'll have to see if they clip Wayne. They may clip Wayne. So this is not going to be a tornado warning. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, just like one that was just issued toward Hancock and Harrison counties in Mississippi. So again, that's something to kind of take note of. Let's get back to Bay and Walton. Tornado warning. That's really tightened up, folks. Look at that. Now, that really tightened up on that last scan. It's just passing US 98 now there. Just you see west and northwest of Laguna Beach there again. You see that tornado warning report to Bay and Walton. Remain that tornado safe spot. It actually really ramped up on us right there, and that's why they issued this, because if it's a water spout, it could do something like this. It could right at the beach there, and we zoom into the topography, and there's actually a body of water there. It looks like the houses is more densely populated area, maybe just to the west here. That looks like the county line there. As we zoom out a good bit, you see the county line here between Bay and Walton. This is Bay here, and it looks like the tornado maybe just on the base side of things, but it's close, so you don't want to mess around because we're splitting hairs here, and the pixels could be displaced just a little bit. It could just be over in the Walton, but it looks like it's not quite as populated, but it could be hitting the road where people are on the road right now and causing havoc there. As we have the winds right now, 51 way, 40 the other way. That could be winds to 90 miles an hour there. And it looks like it'll displace, but so that's kind of interesting. Maybe not on the ground, but our debris detection is kind of all blended together because of the inflow here, and that means you just never know, really. Got here on the side of Costin, of course, in that area, as we're looking toward Bay and Walton counties. So again, a tornado warning continues there toward the Florida Panhandle. Again, that threat's going to spread east and toward our covered area. The screech cells to some extent, but really the skull line overnight and in the morning and early afternoon in our far eastern counties is what we'll be watching here from the Weather Center on that local level, as we're now at almost 6 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Central. The big story, of course, is what happened toward New Orleans, toward the lower 9th Ward, it seems, that vicinity, toward Marrero, toward Gretna. We don't know exactly which areas got the worst of the damage, or maybe an area got jumped over a little bit, skipped over, but toward Araby, we had these debris signatures showing on up here within the Doppler algorithms, and it was very serious there toward New Orleans. And I'll go ahead and go back over to our other source right now, as no report to damage in Plaquemines Parish on that warning that's in play right now, but I know they're talking about it's too broad. That's moving in Alabama. They see a tornado warning, but Hancock and Harrison just got a tornado warning from the New Orleans office. We'll watch that. But let's go over to 1 hour rotation tracker again, as this is going to start going away on us. I mean, I can back it up, but in the last hour, it won't be within that here pretty soon. And you need to see how tight the rotation was from Marrero to Gretna to Arabi. I mean, this is just off the charts type rotation on this mode, at least. Not saying it was an EF5 tornado. It wasn't an EF5, but based on radar, an EF2 or EF3 is conceivable here based on what we've seen. Again, the survey crews have to evaluate that. I can't evaluate it, and it's nothing that I say is official by any stretch of the imagination in terms of the ratings that we're seeing based on debris signature correlations and velocity values. These are just estimates based on seeing the damage myself and the debris signatures and the rotational values from experience. But the survey crews have to get on the ground. They have to be in the neighborhoods, and they have to look at what has happened or take pictures of some of the damage and really look at what type of wind damage occurred. There's different methods they have to look and really kind of see the scale of damage to just see how severe it was. I mean, one level means one type of wind, another means a different estimate, depending on what type of damage on a home. Maybe the brick home there, either suffering a roof loss is one thing, but then maybe even more structural damage, depending on exactly how it was put together in the first place, is another thing. So I know that tornado warning storm is now moving up the Walton, the Bay County side of the warning, so they're going to probably remove potentially Walton County out of things. Now, as I move this over, it catches my eye. This is pretty densely populated area with this new tornado warning. Hancock and Harrison counties in Mississippi until about 5:45 now. So let's go over there. But we'll continue to watch to see if they remove Walton out of that warning where the worst of the tornadic accident may be in Bay. It's close. But let's go to Hancock and Harrison. On the other radar mode, we'll go to the New Orleans side officially. You can kind of see what's going on here. You can see the rotation right near Lake Shore and Ainsley. There, you can kind of see no debris yet, but we'll have to just watch. It looks like it's trying to come together with a weaker type tornado. Maybe winds there 50, 60 miles an hour. So we'll just have to wait and see. It's kind of embedded in the rain, so we wouldn't be able to see it. Sun's going down too. It's getting darker out there at least. And something to keep an eye on as we get toward Bay St. Louis, Gulfport, and Biloxi, a highly populated area under this tornado warning here. We're talking about, it looks like storm 7 miles east of Pearlton, or 7 miles southwest of Waveland, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. And then we're talking about Waveland, Bay St. Louis, Shoreline Park, Diamond Head, Long Beach, Lyman, Gulfport, and Biloxi could be in the path here over the next little bit. So got to be paying attention here as we're looking along that I-10 corridor. So just going to have to keep watching that. And then let's see where else we want to go with this. I'm just checking some different things here in the Weather Center. So bear with me. Bear with me here. You can see what's going on. You can definitely see we have that rotation that we've been following here, Bay and Walton. Latest scan still showing some pretty pronounced rotation there. So let's go back on over to our other mode here. And that's definitely showing up here. They did cancel Walton, but they're keeping Bay. They're keeping Bay here under the tornado warning. Storms 10 miles northwest of Panama City Beach, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So just continuing to monitor the progress of this here in the Weather Center for sure. And then let me go ahead and see our power outage update. I'm going to go ahead and jump over to this. It'll refresh live here when I put it over. I'll see what it was and then what the new numbers are. We did this during the hurricane. So that's one view of it. I zoomed in a little bit, but I think we'll go ahead and go to that a little bit broader shot of this here, so you guys see exactly what's going on in this situation. So that's the view from a little while ago. It's like 30 minutes ago or so that we were looking at some of those numbers here. 43,000 or so out in the state. And then we're going to go ahead and update this now. We're going to do a refresh. And the new number is now 47,057 customers in the dark here in the state of Louisiana. You see a few toward Terrebonne and Plaquemines. We have the threat now, I think, Bernard, but then toward New Orleans and toward Jefferson Parish is there. Roy got to be tracking the accident, as we're now getting reported, and their ham radio operator reporting that the front portion and the roof of a Winn-Dixie building near the West Jefferson Hospital has collapsed due to the storm damage there around New Orleans, and there were indications that people were trapped in the building there from that tornado that passed through earlier on, that we were just so concerned about really having to elevate that tone here in my voice, because we were just so certain of the danger that was impending there toward those communities around New Orleans. And now, unfortunately, a Winn-Dixie building, I mean, among many things, I would think, but this is just coming in the chat, so we're able to read this to you more readily here. But a ham radio operator reporting that the front portion and a roof of a Winn-Dixie building near the West Jefferson Hospitals collapsed due to the storm damage, and indicated that people were trapped in the buildings. So you hate hearing stuff like that. Hopefully everybody's okay, but it's a serious matter, and one that probably has repeated itself here in that area over just the last little bit. And I mean, obviously, we had that rain in there impeding the rescue efforts to some extent, as well, as we were showing you a little bit earlier on the Doppler. So again, let's go ahead and go back on over right now to our view out toward Florida, though. Again, we have this tornado warning for Bay County. They dropped Walton out of it, but it still continues for Bay County here for the next little bit. You see a lot of inflow in there. I mean, there could be, in theory, some debris. This could be on the ground, but a lot of inflow at least here. And everything doesn't look like it's lining up perfectly. And it's a lower populated area as we get further away from the beach for sure. You can kind of see not much out here, maybe a few people, but tornado warning does continue. It's not in our covered area, but we're watching it more carefully. And then I know there was a debris signature in the Plaquemine storm. They didn't actually call it radar confirmed. There may not be one on there now, but let's see. This is east up to the north. You see, we're chasing the Gulf, and then there's one in the Plaquemines area. But then this one here, that looks like an active debris signature, maybe here north of Happy Jack. So picking up some debris here. Unfortunately, not what you want to see, obviously, in towards some of these communities. So, again, just continuing to follow along here with what's going on with the accident here on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch, and they're correcting the tornado warning, saying it's a confirmed tornado now near Port Sulphur, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. You just saw that turn purple there on the map. So, again, something to take seriously there in southeastern parts of Louisiana. So, again, just really watching things here. And I want to look at our mesoscale discussing, because I just came out. I know we have this storm here on other source south of the Ebro community there in the Florida Panhandle. We're tasting this weekend a little on the latest scan, but it's still there, still apparent. And we're going to go and check our mesoscale discussing now, because they're talking about this type of isolated risk here, 40% chance of some type of special watch being issued here with the supercells out ahead, and the risk could be higher later this evening, but maybe not quite as much yet. But tornado watch will be likely needed by mid-evening, though, but maybe not quite yet. They're saying 40% for now as we get over toward about 7 o'clock or so Eastern, 6 o'clock Central. That watch would be needed a little bit earlier, but to watch these storms out ahead, they definitely have that rotational characteristic to them. Pretty unusual to get this out ahead like this. But just got a tornado warning now for Covington and Crenshaw. Rotating quickly, strengthening north of Andalusia there. So a tornado warning is being issued. So this is this area. We just had a thunderstorm warning issued there. Now, this is pretty far over and outside the tornado watches here. Well, this one right now, but it'd probably be more here. And then it may be within a tornado watch at that point. But you see a tornado warning now toward Andalusia here. You see that rotation popping up. This is right around that community there in Crenshaw County. So let's go ahead and go over there. Covington and Crenshaw. A possible tornado over Heath as well there, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So you see Dozier potentially in the path here. So we're watching this very carefully now. This is quite a bit further over in toward the picture here. It's really tight rotation around Andalusia there. Right, highly populated area. It's just north of town, though, which I don't think, I've been there before, and I don't think it's, yeah, it's pretty rural out there, thankfully, but if there's any debris, nothing yet, but it's toward Heath, it looks like there in this area. So we're watching off, that's the Fort Rucker radar, which is the closest now, telling you how quick some of this action is spinning on up, not really far out of our viewing area. So have to be watching this accident, a discrete accident that tries to work its way into the covered area. And it's the news of a thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag down here because they're not getting a lot of reports, thankfully. The Tallahassee office, they're not really getting any reports, doesn't seem like, but it looks more like maybe contamination in here or something. But news of a thunderstorm warning for Bay, Walton, and Washington counties. So we're just going to continue to watch the progress of this as it moves on up. Again, all these storms of those supercellular characteristics are really interesting here, and we'll just have to keep our eyes on all of those for sure here in the Weather Center. Now let's go back to the broad view here. You'll be able to see what's going on. We have quite a bit happening here at the present time. 4 tornado warnings. The one toward Covington and Crenshaw, the one toward Bay County in Florida, the one toward Hancock and Harrison in Mississippi, toward the coast there, toward Gulfport and Biloxi, and then Plaquemine and St. Bernard is a confirmed tornado. Let me move this over so you see what we're talking about. A confirmed tornado warning there with a debris signature. So I definitely don't like getting that news, but we'll continue to watch everything here for you. I'm going to go ahead. I'm just checking some things here behind the scenes right now. See if there's any questions or anything. So just trying to see exactly what's happening. But right now we're not seeing anything in terms of questions, but we're just going to go ahead and continue to watch this line here. We're just going to go ahead and watch this line here as it passes by New Orleans. Thankfully, things are going to improve around New Orleans here over the next little bit. So you can see here misty rain now, but that's going to help with the recovery and rescue efforts there toward Jefferson Parish and that vicinity. So that's the good news. Let me go ahead as we're getting an update now. So thunderstorm keep producing a tornado over Waveland, moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So again, we're just continue to watch all that. We still Mobile under this particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch until 8 o'clock Central Time. You have these areas to the north, so some of these might be in a little less favorable slot in theory here. As I kind of look at this law, the instability is a little higher to the south here, which can help to fuel some things. And I know they're talking about that Crenshaw and Covington accident can barely clip the far northwestern corner of Coffee, and then be in that vicinity about 40 or 50 minutes to where their jurisdiction there at the Tallahassee office. So we'll just continue to watch things here in the Weather Center. We're just after, it looks like 6:10 Eastern and 5:10 Central. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center, trying to give you the very latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. Let's go ahead and go back to the infrared satellite. You can see the total cloud tops here. Definitely telling that weather story. I mean, it's a bad situation that we're dealing with, really. And then you look at the spotters here. You see all the spotters, the storm chasers out there trying to get an idea of what's going on here with the accident in the storm picture, really. So again, just continuing to check some more sources behind the scenes. Right now, I think we're going to go take another break here. We have these warnings. I'm putting nothing in our covered area yet, but we're going to be watching the progression here later on to see how things evolve closer toward our viewing circle. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather, and we'll keep you up to date. But for now, taking another 9-minute break.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center, coming back in a little bit early because we just got a tornado warning now for parts of our covered area. Franklin and Gulf not part of it, but Franklin is here, folks. We just got a tornado warning issued now here in the last few moments. It is 6:20 here Eastern. This was issued at 6:19 here by the office in Tallahassee, and it is for parts of Franklin and Gulf counties. You see the circulation here. They go ahead and look at the topography. It's not at land yet, but it's headed there, and it may just barely clip parts of our area. So we got to be with you now to protect you, your friends, and your family. I know I'm looking at the chat. This storm here, capable of producing a tornado, is located 14 miles south there. It looked like of Port St. Joe there. So tracking that, moving northeast at 20. We also got a new tornado warning toward Bay and Washington counties now, but that's not in our area. This is our first tornado warning in our area, and of course it's our commitment to be with you here when we have a threat in our area. It has entered into our area here a little bit quicker here than what some of the models were showing in terms of actually getting stuff to be potentially tornadic producers, but we had that severe chance there with the isolated accident, and in theory you can always get a quick spin up, and that's what we're seeing now with the waterspout potential that may be coming on shore here in Franklin County. This is our area, folks. I know we're covering things nationally, but we have to kind of break away from that for now and focus on our 62 counties. This is our farthest southwesternmost county, but it is in our area. Franklin is, Gulf not, but still we're here for you guys as well. But a lot of this action looks to be maybe moving just in toward Franklin here as we look at the county lines. As we look at this right now, you can kind of see here that green line represents the county border and delineation here. And you see this looks like it's headed just in here, folks. So we've got to get folks into shelter here. Again, a tornado warning in our area now, in our 62 counties. This is a tornado warning for parts of Franklin County here. Now, Apalachicola, not necessarily in this. I know it's rural areas, the south central Gulf and west central Franklin, including 9 Mile, 11 Mile, 13 Mile, Odina, and Indian Pass. Indian Pass. It's time to take your turn of precautions here if you're in that vicinity. We have a potential water spout coming on shore as a tornado. I know we're on the stream here for the national level threat, but at this point, I think it's better just to stay on this one since this is a short-lived type thing, and people here, they see we're on live, and just kind of go over to this here within the coverage of the national picture. This is a very sparsely populated area, but we have a tornado that could be moving on in here over the next few moments. Right now, be a water spout probably. Could even have some lowering in the CCs. But right now we have this little hook on here as well. This little hook on here, little miniature hook, and it's moving just in toward Franklin County. So if you're in Franklin County, the time to take shelter is now. If you're in this area, again, this is in our covered area, folks. So real quick, I think I'm going to pull up our clock here since this is just entering into our Eastern time zone in our covered area. We'll probably switch back to our tornado outbreak banner a little bit later on, but just want to make sure people are kind of understanding that this is a local situation that we're dealing with right now here at 6:24 on this Wednesday. We have this circulation here. We have the circulation here that is coming ashore. It could be a quick tornado. It could be right along the coast here. Indian Pass. We're watching you guys very carefully in that vicinity, kind of right on the line between our covered area and not in our covered area. But we have a tornado warning here. That means that go ahead and pull up the safety tips now. You need to go ahead and get into your room. You need to get away from windows. You need to get in toward maybe a closet or a bathroom to protect yourself. That bicycle helmet or football helmet can help you. Maybe put shoes on because there could be debris after the fact. Not saying this is that strong of a tornado here. Doesn't look like it's anything like the tornado out toward New Orleans at this point, but still winds of 80, 90 miles an hour can be problematic. So that would be on the higher end, but still it could be problematic for folks here in this area. So we just got to be really cognizant of that, and we have to stick with this because this is in our covered area, our 62 counties. One of those counties right now, part of that county is under a tornado warning, and this tornado warning storm is moving into the picture. So interior room away from windows right now. if you're in this area. I know there's also a thunderstorm warning I got issued right before when we showed that to you on the screen as well. That issued at 6:16, but then the big story, 6:19, is when the tornado warning was issued, and that tornado warning continues. It looks like here until about 6:45 Eastern, 5:45 Central for areas in Gulf that are outside of our covered area. But 6:45 Eastern time, we know folks can watch them anywhere. That's why we've been on the national level threat here for a while. But now we have a local concern. It's taking its time here approaching the coast. This scanned from about 3 or 4 minutes ago, though, so it could be right up against the coastal area now, right up against them, maybe getting closer toward, as I get on street level a little bit here, maybe getting close toward County Road 30B, or even areas points east of that, but maybe ultimately getting in, and that's really strengthening now, folks. And I think what I need to do, because we're on this separate stream here, I'm going to step out of this shot real quick, because I want to make sure people know that there's a tornado warning, because if they're kind of watching here, they might not really see that we have this local threat here. So I'm going to retweet something real quick at Cloud Casey, just to make sure people know, because I don't want folks caught off guard here by this. So just stepping out of the shot real quick. My voice is going to trail off, but we got to stay with us. We have a tornado warning in our covered area right now. So just take shelter. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible here in this polygon. Again, we have a tornado warning in our local area, our 62 counties. I know if you're watching from start, the threat isn't here yet. You're fine to do your evening activities here. But as you're off toward the west, it's a different story. We have a tornado warning here in play. So you got to take that seriously there as we're right along those coastal areas. So again, we are live right now in coverage here to protect everybody. And we have that other tornado warning toward Bay and Washington, but that's not in our area. This one is. So you got to be taking shelter now here in this vicinity. Again, a tornado warning is in play here. So get to shelter now. Again, we're live here. And I'm going to go ahead and pin this on Twitter as well, our live coverage. I just don't want anybody to kind of not see it here and then needing to take shelter in this type of situation. I know our stream more focused on Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, but we need to go ahead and focus on our area now. We've had some warnings in Florida, and we now have this one here that is of the utmost concern because it impacts part of our viewing circle. So I know my voice is trailing off because I'm off camera here, but we're just trying to make sure everybody knows exactly what's going on here in this type of situation, in this type of circumstance here, because it's all about protecting you, all about protecting your friends, all about protecting your family here in our viewing circles. So that's what we're all about here at Cloud Weather. Been on for all these over the last 3 years, and we're on right now. I know it's on more of a national stream, but if I try to switch over even this quick, it'd probably mess up with our streams and cause us some issues. So that's what we're taking care of here. Just off camera retweeting some things. So I apologize for my voice trailing off if it did there a little bit. But we're back on camera now as we're just trying to get that out to everybody. Make sure they're tuning in to the live coverage here, or at least they're aware of this warning. The circulation still at 5:27 Central, 6:27 Eastern. Was just off the coast here of Franklin County. But we got to get folks in shelter. We're seeing winds here about 25 one way and 30 the other. So we could have a EF0 type tornado, maybe EF1, but more likely probably like an EF0 that could cause some damage. I mean, it could cause some issues here, maybe flip some chairs over at the minimum, but probably do a little bit more damage than that. I mean, it could be flipping tables over or something to that regard if they're outside there in a beach-like setting. So again, we just have to be kind of cognizant of this, and you can kind of see here these areas here, and we can also, I mean, we've seen it before. People have been killed by like umbrellas on the beach, things like that. I know it's dark, or getting to dark here as we get further out toward the west, but I mean, we've had people being killed by umbrellas flying around there on the beach before, and could have something like that impacting some of these areas here if you're maybe outside there, something like that in this general vicinity. So just have to be kind of careful there in that regard as we have this tornado warning here in play. So again, just got to be kind of mindful. Now, some of this isn't a traditional beach, so got to keep that in mind here too, because you see this here is unpopulated really, but as you get up toward the north, that's not the case. I mean, So that means you have a little more time to prepare there. As we get over here toward, it looks like State Highway 30, and we'll look at the topography here. It's just an interesting setup, really, and that's some pretty tight rotation. It's tight rotation, not really strong rotation. I mean, a little interesting type of setup. We may have a tornado. Feel like there could be one here, but it'd probably be a weaker one. It'd be a water spout now, of course. But my point being, that's what we're kind of dealing with here. So again, that's why we're focusing though in this area, is because it's within our 62 counties. It's our commitment to keep everybody safe here within the 62 county area. We have a tornado warning right now for parts of Franklin and Gulf until about 6:45 Eastern, which is 5:45 Central. No debris, or in this case, water coming up yet here from the Gulf of Mexico, or some of these waters right near the coast. But that could change, of course, on us. So that's what we're on the lookout for. You see that circulation tightening up some now? You can see here we're right there along the coast. And again, that's more unpopulated here off toward the east. But you can see here we have these populated areas here as we get over toward the north here, as we get toward State Highway 30, toward, it looks like, as I get on street level some more here. Some of these aren't showing up, which is a good sign, because it's not very populated out here, but it's just in our area, and we have a tornado warning in play for parts of our covered area. So you got to take this situation seriously here. Again, we have the greens and reds coming together on air. And that means when greens and reds come together, you want to get under the bed in theory. Now, in this case, you might just go to the bathroom or a closet. Protect yourself with pillows or blankets, maybe a bicycle helmet, a football helmet, something like that. So, again, you want to take this situation seriously here in Franklin County. We have a potential water spout coming ashore that could turn into a tornado. It probably wouldn't be really strong, but it could still push some debris around. Mobile homes could have some issues. If there are any down in this area here, those would be potentially impacted. I know right near the coast, we would kind of hope maybe there's some extra protections being taken, but nonetheless, just going to have to continue to watch things here in this vicinity. So I get a tornado warning in play here right now. I know not an area that I'm all that familiar with. It's very, very on the edge here of our viewing circle. And generally, we have some tornado warnings down here a little bit further over. But we're trying to do our best here as we've been just covering a slew of tornado warnings from that national perspective. But now we have a tornado warning within our 62 county area. So I want to again give you guys some perspective on where we're looking here. Might freeze us up just for a minute. I know our system's going to load, so I'm just going to step out of this shot real quick here. Try to give you guys the very latest. And you see the greens and red. You see Appalachicola on the end of the screen there. As we're watching the potential out that way for maybe some of this action to come in later on. This storm looks to go to the west, though, which is the good news. But again, just going to keep on tracking here what is happening. I know I want to go ahead and pull on up here our coverage area now. That's what we're getting to in our system. So let's go ahead and jump on over here now. You kind of get an idea of what we're talking about. Our 62 county zone, and they're continuing that tornado warning for Bay and Washington as well. I may look at some of the other storms in a moment, but we're over here in the Stark. But our 62 counties, where we cover every tornado warning starting to move to the area, includes Franklin. You see it here on the edge of the screen. As I look over here, it's southwest of McCullough County. So I know if you're watching McCullough, the threat near the coast could be there, though, as we get further inland. The threat signal will take off to later this evening and overnight, really. But we'll be watching the instability values here. Will be something we'll keep our eyes on. No formal tornado watch yet out that way, but it's interesting to see this. And then telling us here in the chat regarding the tornado warning storm in Gulf and Franklin, the rotations moved on shore now on the St. Vincent Island, and still strong rotations ongoing. So again, that's what we're dealing with. I know. Having to track all that here for you. Again, a local area tornado warning. We said we could have some isolated action out ahead. This is pretty far out ahead, and it's barely in our area, but it is a threat, and that's why we got to stay on with it right now. I get a tornado warning in the local area, as we just showed you there. I just alluded to again, St. Vincent's Island right now is where this rotation's coming ashore. But again, you look at the topography. I don't think there's really anybody out here, but again, as we get up toward the north, it'll be a different story as we get over toward those land areas. So as we get toward mainland Franklin County, per se. So again, we're just going to continue to watch and track things, and then we're getting more updates in. Let's go to the broad picture. Now we have national level viewers as well. And I think we haven't had anything confirmed last few minutes necessarily, but you see all these red boxes here. All this action's eventually translating out to the east as well. It's going to be a long night, folks, and a long Thursday morning as well. But you can see our tornado warning in our area. Then we have this one out toward the west here. That one is for parts there of Bay and Washington counties. I'll go ahead and move the map over just a little bit here. And then we have Choctaw, Clark, and Washington counties in Alabama under a tornado warning further west, but the one to the east is Covington and Crenshaw up here. So that's the one there toward Andalusia there. And this one again, what we just alluded to there for parts of Choctaw, Clark, and Washington. And then two more warnings further west, and there may be some power poles and lines down in Harrison County, Mississippi. But we have some issues out here. You can see these warnings in play. One of them is for parts of Harrison County, and the other for parts there of George and Greene counties. So again, that's something to kind of deal with here as well. So again, that's what we're kind of tracking here at the moment. But our biggest concern locally and far outside the tornado watch is this tornado warning here for part of the covered area. Again, you see it around St. Vincent's Island there. And then we're going to go ahead and zoom on in now. And you see this axe, and it could be heading more toward the mainland part of Franklin County over the next few minutes. I know they're talking about stuff like maybe Coffee County to get bypassed with that storm up in Crenshaw, which is not in our area, either of those, but it is in the Tallahassee jurisdiction, Coffee, just for reference. But may end up missing out on that one storm there. But you can see here up toward State Highway 30, we're watching the situation right now. Again, you can kind of see here, we're watching this kind of move on in. And it could be a problem here for some of these folks over the next little bit. Nothing apparent in terms of any type of debris, and the structure doesn't look quite as organized with this as it did a moment ago, which is good. Because you kind of look back here a little on the timeline, you see that little hook here, and now it's kind of becoming more elongated. You look at the south, there are some other areas of rotation. They're rather right at this point. You see this area near Ebro, though. It's a little more robust, not in our area, but definitely still in some greens and reds. On this radar, not as well defined, and it's the closest one. I mean, don't see anything in terms of debris 100%. There could be something there, but it's really close to the radar, so that could just easily be. It's just some false echoes there. But as you look toward the north of Andalusia there, toward Dozer and Brantley, we have some strong rotation there. That's entering up in toward areas further up from Covington and toward Crenshaw. But and you see another storm to the south there as well. These storms just all discrete in nature. And the one in our area, though, that we're watching, we're keeping our eyes on that. I'm keeping our eyes peeled on that. The Eglin radar is the closest site, and it seems like it's really falling apart now as it gets over from St. Vincent's Island in toward the mainland where we actually have the population. You see the red here, 10 miles an hour, the green 35 miles an hour. So it'd probably just be a little spin up here at this point here as we get into where this vicinity. Even here it looks rather rural as we track it out. I mean, there definitely could be something in there. I'm not 100% sure, but it looks rather rural out there even, as it's kind of missing some of the higher population toward Indian Pass. But we'll just have to continue to watch it as we look at all this topography in here live with you. That's the good news. I mean, honestly, I mean, there may be something out here. I mean, as I look at this, I don't see a whole bunch, so that's always like a good sign here. There may be something down here. I'm not really sure, but it's the good news that we're not in a populated area, and it's something that we're not really having to deal with too much in terms of the rotation at this point. It seems like a warning that I kind of doubt would get continued here past that 645 benchmark. So that's the good news here for our local viewers here as we're watching things. It looks like they're going to maybe issue a new watch for the remainder of the Mobile area, and that could end up causing areas in Tallahassee in that zone to get under a tornado watch here later on as well. So that's something to watch and track here as we get later in toward the timeline. So we'll be on hand to give you the very latest. Let's go ahead and again go between all of our different modes here. I know we had a power line down toward Harrison County, Mississippi on Enchanted Avenue near Mystic Circle. Let's go to Alabama again. We'll go to some of our different radars and Mobile site, and you'll be able to see we have the warnings here. The one north there of Chatham, Alabama. You see around, it looks like a Milry. That's really tight rotation. Let's see, no debris. Yeah, thankfully. We've got to watch that here. Going from Choctaw to Clark counties to Washington County here. You see the storm here? It could be tracking over Troy over the next little bit. And then more stuff out toward Gulfport here. You can kind of see we're watching some rotation moving that general direction as well. That's really tight looking there right along the coast. And then you see this other rotation here in George County, Mississippi as well. So watching all of that here for you. But back to our local weather. The reason we have things here with the clock on the screen right now is because of the local threat with a tornado warning continuing for parts of Franklin County and our 62 counties here until about 6:45. So for another 4 minutes here, 5:45 for the Gulf County portion in the Central Time Zone, just outside of the viewing area. But you can see here the greens and reds. I know it's not like we're on television where it cuts off on one cable provider versus the other. So, and that's what we're covering national severe weather, of course, too. So Gulf County, of course, we're still keeping an eye on you guys, but it seems like the worst of this is just into Franklin here and just into our covered area here with the greens and reds that are pretty broad. I don't think they'll extend this unless it ramps up on the next scan here at this point. We haven't had any reports down here yet. And, now that's interesting, but that may just be the inflow. Let's see what time all this happened. 6:39, 6:39, 6:39. That looks like something that's interesting, but I don't think that's debris necessarily. So again, we'll be continuing to watch here with this axe and moving further up. I mean, if it were to try to regenerate, maybe regenerating up toward Liberty County around Sumatra, we'll just have to wait and see. But again, we're continuing to watch all this here for you in the Weather Center with an active tornado warning in parts of our area until about 6:45. Again, nothing really well defined here with the greens and reds. They're really not coming together here at this point, which is the good news, but could have some really weak type of circulation in here. I know new tornado warning out toward Gulfport. We saw how tight things were looking out that way toward that region, toward Harrison and Jackson counties in Mississippi. So we'll continue to watch that. And in fact, let's jump back over there real quick as we go ahead and get into toward that region. You see that's really tight there, just off of Gulfport. Looks like there that could be serious. I mean, that could be pretty serious. That's going to come ashore here the way it's setting on up. I know we've been switching radars, but that's going to come ashore maybe toward Mississippi City or downstream there. And that could be a pretty significant tornado if it really kind of gets its act together. Now, I'm surprised by this. I don't know about this one, but they're going to go with a new tornado warning now for this weaker circulation here off the Eglin side for parts of Franklin and Gulf until about 7:15 Eastern. So I have to stick with you here now. This is some broad rotation, but it's in our covered area. So again, we have some greens and reds coming together here in nature. Nothing too overwhelming, but we're going to keep our eyes on things here with this level threat. I know. Just continuing to check some different things. I don't see any questions right now here in our different modes of our tools that we have, but I know you may be wondering where this new box is going. It's a rural area as well that we're dealing with as we get here over further up. I mean, this is very rural, obviously here. I mean, you look at the topography. I mean, there's almost nothing out here, but you never know. There could be a home out here. There could be a business out here possibly. You just never know. So again, we're just going to keep watching things here in the Weather Center as we have this tornado warning for parts of Franklin and Gulf counties here until 7:15 Eastern Time now in our covered area for Franklin County. So again, keep your room away from windows. If you happen to be out in a sparsely populated area, you want to take those tornado precautions here for sure. I mean, I know we're going to be seeing a new tornado watch here for some different areas coming up soon. And they're saying there's some bad viewing angles on the radar from Tallahassee and Eglin. But there's enough rotation present to extend this tornado warning for another 30 minutes, they say, at the Weather Service there in Tallahassee. So we'll just keep our eyes on it, obviously. You just never know what could be out here. We've had stuff touch down before, and you can't really see it on the Doppler technology. I'll switch to Tallahassee radar real quick to see if there's anything out here in toward this area. We'll go ahead and kind of get a better vantage point on what's going on here as we get out toward this sparsely populated area. But see if there's anything that looks better. They're saying it's not going to look too much better, but just curious to see what we see in terms of some of those wind velocity signatures, the type of colors that we see on the map could be indicative of something a little more interesting. You just never know. So again, we're going to keep watching here. You see it a little bit better on here. I mean, the other radar said it was a little bit closer based on our warning information, but there's some rotation here. We'll continue to watch, and more to the south might have a threat for Apalachicola with this one if this starts to ramp up a little bit further there, further over in Franklin County, over the next little bit. So we're continuing to watch all this here for you. This is just into Franklin right now. Could have a tornado in here in theory as we're just into toward Franklin County. But let's break down some of the other national type of threats again. We'll go ahead and go over to some of these other areas here with these other storms that look more interesting here and more robust from that national level standpoint because those seem to be the ones that are more indicative of a dangerous tornado producing storm. So again, let's go up here toward Brantley, Alabama. This is some pretty interesting rotation here right near US 29. You can kind of see inflow there, but maybe not anything on the ground at the moment. We'll go ahead and go up toward Clark County there in Alabama and go to the Mobile radar now. See what the rotation looks like here. This is a tornado warning for parts of Clark as well as Choctaw and Washington counties in Alabama. There's some rotation just northeast of Milry there, northwest of Frankville. We'll just continue to watch all that. Some rotation outside of a warning here near Vinegar Bend, more in George County, Mississippi, and it's really tight rotation. Just stop a Gulfport there. I mean, this could be a problem for folks here along, looks like US 90 here, just east of Gulfport as this tries to come ashore there. I mean, that's some pretty tight rotation moving up toward Mississippi City now in that vicinity. So get in that interior room there. That looks more robust toward Mississippi City there. So we'll just have to continue to watch that as it tracks on up toward the north and east here at about, it looks like 45 miles an hour. So again, we're watching Harrison County, we're watching Jackson County in Mississippi right now with this type of threat. I know we'll just continue to watch the progression of that there in the state of Mississippi. It's back to Florida though. Again, we're watching a couple different areas in the Sunshine State, including one in our covered area. So again, we're just going to have to continue to track things here as we switch radars again. You just see here we have that circulation around Gulfport. Again, that red box, you need to take tornado precautions immediately. Watching this red box right there, but again, make sure you're paying attention with exactly what's going on here in this type of circumstance. So, now, just seeing some information about stuff being monitored out toward Washington County, where we have the tornado warning right there south of Vernon. We have that tornado warning right now. You can see it looks a little more interesting there. I can't really tell if there's anything in terms of debris that we're so close to the radar. But that's interesting, seeing that green pop out. Sometimes a little bit of a concern. This is moving up toward Wausau and Vernon over the next little bit. That general vicinity, at least, outside of our covered area. There's now a debris signature in Choctaw County near Bladen Springs in Alabama. So let's go over there now. We'll go ahead and go over to Choctaw County around Bladen Springs. So you see here, this is Choctaw County. And I know I've zoomed out just for a second there, just to give you perspective, and then zoom back in. There's your debris. We have a tornado on the ground here, just southwest there of Coffeyville, Alabama. So real quick, let's go ahead and take away our time here, because I know it's going to be an hour earlier out there, and that's the reason we don't generally keep it on the screen, but we have that local threat that we're dealing with. But obviously, this is all part of that tornado outbreak that we're dealing with here as well. So again, getting more updates. A confirmed tornado now 7 miles southwest of Coffeyville, or 17 miles north of Chatham, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So we're just going to keep watching this here as it moves on up into where some of these different communities. You see, it's something that is there, a rain-wrapped tornado right now as we're watching between Choctaw and then up eventually into Clark County in Alabama. So I got to continue to watch this progressing here, moving toward Coffeyville, Alabama, that vicinity over the next few moments. So take those tornado precautions there. Again, we're watching down toward Harrison, Jackson counties here. That circulation is right near the coast. I think like that's one that could confirm pretty quick on us as it comes ashore in Mississippi City. Nothing yet in terms of confirmation. And then we go back over to Crenshaw County now. Let's go ahead and get back on over to that Doppler radar technology. That's probably the Fort Rucker. It's going to take a moment to load for us, which we have to street level mapping over on that one. But Again, just continuing to watch things here with our radar maps. So you see some rotation around the community of Brantley there in Alabama. So you see some other rotational areas in Covington County as well. This area here south of Vernon in the Florida Panhandle, we're watching it. It's showing greens and reds. They're not all clustered together gate to gate, but they're there, and we have to watch to see how they come together. But now, let's get back to our coverage area again, and our tornado warning. It's probably the least impressive of them all here, but we have to talk about it. It is in our zone here, and we're monitoring it for you to protect you, your friends, and your family here on this Wednesday night. I know we're getting some updates in. Canceled the warning for Bay, continued for Washington for the threat closer to Vernon, but then this one here is what we're watching down toward the south as we switch between radars here toward Tallahassee's site, just barely clipping areas here and toward Franklin County, but we've been watching that circulation in that vicinity, so that's something you got to kind of be cognizant of for sure as we're watching more accidents. Look at that. That's more impressive to me, actually. Off Apalachicola, that could be something to watch for them in the next hour or so. Maybe a more impressive circulation. This is kind of right now starting to skip more toward the Gulf side of things, the county side of things, and the Franklin side of things. As I know it's really hard to make out. It's hard for me to make out anyway. That green thin line is where we have our delineation between what's in our covered area and what's not in our covered area. And in theory here, we're on right now, but in theory for our tornado warning policy and while we're sticking with it like we are, it's right here. It looks like it's right there as we get in tight. It looks like it could be over some roads in here, and there could be some type of structures in here, or maybe something just down here. Looks like something, but it's sparsely populated as we've alluded to. So, again, just continuing to watch here. You see the greens and reds are broad in nature, they're diffuse. They're not coming together right now. Right now we're seeing winds. Again, they're seeing it maybe because there's some issues with the way the angle of the radar is pointing at this, but 22 one way, 25 the other, so there'll be a weaker type circulation, maybe a zero type tornado could be on the ground here and toward this area in theory, but we'll just continue to watch it here. You see something that's kind of interesting, almost looked like a little something, but that's probably just the way the radar is reading things here with the pattern. I don't think that's debris, it's not collocated, but again, we're just going to continue to watch things here, West Apalachicola, but this one down here looks like it might be the storm to watch more because it could always fall apart on us, but it's headed in that direction here further over in Franklin County, and that could be something to watch the next hour. So we just got to keep our eyes on that here as that moves on up here in toward the picture. So just got to keep our eyes on this as it moves further on up here as we get toward areas further east in Franklin County. So again, you can kind of see some of that here on our Doppler technology. We're watching it for you closely here. In the Weather Center, of course, we had a terrible situation toward New Orleans. This terrible reports coming out of there, as they've alluded to here over the last little bit, and we've been covering all that for you here as well here in the Weather Center. We were breaking all that down for you there toward Jefferson, Paris, and toward New Orleans there. Seeing quite a few power outages in that region as well. So keeping everybody in our thoughts and prayers there. As we just got reporting now of a potential new debris signature just west of Coffeyville, Alabama, just crossed Highway 84 according to the Weather Service there in Mobile. So let's go ahead and go back up here. So let's go ahead and zoom on in a little bit tighter now, and we'll be able to see what we're down with here. You see west of Coffeyville, yeah, there could be something down right there. The US 84 is a possibility here as we get into toward this area. Definitely might have something down there in that vicinity, so we got to be aware of that here. Could have a tornado on the ground here west of Coffeyville, Alabama, and Choctaw County, maybe just trying to cross into Clark County at this point. So again, having to deal with that here, potentially a tornado on the ground there right now with this significant tornado outbreak that we're down with. Just trying to give you guys the very latest. Again, it's 5:54 Central over there, but because we're going between our local stuff here and the national level stuff, we're kind of keeping a clock on the screen from time to time, so people will kind of have an idea of what's going on in terms of that clock. The warning expired at 7:15 Eastern for Franklin, 6:15 Central for Gulf County there. So that's kind of the latest down toward the south. Let me go ahead and see what we have down here in terms of the Washington County storm. I know it's really messy. A lot of false echoes there. You have some rotation here, but then down here we don't see a lot off the Eglin radar. I know we just got a new tornado watch issues, so I'll be curious to see exactly what counties in our area, if there are some that are under this and what's going on with that. So let me go ahead. I know we kind of switched some things over real quick there, so I apologize if we had a flicker on the screen. I don't know if it did so, but we wanted to get this up really quick. It just came down here, and I have it up on our other source now on our rotation tracker. So this does include parts of our viewing area. Not a lot of our counties under this, but a fair amount. No Tallahassee, no Crawfordville, but this is a tornado watch here now until 2 a.m. Central Time. It does include areas here as we get out toward, of course, where we have the tornado warning right now, Franklin County, up toward Liberty County, Gadsden County, we have Bainbridge and Decatur County, Donaldsonville and Seminole County, we have Miller County under this community of Colquitt, we have Damascus in there, as well as we look up that way, Blakely's in there, you see all the way getting further on up here, northwest of Cuthbert as well. I mean, you see the threat area even up toward Quitman County. So, again, watching that situation here, dealing with that further on up as we get towards some of these different spots here with this tornado watch now at 7Z. So let me clarify that. That's 2 a.m. Central Time, which is 3 a.m. Eastern Time in our coverage area here for our zone. So they're going to replace, it looks like, the existing tornado warning there in Washington County with a severe for a tornado possible, and they just issued a severe for a broader area down here now for part of our covered area, including parts of Franklin, Gulf, and Liberty counties now, and that gets us out, it looks like, to about 7:45 Eastern Time. So that's going to be something we're watching. There's a very rural area out here, Sumatra. Do have Apalachicola in here, I guess, because of the accent coming off the water. So they might drop the other tornado warning. Let's go with severe with the tornado possible for now. We'll have to watch around Apalachicola, of course, to see how things kind of progress here over the next little bit. So we're just kind of paying attention for this here in the Weather Center. Again, a local tornado watch until 3 a.m. now, but then we're going to have another one out here. More than likely, I would think. It's not a given, but it's more than likely going to be the case. And then as we look later on, I know we're watching things. They're saying that the circulation is broadening out, but they're going to maintain the tornado warning for now toward Franklin and Gulf. But I know as we get out here, we're just running River Valley and toward Jacksonville. Maybe another tornado watch comes as we get there closer to where sunrise. May end up seeing a split a little bit different than that. Maybe getting to watch all the way through like Swanee or something, and then one more further east, depending on if the conditions allow and present themselves to be significant enough. But again, we're going to be watching here. This tornado warning is still continuing for now in our covered area, and then you see the severe thunderstorm warning over the broader area here. So again, you see Sumatra and Woma and Krills and Apalachicola could have a gust of 60 in here with some of this accident, if not a quick spin up tornado, a weaker type tornado, a water spout type situation that works its way in maybe. So we'll be watching for all that. Again, we're there near the top of the hour now, 6:58 Eastern Time, 5:58 Central Time. He's got a PDS watch to the west in the purple. You see our confirmed tornado warning up there, Choctaw and Clark. Take shelter now. Of course, some of this line's getting more over the water, or at least for the moment. And that'll be some good news for those areas toward New Orleans, where there is even flooding being reported as well, in addition to the tornado damage. But eventually this accident will be coming back into the picture here and be something we'll be watching in our local zones. So that's something to kind of pay attention to. I know just checking some movement of this. This is going to be a really rough estimate that I do here, but I'm just going to try to time this out a little bit here. I mean, this is moving here at a decent speed, so as we get later toward the night and toward that Thursday, we'll be watching that line in and of itself come into the picture here. The timing may kind of shift around some, so I'm not going to do just the exact track path of this here in terms of how things are looking at the moment. But looks like they're putting some survey damage surveys, I should say, for the New Orleans office on December 15th, which is tomorrow. And then a tornado warning confirmed over Coffeyville, Alabama, 20 miles west of Grove Hill. Continues moving east at 25 miles an hour. And a new severe thunderstorm warning now for parts of Jackson and Washington counties here until about 6:45 Central Time. So, again, we're watching things very carefully in that regard as well. Again, we're watching things very carefully in that regards. But, again, the reason we're really staying with this right now is a local tornado warning for parts of Franklin County. It's not very impressive, but Weather Service says the angle isn't the best on the radar, so you just never know what could be down there as they're continuing it. You just heard that beep. It's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 11 miles east of Port St. Joe, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So we'll continue to watch that one. You see the box trimming back, but still keeping a little bit of Franklin, a little bit of Gulf in there. Eventually this is extended and may end up getting into Liberty. So we'll just have to wait and see there. And then you can kind of see we have these other discrete storms. Some of them no warnings at the moment, but some of them have had warnings, and we got to watch this one in the Panhandle because this actually could clip some of southwest Georgia here. You see around areas south of Chipley here. This is a thunderstorm warning at this moment south of Vernon and Wausau, but it is moving here northeast at 25 miles an hour. So in theory, we could be watching this inner southwest Georgia within the next couple of hours, depending on how the speed picks up or slows down. So we'll just be watching that here as we have that tornado watch for some of those southwest Georgia counties and in some of those western Big Bend counties now until 3 a.m. Eastern time. So we're going to be paying attention to all that here in the Weather Center, of course, as we watch this accident out ahead of things. Again, we're paying attention to the threat here locally. Again, there's a local tornado warning out of our 62 counties. We have Franklin that's included right now until 7:15, so for another 14 minutes. We have that threat there. It's not very robust like we've seen with some of these other storms, but it is there. Maybe a quick weak tornado possibility is presenting itself. So again, let me just see what else we're dealing with here. They're saying 2 a.m. Central Time in this, and then our system's saying 2 a.m. Eastern over here. So I wonder which one it is, but we'll try to get clarification on that. It says 7Z, so you do the time conversion. That actually would probably be 2 a.m. Eastern Time. I don't know why that system is showing that then. So saying 2 a.m. Central on the actual statement, so that's actually a mistake. So I would think since others showing 2 a.m. Eastern Time, it doesn't mean that big of a thing here, but just to kind of clarify that. So it's showing up at 2 a.m. Eastern Time here for the Tallahassee counties there of Coffeedale, some of those in Central Time, but 2 a.m. Eastern is what they have with this 2 a.m. Central there. But Geneva, Henry, Houston, and then Bay, Calhoun, Franklin, Gulf, Gadsden, Holmes, Jackson, Liberty, Walton, Washington, and then in Georgia, Clay, Decatur, Early, Miller, Quitman, Seminole counties, all with this tornado watch in play. We're watching for that tornado potential out ahead of the main line with a more organized action. So not to say we couldn't get a more significant tornado out of this leading action, but it seems like the more substantial action will be out to the west, but still remain weather aware. Those into the tornado watch obviously need to be doing that now. You already have that tornado warning down there in the ward of Franklin County. So again, we're watching all this here. I'm going to step out of this shot. Again, we're just after 70. See how clear things are to where it's dark in Gainesville and Lake City at this point. It has warmed up quite a bit, though, so there's some negatives for that. But we're just going to have to keep watching another. Talking about storms near the warm front here. Broad rotation toward Covington County, but something that could spark up near the warm front for sure. Try to spin itself up a little bit. We'll have to pay attention to that there from that national perspective. So that's what we're doing here in the Weather Center. I know it's 63 here as I move the map over toward the east of Stark right now. We'll be watching some of these temperatures here, these temperature trends here as we go through the evening and the overnight. We've had some of this warmer air and more favorable air try to pump its way on in here. That's what we've been kind of paying attention to here in the Weather Center. So again, let me go ahead and see what we have here in terms of the dew point values. Now you see some 60 numbers, and those are definitely more favorable for severe weather than when you get into lower numbers like than that. So again, continue to watch this tornado warning here locally. That's what we've been on for pretty much wall to wall over the last little bit here. You see that rotation kind of broad in nature at this point, but still a formal tornado warning for a sliver of our area. So we're paying attention to it, and since I have it in this kind of that more national mode, that's one reason I'm sticking with it a little longer for the rural area, because I don't want people to kind of if they're tuning in or out, they might not realize we're covering local threats if I have it in our other mode during the breaks. Since we're still in the national mode, but we have the local threat right now, we're kind of sticking with that on this stream so people kind of know what's going on here. That we have officially right now a tornado warning for a sliver of our covered area here until about 7:15 or so. So 6:15 Central outside of our area, about 7:15 Eastern there in Franklin County. Very small area being covered here. So we're just continuing to see what the Weather Service comes down with on us. I mean, the storm there, Westerbury area definitely looks more impressive here. It's a severe thunderstorm warning one right now south of Wausau in the Florida Panhandle. But again, we have this tornado warning here. I know the tornado warning continues for Clark, Alabama County there. We'll watch that. But you can see here not much on Eggland's radar with this one here at all. As it tries to move up towards Sumatra, we have a severe thunderstorm warning here in play as well. So kind of keeping our eyes on that situation here as well. So I know we're just going to keep monitoring everything on the Doppler radar scans. I know strong circulation just north of Tibby, I believe it's Tibby, Alabama there. So let's go back up there, see what's going on. Look at this storm here. This is Washington County. And you can see here, no debris yet, but that could change on us. There's some rotation in between, but then the confirmed tornado we've had in Coffeyville, we don't have any debris there right now, thankfully. It doesn't look like, but we'll just continue to watch all of this as it progresses here in the Weather Center. So, again, though, the reason we have our local time on right now is because we have a tornado warning in our 62 counties, which we thought we could have action out ahead. We definitely were mentioning that here as a prelude to this event, though it's a little bit even further out ahead than you would generally expect here with the situation. It hadn't been all that impressive, to be quite honest. Haven't had any reports from any of this really in toward our covered area, which is good news, but it's very sparsely populated out here, as we continue to allude to and mention as we're watching here in toward Gulf County. Again, we're just going to keep tracking all of this here and see what the Weather Service decides to do over the next little bit. So again, we're monitoring everything here for you. I'm checking some more different sources right now. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch, making sure our streams are still going. We're just going to go ahead and see what is happening. We're just going to keep monitoring things here in the Weather Center for sure. So just kind of stick with me here. We're at about 7:07 Eastern now. So I know there's tornado warning in Jackson County, Mississippi, that we're watching, as well as Harrison County. Let's go back there toward the national level. You can see here we're watching things out that way. Harrison, Jackson counties. You can kind of see we have some rotation out there in that PDS watch, a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch goes for another couple more hours. We could have a life-threatening tornado like what we saw near New Orleans earlier. If you weren't here with us a couple hours ago, we had such a sobering sight on the Doppler radar technology out that way. Our thoughts and prayers to everybody around New Orleans with that significant tornado that was in store for them and did take place there. But as we get here back toward the east end, this tornado warning does continue now. Again, we're watching northwest of Apalachicola. It should go off the board here pretty soon, I would think. But again, it's in our area just barely. And since we're on this national stream, I don't want people to think that we're not covering this here and that we have a situation where people miss taking their tornado precautions and get hurt or something to that effect, if they're not able to see that we are keeping tabs on this and actually alerting people, and they actually catch it from watching me. But again, just want to make sure you're taking center in a small red box here right now that does clip a little bit of our covered area here for the next few moments. So severe thunderstorm warning in play. If we don't get another tornado warning out of this area, we'll kind of go back to our more normal mode. I know it's a severe thunderstorm warning for a small part of our area, a little bit bigger than the other, but I'm not going to treat it too heavily here at this point. We've talked about this area for a while. I'll go ahead and talk about the thunderstorm warning a little bit more, though, while we're in this continuous type coverage. It is for Gulf, for Liberty, and for Franklin until 7:45 Eastern, 6:45 Central, at 6:56 Eastern Time, 5:56 Central. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 8 miles west of Port St. Joe to 20 miles south of Mexico Beach to 39 miles southwest to Apalachicola there. Moving north at northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So you see this cluster here coming in the picture. We're watching this, and then our other cluster we're watching for our Georgia counties for later is up there southwest of Mariana. We're watching that. It's going to be a while till that gets into our Georgia counties from this zone, but I know we're getting another update now from the Weather Service. Meteorologist Cameron Young there. The Weather Service telling us here in the chat that circulation is Gulf is weakening a bit, probably going to let that tornado warning expire, but the severe thunderstorm warning will remain in effect as the Bowen segment moves across the St. Joseph Bay. and another circulation bears monitoring south of St. Vincent and St. George Islands. So again, we're just going to have to keep watching things here. You see these weak circulations down here off the Eglin radar, but sometimes it might be a little bit stronger than what we're seeing on the Doppler. So we'll have to watch this carefully here in this area. So that's what we're dealing with right now here in the Weather Center. Again, a local tornado warning for another 5 minutes or so, and that's what we're keeping tabs on here right now. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. We're keeping you up to date. We're still waiting word here on what's going on with some of these other storms and with some of the damage report that we've seen out toward New Orleans there, toward that area, toward southeastern Louisiana. That storm when we had really tight, strong, violent, almost type rotation with that. And some of the images are starting to reveal what has happened there. More of those images will even come out tomorrow as daylight comes out and kind of shows us what happened out there. But even a little bit further, and the survey crews get on the ground here and get an idea of exactly what's going on. But again, we're just going to keep watching, keep tracking. You can see here we have some weak areas here. This is not impressive on this radar view, but you just never know. Got to remain on guard here as we're looking down here in this general vicinity. As the thunderstorm warning is also in play, and we have these weak circulations here. No one tornado warning still in play for a sliver of our covered area, as we've talked about here, until about 7:15. But again, that bigger tornado threat here, further on over toward the east. Further on over toward the east here, we're just going to have to be watching here in the overnight hours as the main event really tries to take place, because you see here that yellow area, Albany, Tallahassee, Taylor County there. You kind of see we could have maybe a tornado watch this out here. So it makes you have multiple ways to get alerts there during that overnight time frame. I know I'm losing my voice a little bit, but hopefully this update will take a quick break here after this tornado warning gets dropped off here for the sliver of our covered area. And I'll be ready for more tornado events here to emerge as the night goes along. So the PDS watch to the west still continues. Impressive storm here around, it looks like Chatham, and headed toward Jackson, Alabama. And then we have this storm here northwest of Pascagoula. We're watching north of Biloxi. We're watching now. We're watching the severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson and Washington outside of our area, but then the tornado warning in our area just barely here between Franklin and Gulf counties. So again, just continuing to watch. It's very weak, as we've been talking about, but there's still an official tornado warning out. And since we're kind of in a mode where it looks like we're focusing more on national, I want to make sure we focus on local here, that people are kind of dipping in and dipping out. So that's the cancellation of the Harrison and Jackson tornado warning. And we had one for Clark expire there, but we're still watching some different alerts here on the board. This actually is just the latest scan here. Ironically, it looks just a little bit tighter now, so we'll see what they decide to do. It's not that tight, but it just looks a little bit more apparent. Seared about 40 miles an hour now in this area. You can see we're going to go ahead now and go over toward the Tallahassee radar site now and continue to watch things here as we watch the different scans here go around with the radar technology. I know the radar there, as we get closer toward the airport, can definitely give us a demonstration of what's going on here. Now, if you're in McCullough, no tornado watch for you. You're not under one yet. It will be later on. Storyline there, but a tornado watch to the west here into the early parts of the overnight hours. So again, we're just paying attention right now, though. Here you see it actually looks a little bit more impressive on this mode. This is actually flipped more into toward Gulf County for the moment, but it'll probably try to head back into toward Franklin County here and then the Liberty County as the situation kind of develops. So that's something to kind of watch here for our viewers in Sumatra, if there are any out there. We thank you so much for tuning in to Cloud Weather as we continue to watch here the situation that's ongoing here in this vicinity and toward the far western part of the Big Bend, and this barely into the eastern time zone right now. Circulation's kind of moved out of the eastern time zone. You see the red box went away, but we'll have to see. That actually, I mean, again, looks a little bit better than it did. It's not really robust by any stretch of the imagination, but for the very brief moment, that tornado warning's off the board, and we're down to just one tornado warning in Clark and Washington counties in Alabama. So that's some good news, of course, but Just have to continue to watch. I mean, you see how it's actually really weak looking there. And of course, as soon as we get ready to have the tornado warning go away, it starts to kind of try to get its act together a little bit again. So you just never know. Could just be an angle deceiving us too, and it's not all that strong still. Only 25 and 12, so maybe 28 and 17 if you're really going to high side there. That's still under 50 miles an hour really of circulation. So that's nothing really impressive. But we're going to keep our eyes on it. If we get another tornado warning, we'll jump back in before the 9 minutes is up, unless it comes right at that end of that timeline. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of our area, for parts of Franklin County, Liberty County, with that tornado possible tag until 7:45. So we'll keep our eyes on things. We'll go ahead and go back to our tornado outbreak box in the corner versus the clock for now, but might very well be headed back into local coverage over a little bit, or over the next little bit, I should say. And we still will be watching to some extent with local coverage for the severe thunderstorm warning threat that's in play as well with this. So we're paying attention, folks. Beginning of the tornado warning on this, we'll be back within before the 9 minutes is up, but otherwise, see you here in about 9 minutes as we leave you with another look here at the area as a whole. So stay tuned, stay safe out there, be ready to be taking necessary precautions as we watch our area here throughout the evening hours at Clouds Weather. I continue to lose my voice. Just stick with me, folks. I'm going to give me a little bit of something to drink here and be back soon as we try to protect you, your friends, and your family.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center. We have a new tornado warning in our market area. That's why we're breaking back into the stream here. This tornado warning for parts of Franklin County Gulf is in there too, but circulation starting to edge back into Franklin County again, and it started to strengthen on us. So we need to get folks in the shelter here. We'll go over to our Tallahassee radar display now. You can see the greens, you can see the reds trying to come together here right near the county line. The greens winds about 30 going toward the radar, red about 30 away from the radar. That's about 60 miles per hour worth of rotation. For perspective here, we're just north and west of Krills, or east there of White City, headed up there, further up in northwestern Franklin County. So eventually we'll have to watch even for areas in Liberty County, as we've talked about, to maybe be under a tornado warning here. So a new tornado warning in the market area now until about 7:45. For parts of Franklin County. So again, we got to go ahead and get in this shelter here if we're in this vicinity. Again, a local tornado warning here for parts of the market area. So again, this is a very rural zone. I mean, there are some roads that are showing up in here, but the Weather Service says it's mainly rural areas of East Central Gulf and northwestern Franklin counties, including the following locations: Howard Creek, Willis Landing, Buck Siding there, and Fort Gaston. They are encouraging folks, if they have a basement, move to that. But then also, if not, an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building is an option as well. Avoid those windows though. And if you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to that closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So again, local tornado warning here as we continue to watch things pop up way out ahead of the main threat here. This is a local tornado warning. So let me go ahead and switch on over here our clock. We'll go ahead and take the outbreak information out there, and we'll go ahead and put on our clock just so everybody kind of knows what's going on here a little bit. We're focusing on that Eastern time zone now. So 7:23 is the time. We're continuing to monitor the situation. You see the greens and reds coming together right on that county line. We're just right near, it looks like Perch Street there, Bream Street. It just kind of crossed over that there in Gulf County, and now it's headed back into our area in Franklin County. So our official 62 counties. So again, you can see the greens and the reds. I know it's very sparsely populated, but eventually this could be crossing over. It looks like behind me here, State Highway 65, one of the markers in here. So just have to kind of watch these greens and reds trying to come together here as this progresses. You hear another beat, that's for a tornado warning toward Clark and Washington County till 7 o'clock Central Time in parts of Alabama there. Smith Anderson capable of producing a tornado located over Deer Park, 8 miles northwest of Citronelle. Is moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So I'm going to continue to watch this situation very carefully. We're just going to continue to monitor the progress of things here in the Weather Center as the situation evolves. And that really got tight there. That really got tight. Maybe starting to see this escalate a little bit now right there in toward parts there of Franklin County. So that's something a little more concerning in nature than a little bit of an escalation here in this axe. And you can see, again, we're in our local area. I know we're covering national threat concerns, but right now the local area really has been our concern over the last little bit now. We didn't want to switch streams because this is a more isolated, lower end type threat in general out ahead of things, and the higher threat will be later on. But still, every tornado warning you have to take seriously for sure here, and that's what we're doing at Cloud Weather right now. Again, you see Sumatra, and we have that tornado watch as well into the early part there of the overnight hours really in play for areas like Liberty County and Gadsden County and Franklin County now. So I know also getting reports out of that Harrison County, Mississippi stuff. Heavy tree damage near the VA hospital from about 5:56 there. That's not what you want to hear out of Biloxi and Harrison County, of course, but had that storm right along the coast there. That looked pretty nasty. May have just been the stronger winds, but it could have been an actual tornado touchdown. We'll find out here as we look ahead in the timeline. But again, focusing on our area once again, you can see the greens, you can see the reds here. It's going to be moving on over here. Some of these different areas in toward parts there of Franklin County over the next little bit. State Road 65 potentially in the path of this. So Gotta be ready to avoid that area here over the next little bit as this progresses. Again, the greens toward that radar in Tallahassee, reds meaning the wind's going away from that radar there in Tallahassee. So that's what we're kind of down with right now in toward this area as we're looking at that local threat. It's barely in our area, but it has ramped up a little bit in severity here. Nothing overwhelming, but it could legitimately be producing a tornado here right now on the ground. So we have to be taking that into consideration here. I know we're watching other storms outside of our area. One other tornado warned area there toward Clark and Washington. Catch my eye there. Northwest of Citroen, another one here north of Waggerville. And we'll be watching that there. But it's all that Clark, Washington County region that we're having to deal with things. And we have other areas we'll be paying attention to the course of the evening and overnight hours. Let's go back to our Earth computer here, our Earth computer now. We'll go ahead and switch sources so you kind of get an idea of what's going on. I know we've been at it for a while, so if I lose my voice here, I apologize, but it's about protecting you, your friends, and your family. You see the energy values here, not extreme, but 300-400 joules per kilogram. And then as we go to the significant tornado parameter, these are enough as they come together right near these coastal areas to produce a quick spin up tornado or a waterspout. I'm maintaining that on shores of tornadoes. That's showing up pretty strong now. You see Sumatra here. Could end up having another tornado warning issued as we look ahead toward the timeline here. If this kind of holds together, you can see the genesis is tight there. The coast was weak for a while though. And again, I apologize, me losing my voice, but you can see it was weak for a while here, but then it tightened back up as it's moved on here up further inland, which is kind of intriguing because it's headed away from the higher instability values in theory, but we still have those rotational values in place. So we have to just be kind of mindful of that here over the next little bit. It's just a one-man band here, but we're trying to keep you safe in the Weather Center. Let me go ahead and go back on over now toward Franklin and Gulf counties on our other radar source. We're going to get back to that Tallahassee radar here now. We're going to get back to that Tallahassee radar here as we continue to watch things in the Weather Center. As we continue to protect you, your friends, your family here on this Wednesday night. Again, we have a local tornado warning. You hear that beep? That's continuation of the severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for Franklin, Gulf, and Liberty until 7:45 Eastern, 6:45 Central. But we have the tornado warning that got reissued with inside of that. And we have another circulation now trying to head more toward Apalachicola. So you hear all these beeps, all these updates coming on in. A lot of those about the tornado watch type scenario. But you can see here, you can see some of this approaching there toward some of these islands, St. George Island, St. Vincent's Island there, as we've alluded to here in the past over the last little bit. But we'll have to watch to see if we get a tornado warning for Apalachicola. But then this one up here, a little more apparent with the circulation. So maybe even a little bit of debris trying to show up now. That's not out of the question there that that's co-located. I mean, 727 there, and we kind of try to look. I mean, it's not 100% by any means, but could have something there. Again, you can kind of see that we're dealing with some of this type of threat. It's sparsely populated out here, but we're dealing with it. We have to watch towards Sumatra over the next little bit. So again, I'm just continuing to monitor the situation, continue to give you the latest updates here, protect you, your friends, and your family on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. It's about keeping everybody safe here tonight and keeping everybody out of harm's way the best we can here in the Weather Center. Again, there's a look at all the different platforms that we're on. I'll make notes up, or go to cloudweather.com, and the header up there, close to the top anyway. You can see here, you can see the different sources, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch, some of the different links there to watch maybe from a more preferable streaming site. But again, we're going to go ahead and go back on to this view, and we're getting an update. Northeast Washington County, broad rotation, but concerning, not enough from for an upgrade from the severe warning to a tornado up there, but that could change, and they're paying attention to it right near the interstate there, so right near Interstate 10, so we're paying attention up that way. But right now we have a local tornado warning here. Again, you can see a little bit of something in here, but it doesn't look like it's co-located. Again, we're just continuing to watch here. This is south of Sumatra here in the Florida Big Bend, and you see we have that spin here within the Doppler radar algorithm, so we're paying attention to that here, obviously. We're continuing to give you guys the latest updates here. A tornado warning in the local area that we're dealing with has not been all that impressive. This is probably one of the little more impressive scans that we've seen out of this here as we've got south of Sumatra. But we're just going to continue to watch this here. You have the other spin south of Apalachicola. That's starting to escalate a little bit as well. So just have to kind of pay attention to that here. See if we get another tornado warning towards southern parts of Franklin County over the next little bit. So again, we're still dealing with these areas here very carefully. Again, you can kind of see what we're tracking, the greens and reds coming together. That is something that definitely can be concerning. It is concerning in this type of situation. And then we have the other threat toward Apalachicola. And that comes on in, that could present us with another tornado warning that needs to be issued here. Another tornado threat. So we'll just have to play it by ear. But again, the greens and reds there, something to watch. You see south of Sumatra there. We're watching the spin here in toward this region. It's very rural still, so we're keeping our eyes on it. I think what we're going to do here is a tricky situation. We're going to keep the stream going, of course, but we're going to take about a 5-minute break here so I can catch my breath. But if we have to cut in front of the tornado warning before that, of course we will. But we're here in the Weather Center to keep you safe, folks. Definitely could have more tornado warnings here on the board in this vicinity, and then later tonight, of course, we have the main threat really. But tornado watch is in play now, so we're watching, we're tracking it all for you here in the Weather Center. It's kind of interesting to have it so broad here with all these warnings ahead, and then the main threat further out toward the west here. So definitely intriguing, definitely something we're keeping our eyes on very closely here in the Weather Center. They're giving us an update now that the circulation continues to be strong and tight. It could produce a tornado any time if it hadn't already, as it crosses the Apalachicola River from Gulf into far northwestern Franklin County here. That's what we're paying attention to here in the Weather Center. Again, you can kind of see what we're dealing with on this view, but in the broad view here, you see some warnings out toward the west as well. And we'll gather more information here in the next few moments and report back to you in about 5 minutes, unless we get a confirmed tornado or something like that in a hurry here. Then we'll jump back in immediately. Or if we get a new warning here in an area, we'll be covering that here as well. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you up to date.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Breaking back just a little bit early here because we have a new tornado warning now for parts of our covered area. It is including parts of Franklin and Liberty now to 8:15 Eastern time here. Excuse me. Again, 8:15 Eastern time. We're watching this potential here as it moves on up and toward the picture. We're just continuing to watch this threat here. This rotation is very strong now, so we need to get folks into shelter here. I need to get folks into shelter in this area because we have a possible tornado on the ground in the vicinity of Sumatra. So, again, gotta take our tornado precautions here right away. It's just a one-man band, so I apologize if I lose my voice here from time to time, but it's about protecting you. It's about protecting your friends. It's about protecting your family here in the weather center. So that's what we're doing. It's in our local area, so we have to be covering it here with a hyper-local focus. And we have this green and red accent here indicating strong rotation here approaching the Sumatra area. And if a tornado hadn't already touched down, it could touch down at any point here as we're watching the threat extend further on up now toward this area again. The tornado warning, a new one being issued at 8:15. At 7:35, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 14 miles southeast of Hattiesburg there. As we get more updates into the chat, but 14 miles looks like, well, that's the wrong warning there. Let me click on the other one, a new warning, but the one to the north that was located 14 miles southeast of Hattiesburg, 17 miles north of Apalachicola, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Again, you can kind of see here, we're watching this threat progress here. The greens and the reds, again, south of Sumatra here is where the worst of this is. You see it's right there on your doorstep. If you're in Sumatra right now, you got to be taking those tornado precautions. That means interior room. That means away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible if you're in this area, because this is a dangerous situation that we're dealing with here right now in our covered area. Again, we have to just continue to watch things here. You see Woma. You see villas there, could be in the path over the next little bit. In theory, if this were to hold together, it could get closer toward western Leon County here, even at this point of things. Again, holding together and popping up way out ahead of the main event. But we just have to remain on guard since we have that tornado watch here on play. You see the winds coming together here for sure on the Doppler radar. So, again, we're watching this very carefully. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and step off here real quick as we continue to watch this. We need to check some information here off camera. New severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin at 8:45 with that tornado possible tag as well. I know I'm just trying to check some different things here off cameras. We're having to kind of stick with this here for a while. So if my voice trails off, I apologize. But it's about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Again, just continuing to give you guys the latest information here in the Weather Center. So we just want to make sure our Twitter account is up to date here as well, because this is kind of an unusual situation to get this accent all coming together here with the national threat here way out of the west and then the local threat here as well. So again, that's what we're having to deal with here right now. Again, we're at 7:42 Eastern time on this Wednesday. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center, trying to keep you, your friends, and your family. So I'm just trying to see exactly what we have here for everybody. I know a lot of damage around New Orleans for sure. That's a pretty big deal. Pretty big deal as we're looking toward that area there. As we've already alluded to, as we've already conveyed to the viewer here over the last little bit. So that's what we're trying to do. We're getting more updates here in right now. So you hear those beeps. It looks like the rescue area is remaining pretty similar. Again, that new tornado watch is pretty interesting though for some of our areas there as we get later into toward the nighttime hours. So we're just having to continue to monitor this type of threat. I know, seeing the different updates come on in from the different sources, it's always kind of interesting here in this situation. So that's what we're trying to make sure we take heed of right now and pass it along to you guys, the viewer at home. Again, we're sitting at about 7:43 on that clock. Again, a new tornado watch being issued here, so that's always kind of intriguing to see here that threat as we look ahead to later on. I'm just putting that out on Twitter now, just to remind everybody if they're not tuning into the coverage, they know that there's some concern here out ahead of things. So that's something to really be kind of mindful of here as we're trying to keep everybody up to date, as we're trying to keep everybody informed here in the Weather Center. So again, you're seeing Sumatra there. You're seeing that rotation. You see it right there in that vicinity. I'll go ahead and step back in the shot now. You can see the red indicating the stronger wind there around Sumatra in parts of this area, in parts of our southwestern viewing area. So again, you see a little hook on here as well. So you have that red 50-mile-an-hour wind in there, and you have the other warning, of course, it's for the same area, and then we have more rotation headed toward Apalachicola, which could prompt us to have a tornado warning issued here over the next little bit. So it's something to be mindful of here toward Apalachicola and another part of Franklin County. Again, we're watching this danger there, but the danger right now lies more in the here and now up towards Sumatra. So have to be watching you guys around Sumatra. We're seeing gate-to-gate shear there upward of 70 miles an hour. So got to take those tornado precautions there around Sumatra in toward the Florida Big Bend, in toward our covered area. That's what we're focusing on this so intently here right now. It's about protecting you, your friends, and your family here on this Wednesday. So again, I zoom in back out a little bit. You have more action coming in toward Apalachicola over the next little bit here. That could be severe, even maybe even tornadic. We'll just wait and see. But again, we're watching this up to the north with that more impressive hook on it. Again, you see it around Sumatra here as we're watching this threat, the reds and the greens coming together on air. So that's what we're having to watch as this moves on further into ward areas. Again, it's conceivable further up in Liberty County we're watching, and even maybe it gets into ward parts of Leon or Wakulla. Hopefully by then it really falls apart. But we'll be watching up here for you in the Weather Center. That's what we're doing. As you're hearing that beep, and a storm in Alabama, they're starting to watch it tighten up just east of the community of Seaboard, and it'll likely approach Highway 43 south of Waggerville there. So there's a tornado warning storm in that direction. You need to keep an eye on from that national perspective. But here locally, our 62 counties, we have 2 of them covered right now by a tornado warning. That's Franklin, that's Liberty, and that goes until 8:15 Eastern Time. So again, that's another 29 minutes or so. So you got to take those tornado precautions here and take them very seriously here in this area. So again, you can see right now nothing really apparent in terms of any type of debris, but we'll continue to watch here in the Weather Center. A tornado warning storm, though, in our covered area is something that you can never take lightly here as we're seeing it move to the more populated areas here to some degree. I know we were really rural in some of these other zones. Still pretty rural out here, though, for sure. But when it gets right near a city like this, obviously that escalates that threat a little. You see the topography. There are some things out here that could be hit, that could be damaged by a tornado versus just trees being knocked down in an open area. But again, we're just going to continue to watch this here as it progresses. We're in this live coverage here to protect you, your friends, and your family. Again, 1 tornado warning in our area, 1 tornado warning in the country outside of our area. That's in Washington County, Alabama. It's a very, very unusual setup here. As we talked about the action out ahead, way out ahead. Very unusual for our area anyway. It doesn't happen every year like this. It maybe every few years we get in a situation like this. We have the accident way out ahead, but the main event is still way out toward Mobile. That's why we kind of stayed on the mainstream for the national level threat, even though we have that local level threat. It's something we generally like to separate them, but it's just something that really what times wouldn't permit, because by the time I switched over, we'd be losing a few minutes there to get you to that safe spot, obviously, and then sometimes we have technical issues when we switch like that as well pretty rapidly. But you see cool air up towards central Georgia. That could help limit some of the severe threat up that way, but we're watching here toward the south. We have the instability, we have the shear in play, and that's always problematic when they come together. So that's what we're kind of having to deal with here right now with this overall threat. You see the storm to the northern I-10 no longer warned, which is great news, obviously. But we'll continue to watch here the storm in our area that is warned here right now with the tornado warning and the thunderstorm warning to the south. But as we've kind of alluded to here with some of that action that's coming on in. But tornado warning here around Sumatra It just passed across Sumatra and is still holding together. It heads out into the Apalachicola National Forest. So you know what? Since it's in the forest right now, I would think not many people will be there at night as it heads out toward into the forest there, the Apalachicola National Forest. I think it's time to take a 5-minute break then to kind of regather ourselves, catch my breath just a little bit here. So that's something that we kind of have to keep our eyes on here for sure. As it moves across that, maybe it'll weaken on down out there, and that'd be great news. But right now we have that impending threat. You see that out toward the west, cooler air, but toward the east here we have these warmer temperatures, a more volatile atmosphere, and a tornado warning and a severe thunderstorm warning continuing in our area for now. One of those till 8:45 for parts of Franklin, severe thunderstorm warning, and the tornado warning for parts of Franklin and Liberty until 8:15. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll be back here soon with more weather information.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center right now at 7:54. Getting new updates here into the chat session out of the Mobile office right now. I know they're watching a strong low-level rotation developing near southwest Butler County, and this issued a tornado warning because of that tornado that could develop at any time there. But in our area, you see the red box. It's a tornado warning continuing now locally. I mean, this stuff really developing way out ahead of the main event. Tornado warning continuing right now for parts of Franklin and parts of Liberty counties here until 8:15. And then we have another tornado warning in Washington County, Alabama, the third, of course, in Butler County. That's outside of our area. And then it's a thunderstorm warning also in our area, in our local 62 counties. That continues here in the yellow box. And then we're watching that. That's for parts of Franklin County. You hear updates? Bear with me here as they come on in, and we get the latest to you. This right here, a tornado warning, Clark and Washington counties there. Under that, that's until about 7:45. At 6:54, the thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Waggerville, or 7 miles southwest of Jackson. And then locally now, the tornado warning continuing for Liberty County. They've canceled Franklin out of it, but it's continuing for Liberty County now. A tornado possibly being produced there 16 miles east of Stonewall Creek, or 21 miles northwest of Carabel, moving northeast to 25 miles an hour. So again, gotta watch that. Hopefully it I know I'm kind of edging it in the direction here further over in the more populated areas, but hopefully it falls apart with the lower values here in play in the atmosphere before it gets toward Tallahassee. But we've had enough of values here in play to be problematic here down toward the south with the tornado perimeter already coming into play. Energy that really slacks the off as we get up toward Tallahassee. Down here we have 376 to 407 joules per kilogram, and then we have only about a fourth of that as we get up toward Tallahassee. Only 94 joules per kilogram. I know that doesn't mean a lot to many viewers, but the point of saying that is the storm fuel isn't really there yet. It will be later on, and we got to really stay weather aware in the overnight hours. Don't get me wrong. Excuse me, but again, just got to pay attention here as we look ahead and toward the timeline. I know there may be a debris signature. They're asking the Tallahassee office now. Let's see what we have here. Media member asking, and yes, sir, I think that might be a debris signature. I think that's a tornado on the ground here, folks, in our area now. That's a tornado on the ground. We need to get folks in shelter. We have a tornado in progress. I know it's a rural area, but we have this now confirmed northeast of Sumatra here. This is a tornado on the ground right over National Forest Road 181. So in theory, there shouldn't be too many people out here, if anybody out here, thankfully. But still, we have a tornado in progress. This is now a radar-indicated tornado based on the actual debris signature. Radar-confirmed tornado is the terminology I'm trying to come up with there. But the debris signature for southern Liberty County is now evident. It's moving northeast toward Twin Pole, or just north of there, according to the Weather Service in the chat session. So, excuse me, again, we have a tornado on the ground now within our 62 county area. A tornado's in progress. It's going to turn purple now because this is a confirmed tornado, folks. 16 miles east of Stonewall Creek, or 21 miles northwest of Carabel, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So, again, we have a tornado now in progress here southeast of Wilma. It is on the ground. I know it's a very rural area, but somebody could be out there. And if they're out there in this area for whatever reason, they could be getting hurt. They could be getting hurt here if they're not taking those tornado precautions. Interior room away from windows. As we look here, that looks like a pretty quick touchdown. They're already starting to lift, but we have a tornado that's been, at least over the last moment, in progress in our covered area here, folks. That's the emphasis that this situation needs to be on here, is that we've had a tornado on the ground in our covered area over the last few seconds here, few moments. You see the box turn purple officially there, and again, we've had a tornado hit in this area here, in this more forested area, thankfully, versus a more urban area. But still, it's in our covered area, and we have to cover all 62 counties here the same, whether we're in a more urban area or if we're in about the most rural area you can get. This is in one of the more rural areas that you could ever get. I know the start is to remind me of it earlier, and it's reminding me of it now. In October there when I did FSU, maybe 2014. I'm not 100% sure on the year, but it may have been 2014. We had a tree fall at FSU with a tornado warning with a line there, an accident coming through the next day. But the day before, we had a bunch of storms ahead that really popped on up, and it kind of reminds me of that. Of course, it doesn't mean we'll have a tree fall at FSU this time. It's just the nature of things and the memory, but you get the idea here. We don't generally get this that often, have these discrete storms just develop like this, and now in a more rural area, a tornado on the ground here in this purple polygon, in this pink polygon, depending on what you want to call it. I guess you could use either phrasing for that, purple or pink, but you kind of get the idea here. We're watching things very carefully in the Weather Center. We're paying attention here. We're really trying to make sure you guys are mindful of this here. This, I guess you could say, lavender polygon even, but again, we're watching that debris signature southeast of Wilma here. We've had a tornado touch down in this area here. Very rural, but still a tornado on the ground in our covered area is always of the utmost concern to get that message out to you. The viewer here, the greens and reds have kind of fallen off some. Maybe it'll have done its damage here and not been really a big deal, and it'll just fall off as it gets into that less unstable, more stable air mass here as it gets further off toward the north. That'd be some good news here, and then we'll be able to kind of maybe catch our breath for a little bit before the main event comes our way later on during the overnight hours. I know it's weird talking about a tornado on the ground in the area and then not saying it's the main event, but this really isn't the main event. It's the prelude here to what's going to happen here as we get toward the overnight, and we'll try to give you an update on the timing here. Once I get a little bit of a break here, I'll try to get an update for the timing. I had a graphic last night. We'll try to update that for you. It's probably pushed a little ahead now based on what I was looking at when I was watching things before we started this stream 5.5 hours ago, I guess it was now. I mean, again, just continuing to watch things here in terms of our temperature readings as well. 63 degrees east of Stark, where I'm at in north central Florida. Not as warm as some other areas, but still definitely some unfavorable conditions in terms of actually having severe weather. I mean, what I mean by unfavorable is not really what it sounds like, baby. So let me clarify. Unfavorable in that it's not a good thing, and that we actually have to have pretty favorable severe weather parameters, but it's not a great thing. It's not what you want to see. It's what I'm trying to come up with. I know we've been on for 5.5 hours, so if my phrasing's just a little bit off here, I apologize. That's what happens, though, when you're talking to a camera for 5.5 hours. But again, you get the idea. We're watching things southeast of Wilma here right now. That debris could still be there. We could still have a tornado on the ground here southeast of Wilma. So you need to take those tornado precautions. You need to take those tornado precautions here as we continue the live coverage. Again, it's a very rural zone. I mean, I can't imagine we have very many folks in there at all. I doubt anybody's actually in there tuning in. I know I'm looking at some things behind the scenes, so I may freeze up on us just for a second here. And if it does, I apologize. It's just about trying to get you guys the latest information. But again, you can see here, we're looking here southeast of Wilma. We're northeast of Sumatra now. At least this didn't seemingly touch down right over Sumatra, because then that would have been a situation where we had an area actually get hit. That's a little more densely populated comparatively. It's not densely populated down there, don't get me wrong, but what I'm trying to say is versus just a really rural area where it seems it's hit more toward a forested area, which, I mean, that could promote a debris signature popping up anyway. So now we just got word of a strong thunderstorm threat maybe trying to emerge toward Early County, Georgia, and in Jackson and Houston and Alabama. It's this storm here. No thunderstorm or tornado warning at this point, but a significant weather advisory just being issued by the office in Tallahassee. I know there's one down here that was just going away here for us, and I'll pull this up on a different mode. You'll be able to kind of see a little bit better, I think. But there you go. There's your new significant weather advisory. So no formal warning here, but we're talking about winds up to 50 miles an hour in this vicinity. So we have to watch there, southeast Alabama, but also over in the rural early counties. So we'll watch that for you here. But again, we have a confirmed tornado here in our area, right ahead of things. Again, you see that debris signature lingering around. Okay, the Weather Service did something that's kind of interesting here, and that's going to push our timeline up a bit here for sure then. They've gone ahead. I know the official Storm Prediction Center outlook, they're had a tornado watch. They're not actually extending in toward Leon or McCullough or Grady, but now that's a different story. The Weather Service is in a special extension now because I think the threat is progressing earlier than previously forecasted for Leon, McCullough, and Grady. So now they've extended the tornado watch now through 2 a.m. for Leon, McCullough, and Grady. But this is not the main event necessarily, but I guess they think the parameters are just enough here that they can't really just kind of let things be and they err on the side of caution. So, getting word of a debris signature that we're watching is still present over Southern Liberty, but the rotation's weakening, so that debris signature may not be around much longer. And this warning goes away at 8:15. So I really hope that they go ahead and really see this rotation weaken on off and then falls apart here, and then it's not an issue as we look ahead later in the timeline. So that'd be the good news if that comes true, but we still got to watch. We still got to monitor the situation here toward this area. So we're watching there, Liberty County. We're watching here the event that's ongoing there. You see the debris that's been showing up just south there of National Forest Road, which gives you an idea of how rural things are. Let me see something. You can see here where the dropout is. I'll pop that up, and there's your dropout. And then let me back it up because it was probably underground more down here. So this is what it probably hit, or maybe even further, well, probably about right there, let's just say. And you see what it hit is trees out there mainly, maybe a little bit of road accident though in here. And if somebody's driving on one of those at night, that could obviously be hazardous, but otherwise, I mean, there's some really rural road that looks like we had a debris signature at 7:54. We had that tornado briefly touch down. It looks like there in this area. We had winds maybe upward of 90 miles an hour. I mean, if they can find damage, survey crews will be out here from Tallahassee's office. Now, there may not be enough to do that, but we'll just have to wait and see. And with a debris signature like this, they might go ahead and investigate and send somebody out here to see what they can find. But we'll just have to kind of see how things develop there. But advertisement's really falling off now. Hopefully, it just goes away. We can kind of catch our breath for a little bit for our local perspective before we really watch things ramp up from the national level here, and that translates on over toward the local level. So, I mean, we still have that moderate risk out toward the west, so we still got to pay attention here. We still got to pay attention. Let's get back to the other map because it now shows that tornado watch for Leon and McCullough. Now, I'm not overly enamored with Leon being in this. I mean, McCullough I'm okay with because we have this accident coming off the Gulf, and in theory, it could try to slip its way in here and present a tornado risk. And I mean, I guess Leon could get clipped, but Tallahassee proper is a threat, and you got to take it seriously. But hopefully, we'll get lucky and things. The worst that'll hold off until after really midnight at least. But again, we'll just continue to watch. I'll try to get an updated timeline for you here in a little bit. It's just me, so we don't have like somebody working on graphics while I'm talking to you guys in front of the camera. It's just a one-man band, but you have rotation here toward Jackson, Alabama. That's still in that PDS watch that goes for another little bit. This warning, though, goes to 7:45. It's that rotation that we're dealing with out there. We're watching that toward Jackson, Alabama. Let me take off our mesofield, and you see a tornado warning southwest of Greenville, Alabama with the circulation, but it could be headed toward Greenville, Alabama. That accident, the tornado warning probably got in and of itself. And then, of course, though, in our area, the reason we have that local clock on here is because of a tornado warning here. 4 parts of Liberty County because we had a confirmed tornado here. We had a debris signature again out ahead of the main accident. We had that threat. We alluded to it, but it wasn't something that was overwhelming, and it's only affecting a few of our counties at this point. But as I say that, I'm seeing some circulation try to intensify around Apalachicola now. This is not tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, but it could always become tornado warned on us here with little or no advance warning. So we got to be watching here down toward Apalachicola. I know they're giving us some updates here in the chat session. So I'm going to go ahead real quick and step out of the side and try to give you guys a better look at things while I get more information from them. Again, you can see what we're down with right now with that green and red axis. It's not overwhelming, but it's there. We got to pay attention to it and take it seriously. That looks a little more bright in nature from the way I'm looking at it right now, but we're still watching, we're still tracking it here, just checking information from the Weather Service. So if you hear my voice trailing off here, I apologize, but they're saying they're getting a little kink in the line now, in southern Houston County, Alabama, near Greensburg. It bears watching for development of rotation as it moves northeast in the direction of Harmon. So we'll be watching all that here for you. Let me zoom out. As we look here, that's the area here that we're talking about, really. Southeastern Houston County. I mean, nothing's overwhelming looking. They're looking off the closer radar though, but you see, just kind of looking at some different things here in the weather center, a little bit stronger something there, but again, just continuing to watch here, continuing to track. I'll go ahead and step back in front of the key wall now as we go ahead and switch back on over. There's your rotation there though, toward areas along the coast. You can really see how things are kind of together there. We'll just have to continue to watch all that, obviously. But again, we're at about 8:10 here on this Wednesday. I've been with you for a long time, and we're just getting started here for our covered area, really. Excuse me, we're just getting started for our zone, our 62 counties. We're just on the edge of that right now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning here. A severe thunderstorm warning in play at 8:45, but then up toward the north we have a tornado warning here. That's in play until 8:15. Parts of Liberty County. They're saying the debris signature over villas there now, or just south of villas. Like really, I mean, it's not over villas. It's really becoming faint now and falling apart. So that's the good news. Having to really even kind of just look at areas in the vicinity to kind of correlate where the debris signature is versus the actual spot it's over because it's so rural in nature. But again, we're at about 8:11, so that tornado warning is set to expire in 4 minutes. And it's really broad in nature. I know we've been switching radars. That's why it's doing that. But you can kind of see we've had this axis move on in and have to continue to watch things here. Again, now a tornado watch is in play for Tallahassee and Crawfordville till 2 a.m. and probably another one will have to come later tonight with a main event. But we're going to have to continue to watch things here in the weather center. Again, you see Apalachicola here. See Apalachicola. A little bit of rotation for sure right along the coast here. I can use that land friction there. Maybe try to spin up as it moves toward Krills. We'll have to just wait and see over the next little bit. It's not really organized, but something that I'm watching. I know the Weather Service is watching that as well. There in Tallahassee at the Love Building on the FSU campus. But again, one thing I would say about this is the orientation of this is a little bit more unfavorable because the angle of this, the way it's taken, it could kind of be tricking us a little bit too, because this has that more, or at least it's had that more supercellular look. It still kind of does, but then to the one to the south is more west to east, which would kind of be a little bit less favorable maybe to produce a tornado. It still could, but it may be a little less favorable for that rotation to actually really truly be reaching down to the surface. So that'd be some good news for those folks down there for sure as we're getting down toward areas further to the south in Franklin County. So again, we're at 8:12. We've been on this national level stream. We've had to switch it over to more of a local focus here because it's our commitment to be on for our 62 counties. As we hear an update now, Butler County, Alabama, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 8 miles west of Greenville, Alabama, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So again, let's get up here. This is Butler County. It's continuing here. And you can see we have the greens and the reds. And you see Greenville, Alabama could be in the path of this. Could be crossing over State Road 10 here for the next little bit. Alabama 10. And then we have this area of rotation here northeast of Jackson in the area there north of Mobile. So we're watching that potential there as well. You can kind of see that as we get further on up toward the north. But we'll just continue to watch all that. But let's get back over here. We'll go back to the EVX radar for now. I may switch over to Tallahassee in a moment. But this right here is what we're watching. You can see again, we're just going to pay attention to know they're saying that they're watching that storm in Houston County, Alabama. They're saying that it looks pretty weak to them, the media member, but they're looking for additional thoughts because it's something that they're definitely keeping an eye on. But again, looking at the Eggland radar right now, we're definitely going to have to watch for that wind potential. May get some type of severe thunderstorm warning or something similar as we get up toward Early County over the next little bit. And Clifton, Houston, and maybe Jackson County, depending on when they issue it. But again, we're watching that. We're monitoring this scenario as it does evolve. We're getting back to our local focus again. We have in our area a tornado warning about to go away, I would think, here as we're looking. But let's switch to the Tallahassee radar to get you guys a better vantage point. Again, just continuing along here to keep you guys safe from clouds weather. We're just paying attention here to this overall threat. Again, we're looking at things here within the Doppler algorithms to keep you guys up to date on the exact wind patterns that we're seeing. Kind of get an idea of the orientation of things that can help. Looking at debris signatures, whether they're there or not, whether the rotation's co-located or not. Very, very important in this type of situation. So we're taking care of here, and we're updating you on. So getting back down here, that looks really broad and weak south of Villas, southeast of Wilma now. Oh, that looks a lot tighter. I mean, I know that has a super sailor look to it now. So we may hear from the Weather Service on this one. We just dropped the other tornado warning there to the north. But this one here we may hear from the Weather Service on. And we just got an update of Franklin has the tornado possible tag continuing. The orientation may still be an issue, but we're starting to get that hook there to become more apparent. I'm going to load some of the recent frames on this view. Some of the views can show us different things, but it seems like we're starting to get a little bit of a look here to this that could be problematic for the community of crews here in Franklin County over the next little bit. So we have to just kind of be mindful of that here. Just be mindful of that. As you kind of see here how that progresses. I mean, you can kind of see here that looks like it's tightening up and doing more west to east, and then all of a sudden it starts to bend back on us there. We have that sea safe, and that's the update for Clark County. I thought it might be a tornado warning for our area, but that's in Alabama, tornado warning continuing there. But you can see that little sea safe that could end up getting us a tornado warning. I know we're kind of getting here the look. I mean, we're actually over land technically here. This is not very populated, but we have to watch for krills because that's winds. I mean, 40 and 40. That's 80-mile-an-hour worth of rotation in there, and that might even be. I mean, honestly, that could even be a debris signature. I know there's no formal tornado warning. It could just be the inflow. Don't get me wrong here. It definitely could be, but let's see. I mean, you could argue that either way almost. I mean, it could just definitely be the inflow, but it's right over where the rotation is. So that's something to watch for the community of crews there in part of Franklin County here. So, again, we're just going to keep watching that and keep tracking it. We're just going to look here at our debris product, go under the hood again. Because I hate to jump away and then we get a tornado warning right away and actually have something touch down. Because this looks like it actually could be capable of dropping a tornado if it's not already, based on what we're showing you on our CC product. But we're just checking on this again. The greens and the reds here. It's an odd orientation which could be limiting it to some extent. But again, that definitely could be limiting things. I know we're going between scans. It just looks tight enough as we keep getting updates from some other areas. But as we're watching them, of course, on our national level coverage as well. But this is 46 miles an hour now and 13. That's about 60 miles an hour worth of rotation there. Moving up toward Krills here in Franklin County. So no formal tornado warning right now, but that definitely looks pretty interesting there. I mean, just kind of go between the different scans here as they come on into the picture, come on into the computer system. You're watching this axis here as it kind of moves on up. It's something to take note of for sure. So, again, you can kind of see how it's progressed here. Maybe be getting some type of side lobe contamination or something that's just telling an odd picture. Let's take EVX. That radar is showing it too, though. I mean, it's weird because, I mean, the structure doesn't look like it would promote that, but just the gate kind of does to me. So it's interesting. The one structure was interesting there, but I know they're talking about that storm there and the accident in the New Orleans area. It looks like they had 3 debris signatures with damage as they were looking toward that New Orleans jurisdiction, the 3rd in St. Tammany Parish, and of course we're watching all that accident toward New Orleans and toward Jefferson Parish there. The New Orleans Metro anyway, I know. Can get a little tricky with the nomenclature, but you kind of get the idea. So, again, we don't have a warning on that Liberty storm. The only warning in our local area, the reason we've kind of had to switch our coverage here, is in Franklin. But this is a thunderstorm warning, but we have a TVS signature, and I hate to leave you guys, and then we get a tornado warning real quick for Krills. This definitely looks like it could be capable. I mean, we've had tornadoes touch down without tornado warnings before, and this looks like a situation, and there we go. And we just got an update, folks. We just got a tornado warning now being issued to 8:45 at 8:18. Super thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Apalachicola, but really kind of moving away from there at this point, the metro per se of Apalachicola, if you want to call it that, and moving more up toward Krills, and then it's moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Law enforcement reported strong winds and minor damage in Apalachicola, so something must have came across there over the last few minutes worth noting. So let's see if we have anything in here in our system. I know, so we have this new tornado warning. It'll pop up in a second. You'll see a high wind at Apalachicola, which is good, but I mean, you see there, we see that rotation, and might have been something producing something, but now we just got a tornado warning. Again, that red box will be on here in a moment's notice, but let's go ahead and see what that looks like on our other mode here. We'll go ahead and see on our rotation tracker. There it is on this mode. I'm going to go into the rotation tracker because it kind of says how strong this rotation has gotten here north of Apalachicola. You can see here just west of East Point now, moving up toward Krills. Again, we're watching the progression of all this, and you can see how it is moving here up toward Krills over the next little bit. So again, looking really tight on that latest scan as it moves toward Krills now, northwest of Carabel. Again, we're watching this threat here, and it could end up, if this one holds together in theory, if you do the tracking of this, I mean, you can see here, I'll kind of try to follow it up. I mean, you have Krills, but then you have Sanborn, and I mean, it could, in theory, get closer toward Crawfordville. We'll just wait and see here. We'll have to just wait and see based on how things are setting up. Hopefully by then, as the other storm is kind of done, it'll fall apart. As it gets away from the more favorable air mass, it'll fall apart, is what I'm trying to say. But again, we just have now the tornado warning in our area. That's the only tornado or the thunderstorm warning we have. Is the thunderstorm warning just dropped off for Franklin because we're watching the tornado threat more than anything here. And that's really looking robust now as it gets up toward Krills over the next little bit. So let's go back to our other software here. You can kind of see what we're dealing with. You can see what we're tracking here in the Weather Center. I'm just checking our other sources here. I know we had to switch streams the way we did things here. I beg your pardon. What I mean by that is we didn't switch streams the way we did that. We could have switched streams, but we decided to stick with it on here because it would have just been a technical issue here to try to switch over to more of a local focus on a separate stream, as we're still dealing with a national level threat. It's all coming together at once here, an unusual scenario, but with this accident way out ahead. But again, you can see up toward Krills here, the red and green. You can see that we'll have to just watch to see if we get something to touch down there. The community of Krills is not that populated, but it is there on the map, and obviously that can be problematic, something going over there over the next little bit. So we'll just have to watch here. I mean, it'll be crossing the road, if anything, there, which is State Road 65. So again, we'll just have to watch that with that little hook here on this, that little hook here as this moves on in toward the Krills community here over the next little bit. I know sometimes losing my voice a little. I apologize because it's been on for a while, as we just got now a thunderstorm warning for Early and Seminole counties in our area with a tornado possible tag, and also Houston County in Alabama included as well. So let's go ahead and go up that way. This is that storm with that little backward hook on it north of Malone. You can see here east of Cottonwood. It's not showing up very good on this mode, so let's go up toward the EOX radar now, the EOX radar out of Fort Rucker. That'll give us a better viewpoint of what's going on in there. Just to try to see exactly what's happening here into where this area. You see the brighter colors closer to the radar sight indicating maybe some of this wind trying to get down to the surface here just a little bit more so. So you got to keep that in mind here as we're watching the situation and as it's ongoing. So you see here southeast Alabama, the broad wind pattern, but just trying to track that on in here over the next little bit. You can kind of see what we're dealing with here as you see Donaldsonville just on the edge of this warning, but really talking more about areas further to the north. You can see here watching it, these communities here in Early and Seminole counties that are pretty sparsely populated, but still we got to watch that threat here just to be safe. I know they're talking about the lines pivoting cyclonically, so they're watching the little area, and it's something just to keep our eyes on here as we're watching it in southeastern parts of Alabama. So Again, we're watching that up there. That's moving more toward our area over the next little bit, our Georgia counties. But let's get back down toward the south here. We're just continuing to watch, continue to monitor things here. That's what we're doing here at Cloud Weather. We're continuing to monitor things to protect you, your friends, and your family on this Wednesday night. We're doing to take power outages here, so we'll be doing that in just a second. I know I'm switching radars over again to get an idea of what's going on closer toward the coast here. Just keeping you guys up to date here with what's happening toward Franklin County. Again, I know we still got PDS watch for a little while longer out to the west, but we're watching our area with the most concern right now south of Krills. You see 40 miles an hour of wind, maybe 46 and 30. That's winds towards 76, and I actually have to look at these pixels here a little bit better. I mean, that definitely looks to be the case. Maybe even closer to 80 miles an hour. I look at some things a little more carefully. But again, I'm gonna check our power outage numbers now. Let's go ahead and switch sources for that as we continue along here. I'm gonna see what we had up a couple hours ago here in our coverage. I know we've been focused more on the local stuff here recently, but we'll try to go over some of these outages, some of these outage numbers. This is from earlier. I'm going to say this to you first so we can do a compare and contrast here. Compare and contrast for us here for sure. Just kind of trying to give you guys an idea of what we're talking about here in regard to this. So there's what we're seeing there at 556. And then I'll go ahead and refresh this, and you see the number here as it comes on. It has gone down some, and Louisiana down to 38,747 customers there in this area. So in the state of Louisiana, most of that centered there around southeastern parts of Louisiana. You see St. Bernard some, but toward New Orleans, toward Jefferson Parish there, and I know we're getting information in from the Franklin County tornado warning. They're talking about the minor damage cited was a blown over motorcycle. They don't know about any other detail at this point, whether it was parked or moving, but something there caused a motorcycle to blow over in Franklin County here in our viewing area. So that's obviously something that is concerning, and we have to cover that here as things do evolve on us. So again, you see the outages. I'm trying to break them down. Let's see how they are in Florida. Really not too much at this point. Get on in here, only 295 customers in the dark. This could always change up or down. It could definitely go up or down on us right now. Franklin, none. Wakulla, 1. Liberty, none. Gadsden, none. Leon, none. I mean, this kind of depends on who's tracked, because some of these don't have many of customers really tracked here. But of course, we'll continue to monitor what's coming in here on the different sources here throughout the evening in the Weather Center. We're definitely keeping our eyes on things. I know different warnings get updated, different warnings come and go here in the Weather Center, and that's what we're keeping our eyes on right now. We're just trying to give you guys the latest information here to protect you, your friends, and your family. So let me go ahead and come back on camera. We'll keep our eyes on this map, obviously, here, but nothing too impressive there for now as we watch this storm here, this tornado warning storm east of Krills. Again, maybe a little bit of debris signature. It looked a little bit off, but just checking the chat here still. You see that little kidney bean shape there on this little hook. I have to just watch here to see how this progresses over the next little bit as the axis kind of moves further off to the northeast. The conditions more stable toward the north here. So that'd be a way for this to kind of weaken on down some potentially, but we just have to continue to monitor the scenario here as it is ongoing. So again, that's what we're doing right now. You see winds there as this crosses over. Looks like North Shore Bay Road there. We're going to be seeing this potential kind of move its way on in here over the next little bit. So I just have to kind of be on guard for that here and be ready for a tornado to touch down at any time here at any point. I mean, again, there could be something in there in theory. It definitely could be something that's trying to touch down quickly here. So just got to be taking its trainer precautions, interior room away from windows in this area here. As we just got a warning out toward the west of Escambia, Florida, and the Baldwin County, Alabama, some of that area being covered by a severe thunderstorm warning now. So we're watching that potential here carefully in the Weather Center. Let me go ahead and see what we're doing with there with the main line. Again, you can kind of see what we're talking about there with the axis off toward the west, and then that temperature contrast as I move that over a little bit further. So We're done with all this here in the Weather Center. I think we'll take another quick break in the coverage, another 5-minute break or so. I know I'll be back here soon with more information. But a tornado warning continues for parts of Franklin County in our area, and a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Early and Seminole County and those counties in our area, both till 8:45. So we're going to keep watching, keep tracking, keep it tuned to cloud weather. We'll keep you up to date here on this Wednesday night as we continue to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family here. And break back in if we need to before that 5-minute interval. If we see something that pops up on us a little bit quicker than that, that's a little more serious, like a debris signature in our area.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at 8:35 Eastern, still tracking that tornado warning for parts of our area for another 10 minutes or so into Franklin County. Yeah, that was the fifth thunderstorm warning report to early and Seminole in our area. That goes until 8:45 as well. I know we just have to keep watching things. They can be tricky. There's not a lot of lightning down here, but there's still a pretty good amount of rotation. So we're seeing that on our rotation tracker right now, and we're seeing that on our storm relative velocity mode here too. I just have to kind of be watching things, be cognizant of things. They're saying they're continuing the tornado warning with circulation near East Point there. So let's go ahead and get in over here right now. See if there's anything in terms of debris. And there's not at this moment, it doesn't look like, but we're getting gate to gate here. The wind 60 one way, 30 or so the other. So that could be an EF1 type tornado that's being produced in theory here if it's actually touching down. So again, we just have to continue to watch this axis as it traverses off toward the north and east. See if a new warning is issued for some of these neighboring counties up here. But as you look up toward the north, watching that storm there, just right on the Georgia-Alabama line. We're seeing that off the Tallahassee radar. Doesn't look as robust, but I know the other radar kind of shows things some as well with this. So let's go ahead and switch on over to that one. Kind of give you guys an idea of what's going on over there in just a moment as we continue to try to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. I'm going to go ahead and load in some of that street level mapping for Georgia and to see exactly what's going on up here. But you can see some broad. I mean, it's not looking like much actually. Winds here with this. I mean, doesn't look too impressive, but we're going to keep watching and monitoring it as it progresses into Worley County here in southwestern Georgia over the next little bit. So we're watching that here. We're also, again, watching our tornado warning storm. That's the one that looks more impressive still. It's closer to that more favorable air mass, and how you saw it kind of flickers because we're running some different things here to try to keep you guys safe. As a threat, we're still having to watch here for later on the more organized threat. I know we keep talking about that and keep monitoring that here as the timeline progresses. But I'll be kind of seeing how things evolve further off toward the east here. But right now, let's get back on down here. This looks like I may need an extension. I just doesn't want to quit here. This area of green and red coming together here in Franklin County. But again, that's what we're dealing with at the present time. It's in that more favorable slot. I definitely got to keep our eyes on it as it progresses here, as it does continue to move into some of these different communities. So I just have to kind of be mindful of the impact this could cause here towards some of these communities. So again, just trying to see what's happening here. You see it's kind of more on the eastern side of this box right now with this area of rotation. Maybe it'll spin down next few minutes, but and I see that it looks like it's a little weaker, but let's see if there's anything in terms of debris. Nope, not at this point at least. So that's the good news, but you just never know. It's the only tornado warning, by the way, in the country at this point, which is interesting because our bigger threat, our PDS watch, said to expire soon, is where we have the focus on the severe weather potential. But this storm here right now, way to the east, is where we have the actual tornado warning here in play for areas here of the Florida Big Bend. So we're watching some rotation here. You see the red winds of 50 or so one way and about 10 the other way. That could be winds closer to 60 miles an hour that we're seeing with this. So just having to kind of deal with the progression of it here as we look ahead in toward the timeline. I just kind of have to see exactly what we're talking about here with this as it tries to impact different communities here as we get further on up toward the north and the east. So again, that's what we're dealing with here right now. You can see the red, you can see the green. It's not as focused as it was, but as I kind of back things up, but it's still there. It's still apparent. And we'll just have to see what the Weather Service decides to do over the next few minutes as this progresses up toward the north and the east here. The speed on this is about, it looks like 25 miles an hour now. So maybe that'll help weaken this off some more. But as I say that, the scan's picking it back up just a tad with that rotation. Still a pretty steady state, but maybe a little bit tighter here as we're watching things progress on us as we get further on up toward the north and east. So just have to kind of keep watching and keep tracking here what's going on. I know we repeat ourselves from time to time. This is because Really, when we're on for continuous coverage for a while here, things just have a tendency to have to be repetitive as we have new viewers joining us, new viewers going away from our coverage. So we want to make sure everybody kind of knows what is going on here. I know we're going between our different scans real quick. I guess since we have it like this, we can, well, I'll go ahead and just make it full, but you kind of get the idea of what we're down with here. You have the greens, you have the reds here on the view. They're kind of bright, but kind of still there. So let me go ahead and just continue to track this here. Again, as we're watching things under the tornado watch toward Mobile, they're doing some changes, updates to that. And looks like a new tornado warning now coming down from the Weather Service till 9:30 for parts of Franklin County now. So I know we're getting multiple viewer reports of power outages west of Greenville, Alabama, coming in from Sphinx Megas and their media member. And then as we look there toward the tornado watch, though, that's continuing for some areas, extended for some areas out toward Mobile. So in theory, that may be the PDS watch being extended out a couple few more hours even toward the timeline. So that's kind of intriguing to see there. But now this new tornado warning, you see it hadn't really shifted too much, the polygon, but it's still there now till 9:30. So the greens and reds still coming together enough for the Weather Service to be concerned. Not in McCulloch County or Leon County or Liberty, but just in the word Franklin County here in the covered area. These greens and reds are just persisting here as they're live on the air covering them for you. So again, we're just going to go ahead and see here. And it looks like 40 there. National Weather Service is tracking a storm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles west of Carabel, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. North Central Franklin County, including Yent Place, Morgan Place, and High Bluff. Under that's pretty rural areas in general. But we have a possible tornado in here because the shear and the energy values are coming together just enough to produce that potential here. This is off toward the east and northeast of Cruz and northwest and west of Carabel here at this point. So pretty rural zone, but we're continuing to watch. I've been with this for a while now, and we're going to continue to pay attention to this here as the night goes on here in the Weather Center. So new tornado warning in the market area. Let's see what's going on up toward the north a little bit. You can kind of see we're watching the stuff in north southwest Georgia. On this view, it didn't look that impressive, but shows a thunderstorm warning for the next few moments for parts of Early and Seminole. We're paying attention to all that here as well. So this looks pretty tight right now. It's a pretty rural zone. Looking at the roads here, they're not really coming up at the present time, but and I mean, the topography here is very rural in nature, but we'll just continue to watch it. I think, though, we'll go ahead and zoom back out. See, this is what the winds look like. Not too strong in some areas. We've had some of it just a little bit higher. I had the main event here later on. And speaking of that main event, I'm going to try to get together a timeline here for when the biggest threat will be here. And we'll try to have that and more here in about 9 minutes. And we'll take a quick break. We're still with you, folks. We're still with you here. It's a long, long event, and this is just the beginning as we have these areas way out ahead of the main line producing these quick spin-up tornadoes. So you gotta be mindful of that potential. We could have some of this threat. I know they're talking about the storm Alabama toward the line. It appears to be weakened, and they're replacing that with the sub-severe type of SBS statement versus a severe thunderstorm warning. So we're just gonna have one warning in our area at 8:45, which will be a tornado warning for Franklin County, which is very serious, and we're taking it seriously. But we're just going to catch our breath real quick in similar area as the last one. And when stuff's in a similar area like this, there's only so much you can say at points, unless it's a devastating type threat that's ongoing with a tornado on the ground. So we're going to take a 9-minute break, catch our breath here, and gather more details. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you up to date. Let me go ahead and get that broad view again so you guys kind of see what's going on here on some of the different mapping. I might even zoom in a little bit more so you just kind of see what's going on from that more national perspective here. See the PDS watch in purple just barely if you look real carefully out there. Take the radar off real quick. You can see some of that. But then you have the tornado warning here, a couple for now, but one will be on here for Franklin at 8:45. That'll continue, and we're going to continue to track it all here for you from the Weather Center.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back here in the weather center, it's 8:54. Still kind of almost unbelievably watching another tornado warning here, track here in parts of our area right now. So we're dealing with that concern toward Franklin County at the present time. That warning goes to 9:30. These storms way out ahead of the main line. Still these areas of rotation. We've seen this pattern before, but it's been a while since we've seen all this discrete action way out ahead of the main event really, as we're continuing to watch the Outbreak going between some of the different scans here in the weather center, looking for debris. We're not seeing anything at the present time, but you see some wind here going away from the radar there in Tallahassee, looking like over 60 miles an hour, but not much wind toward the radar here. So that might indicate maybe some wind enhancement in there, but not necessarily a tornado at the surface here at the moment. But that could change quickly. As we know, things can change quickly. We had a debris signature earlier that we were tracking here in toward our western local counties here in the Big Bend. And we're just continuing to watch the situation here as this warning goes for another 35 minutes. I just didn't want to quit really as we're looking south of Sanborn here, just in that general vicinity, because we have this rotation here that's sewing up so tight here at points. So we just have to keep our eyes on things. You just have to get in the interior room away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible if you're in this area. So again, that's what we're kind of talking about right now, this area of rotation here in the Florida Big Bend. So again, we're tracking it. We'll see if it holds together in Wakulla and or Liberty, but right now it is still holding together here in Franklin County to some degree, and that's what we're having to deal with. That more to the north though of Caribou. You see Caribou down here, you see the rotation up here. In some ways it looks a little more diffuse, which would be a good thing, but we just have to keep our eyes on the situation here. Obviously the tornado watch and play for those counties here, including Leon. Now again, they added Leon in here, and we're just still watching how things progress on us. I know as I zoom on in here, our computer gets a little slow at times, but it's just because we've been on for a while. But again, you can kind of see we still do rotation set up on the rotation tracker down here, and then you see the tornado watch there in the yellow. The tornado watch here again going here into the night. I mean, going to 1 o'clock Central, 2 o'clock Eastern time is the delineation here, and we'll see what happens after that. We have the main line out of the west. We have a thunderstorm warning at the moment around Mobile with a tornado possible tag on that. 60-mile-an-hour winds, the threat there. So we'll just keep our eyes on all that here for you in the weather center, of course. But just checking to see what else we have for you right now. I know we'll be trying to get that timeline here. Storms to graph it together a little bit further. Still trying to figure some things out on this because we're watching this, which is a prelude to the event. We'll have to see if some of this action holds together further north or gets cut off. You see the north, it looks less robust, but down here we have more lighting and higher reflectivity values. And even that little hook on there with the rotation. So it's impressive, and that's what we're continuing to deal with here in the weather center. We're just continuing to watch these latest radar scans. They go up, they go down. And we have to track them all for you here to protect you, your friends, and your family. It's our commitment to be on for all the tornado-warned storms in our 62-county area here as they move on through it. In fact, we just got word from the Weather Service now. There's a debris signature with this, they say. And there it is. You can see we have a radar-confirmed tornado again. That's why you can't let your guard down. It may be from just what has transpired over the last couple of moments and it becoming a little bit more organized here. And then maybe it kind of fades back away. But we now have at least have had a tornado on the ground, if not have one currently in Franklin County. So got to take those tornado precautions, interior room away from windows. It's a rural zone, but looking here at street level, I don't really see the road coming up here, so that means it's pretty rural. Let's look at our topography in here. You don't see too much in terms of topography, very rural. Again, that's one reason we didn't switch streams like we could have for the local type of thread, but we decided to invest to stay on the mainstream here, the initial stream, with the national focus here still, something that we're covering to some degree here on all our different platforms that have been kind of technically a little bit challenging too, but to do it that quick. But Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, we're out right now, keeping our eyes on this local thread. We're ahead of the main line, as I know they're watching an area there, circulation north of Woodline Beach, Florida, that tries to reorganize. They're watching that closer there at the office in Mobile. So let's go over to the Mobile radar site then. I know we have the debris mode on, so hopefully we don't see anything too obvious, but there's something there. That might be what they're talking about here. just looking into Florida a little bit. Well, that's just down. Yeah, that's just in Alabama. I apologize. Getting my topography and geography messed up here at this point. But there's where they're watching, I would think, here. You see the greens and reds a little more impressive west of Navarre, so that could get us a tornado warning here. But again, we have that tornado warning in our area, that confirmed tornado now northwest of Carabel, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. So that is of concern here, of course. The radar confirmed tornado now in toward Franklin County. You want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and you have a tornado warning situation. Maybe put on a bicycle helmet if you're in this rural area. Not very popular, but if you're in this rural area, put that bicycle helmet on, a football helmet on, something of the like. So that can be very helpful in this type of circumstance. So that's what we're down with right now here about at 9 o'clock hour on this Wednesday. I know PDS watch, it did kind of get extended, but really watching in our area for that tornado watch here further east now, as they've been alluding to here. We're watching that storm with that radar confirmed tornado there northwest of Carabel, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. So again, we're watching the process with this. We're just kind of getting an idea of exactly what is going on here with the setup. Is still, as we talked about, we still have the main event to kind of go through here later on. I mean, here with the squall line, but you see our debris signature down here, that blue, that lowered area here on the CC. That's telling that weather story for sure, folks. I mean, definitely telling that weather story here. We have that stronger area of rotation in there as well. So just got to be cognizant of that. It's a rural area here, but it's a tornado that's confirmed as being on the ground, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour here in this area. Just continuing to track all of it. And we're trying to just keep you guys ahead of the storm here, ahead of that danger. So, again, that's what we're doing right now. Getting stuff. If you see the description talking about Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, we're focusing on more on Florida because we actually have a tornado on the ground in our local area now. We're out ahead of the main line, but still, we had that threat. We talked about it yesterday. The isolated discrete storms that could develop could produce some severe weather. We thought maybe not at this level here, but with all these warnings that have popped up the last few hours, but. We have seen just whack-a-mole area here, whack-a-mole area there in these rural zones in our far southwesternmost counties here in the Big Bend. But again, we're still dealing with this for Franklin County until about 9:30. We still have this rotation here. I'm going to wait for the debris signature to go away before I take a break in our coverage again to get more information. But again, I'm just continuing to watch this here. The greens and the reds coming together here. The greens and the reds coming together, and we're continuing to track all of it here for you in this area. You see that little hook on here, and we're just going to have to kind of see how things are co-located. And that's not quite exactly the right spot, but it would make enough sense here to actually be on the ground in here. So we just have to take tornado precautions in north of Carabel and parts of Franklin County. So I'll have to watch to see how this holds together, but it seems like the parameters will be kind of slacking off more as it goes further north. Just have to keep our eyes out for what's going to be happening there toward some of these communities here as we look further down into toward the timeline. So again, they're saying the TDS is still underway in the Tate's, well, it looks like one of the forests is here anyway. Looks like the forest out there. So just going to continue to watch as we're looking out here. As we get in here, I know they're talking here that they're just saying that talking about spotters and not really anything we need to go over here in the air, but definitely something that is on the ground here based on this debris signature detection software anyway, and that tool that's within the radar sight. So again, the word a forested area, which is a good thing. It's a forested area, not a highly populated area, and that's a positive, obviously, as we've alluded to here. In the coverage. So again, I'm still looking here. This didn't update yet on us. It said update on us soon though. See if I can force an update with it. There you go, and you can still see it. That looks like it might have lifted a little bit. It's not 100% clear, but it might have lifted here. So have to kind of keep our eyes on that. It's probably just going to bounce up and down here in this more rural area. Well, I'm still in the more rural area here. We're going to take another 9-minute break, I think, since it's not quite as well defined looking, but don't let your guard down here. Just do a tornado warning because of a confirmed tornado that's been confirmed over the last few moments here, at least in toward the Franklin County area with that debris signature we've been tracking on the Doppler radar technology. So make sure you continue to get in the interior room and stay there. Make sure you have that bicycle helmet on or football helmet on if you're in this sparsely populated area. And just trying to stay safe out there. Don't be around those windows. That's something that's very important because flying debris can be an issue there. It can knock down a window there. I mean, or at least break the window, and that's obviously a problem there, and that can cause you to get injured. So, gotta be careful. Gotta be having those shoes on as well for any of that debris that's laying around. How to protect yourself from getting cut in this type of situation. So, be back in 9 minutes. We still have this confirmed tornado warning underway in rural Franklin County.
This is a Clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you here at 9:13 on this Wednesday night. Continuing to watch here this tornado warning storm in parts of Franklin County goes to 9:30. It's the only tornado warning that we're tracking. The main line still to the west though, with the higher parameters here in play and the overall just forcing here with the squall line and with the temperature contrast itself. But we still have these discrete storms that we're watching. Weather Service saying they're going to decide how to proceed with this, as it's about to accent the tornado warning box, as the debris signature is long gone. But this may be a type of situation where they go with like a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. We'll just wait and see. It's not as organized again as it was. The debris signature gone. The latest scans a little stronger wind again though. So it's a tricky scenario that we're in. We had the debris signature at 754. Liberty County there, 5 miles west-southwest of Twin Pole, and then 856, 5 miles north-northwest of Ant Place, and Franklin County. I mean, these are not communities you're very familiar with, of course, as we're talking about them on here, but nonetheless, going to go ahead and mention them. They're in our viewing area, of course. They're pretty rural, though, but we'll have to see what happens with this. That looks a little tighter again. It seems like it just wants to keep coming and coming here at times, or when it goes, it does want to keep kind of entering back into the picture and entering into that storyline. But unfortunately, we do have some bad news out of Louisiana with the tornadic accident around New Orleans and that area there. WDSU confirming at least the fatalities. So I hate seeing that turning deadly there, that tornadic accident around New Orleans from earlier that we were really focused on. I mean, the tone of my voice is quite a bit different then than it's been throughout the rest of this coverage, because we just knew how dangerous that was going to be based on the setup and how that storm was really evolving on us. But now another thing I want to go over here, we've been kind of hinting at it here in the coverage. I've been hinting at it over the last little bit, and that is the timeline here. Expectations of the storms or worse the weather. I know we've had these tornado warnings, but really though with the squall line is when we generally expect the worst of the area, worse of the weather, I mean, in the area for the most people. So again, you can see here between 2 and 7 a.m. here on that Thursday toward Tallahassee. Now that's the update that we made for Tallahassee proper now, not talking about some of these other areas. Another tornado watch is in play until about then, and we'll get another one, but with the main line, we're still thinking, as that accident ahead kind of fades here, generally, we're thinking the main line will be coming through between 2 and 7 a.m. I had 2 and 8. Kind of trimmed back just a little bit. We talked about the isolated storms ahead, and we're still saying that. Obviously, that's still persisting here. But then Live Oak 5 to 10 a.m. here on Thursday with the main line. You're not really going to get out ahead of the line storms there. And then towards dark between 8 a.m. and noon here. Where I'm at in eastern Bradford County in this vicinity. So we're watching this here carefully. Again, 8 a.m. to noon toward Stark and Bradford counties when the worst is coming through. Looking like about 10 a.m. based on some of the high resolution guidance. But I wanted to just pop this on for you guys real quick so you guys have an idea of when the worst will be coming through. But unfortunately, just getting word now, a new tornado warning for parts of Franklin, Liberty, and McCulloch counties until 9:45 here. So let me go ahead and jump away from that, because unfortunately we need to get back on over to our Doppler radar technology. So again, let me go ahead and jump on over here. This rotation here is the warning. I know we see Crawfordville at the edge. At this point, downtown Crawfordville not in it, but it's getting close. But you're just seeing this storm all by itself. You're way out ahead of the main line. You see a little bit of something in terms of lower CC values here, but nothing that's too robust here as we're looking at the debris detection at the moment. But we have this new tornado warning now until 9:45. This 12 miles northeast of Carabel, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So again, we just have to continue to watch the progress of this discrete storm way out ahead of the main line here as it moves closer toward areas like soft choppy here over the next little bit. Hopefully, as we get into a more unfavorable environment, it doesn't hold all the way to Crawfordville. And the movement of this here, I mean, I'll check that real quick. I just want to see how this is kind of developing on us. But the movement of this here is off at this point at the east here and north at about 30 miles an hour. So let me go ahead and just kind of see here. I mean, maybe 30 minutes in Crawfordville. It'll be kind of on the edge of this box, but It'll be kind of a close there. It may not quite be there at that point. Is my point. So again, we'll just continue to watch. You're still got to be ready to take shelter though toward Crawfordville. But as I click on the official warning information, they do mention that it could be around Crawfordville about 9:45 or so. So have to continue to watch the progress of this. Again, hopefully it'll kind of fade away some as it gets to the north. You see the energy values off more to the west here, and as we get up here, we're only say about 400 joules per kilogram, and then 100, 200 joules per kilogram. By the time we get to Crawfordville itself, we're only about 100 joules per kilogram here. And the tornado parameters drop off as well. We get from the yellows a little higher to a little bit lower, but still, if you're in Crawfordville, just keep an eye on this situation there in McCulloch County. So, again, this is all by itself, folks. I mean, really, as we go between the radar, this axis there is the severe type 3. You see the scattered showers to the north, and to the west is where we have the more robust axis that's trying to get together, and even more discrete storms in the Gulf. I mean, just great. I don't want to see that. It's not great. It's just trying to be sarcastic, but we'll just have to be getting through all those throughout the nighttime hours and into toward that Thursday. But again, you can see here southwest, a soft choppy there. We're just going to have to keep watching the progression of things. That rotation's still there. We're just going to have to see how this kind of heads on off here over the next little bit. So, again, this warning going to 9:45 here. Again, we're monitoring the progress of things way out ahead of the main line. The main event is still, as we talked about, more toward the mobile television market. Starting to edge in the Panama City market with that warning on Walden, but really that's not even the main event. That's just another area out ahead of the main line. The main event's still more toward Mobile, but that looks weaker for now, but it should, in theory, come together a little bit more as we get throughout the nighttime hours. That generally is the case, but we'll be watching. It'll be at a lull there, so that'll be kind of interesting to keep our eyes on. But new tornado warning for parts of McCulloch, Liberty, and Franklin here until 9:45. Moving off toward the northeast at about 30 miles an hour here with this area of rotation. I know if you're just watching this stream, we're focused on national threat. We had to shift this stream because we had these discrete storms, these isolated storms developing way out ahead of the main event. And now, I mean, not just talking about Liberty or Franklin, which are generally more sparsely populated in our area, except for Apalachicola. We're now talking about McCulloch County. So they're saying that a storm there over far southeast. Liberty's moving in the northeast. Moving northeast, that's the end of McCulloch County, and it should remain there in toward the Apalachicola National Forest before eventually passing a little northwest of the community of South Choppy there. So South Choppy, we'll just have to continue to watch that. But you can see them, and then again, Crawfordville will be watching you guys as well there as we look later in the timeline closer to that 9:45 benchmark to see how this holds together. But again, the parameters in theory would not support this, but there's a tornado watch in place, so you just never know. You have to remain on guard. But we'll just have to kind of see how things progress on us. Again, this is the one tornado warning in the whole country, and that is really tightened up. That is really tightened up here. You can see the pink there at 67 one way and 30 the other way. So I'm just going to keep watching this here in the Weather Center, because if that tries to organize, it's something to be a little more concerned about. So we just have to keep watching it here and keep tracking it here in the Weather Center. I think we're going to take a quick 2.5 minute break this time as I gather some more details here in the Weather Center. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date, but we'll have to watch this out toward areas further over to the east here, just in case as things try to progress here in the timeline. So keep it tuned here, and we'll be monitoring this and providing you with the latest information.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back here in the Weather Center, it's 9:25. Still a tornado warning continuing now for parts of Franklin, Liberty, and McCulloch counties, folks, in our area. Again, that's the big story here. We've kind of had to transition here from the national level threat to the local level threat here within the course of this stream because of how everything has come together. And now you can see the bright pinks here right now on the screen. And even some of these oranges are indicative of winds closer to 70 that are going away from the radar in Tallahassee. And then the green here, about 30 going toward the radar. That could be winds closer to 100 miles an hour that we're talking about here. If we had a tornado on the ground here toward the west and southwest, it's soft, choppy there. So just got to pay attention, obviously, with this. I mean, that is concerning. And as we kind of watch this, looking at the latest scans, we keep our eyes on Crawfordville because that's about the most densely populated area that could be in the path of this. And we still got to watch there for sure. We still got to watch. It kind of depends on what angle it takes. More to southerly track, not so much. But if it kind of more follows this line, then it could get right into Crawfordville at around 9:45 or so. So we'll just have to watch every radar scan. We were thinking it would weaken off, but if you're watching, you got to just pay attention because this is not really weakening off. I mean, the parameters would say it would, but if you're in Crawfordville, you got to be ready to take those tornado precautions here because the warning would be issued here. I mean, part of the city limits technically would be under the tornado warning here, so you technically should be taking your tornado precautions on the west side of Crawfordville already just to be on the safe side and based on just how things go with respect to the polygon in general. But again, just making sure you're doing that. But again, you're watching this here west and really of the community of South Choppy here. The parameters, again, shouldn't be all that favorable for this as we get further north. You see, it's pretty rural areas to all this forest, but let's see, we'll kind of follow this track here. I mean, it's not going to be perfect, but it can kind of, you see there's more population in here with some of these houses. And then we kind of follow the track. It gets more rural for a while out here, but then we get more populated again, and that's when we're edging toward Crawfordville. So that's why we are concerned here. We're concerned because things are a little bit more robust with this. Just one discrete storm. I mean, you can get this out in the Midwest. We've got it a few times in our area before, but the thing about it is, it's generally not something that we see around here to this degree. And I don't know, with the event that we had when I was at FSU, we had a bunch of these. They were all out in the rural areas that seemed there for a while anyway. And now we're starting to see that transition out of the rural areas and more to a more populated area. Crawfordville is pretty populated, so we got to be watching you guys in McCulloch County here. So really got to be paying attention. It just trimmed this back, took out Liberty, and it's now, and also Franklin. It's all about McCulloch now, folks. Tornado in McCulloch County. Could be on the ground. It's not confirmed, but we're watching McCulloch County here right now in the Big Bend of Florida. A possible tornado headed towards some more populated communities. So that's why we're escalating that level of conversation a little. We look back at this again. You see the pinks. That's winds of 60 and then winds of about 10. So that's 70 mile an hour worth of wind there. As we kind of do the math on this, maybe in the FG1 type tornado if it's reaching down to the surface. Again, we're in that hybrid mode where we've been covering the national level threats, but we've had to transition to completely really to that local level concern as things have developed. We had ahead that PDS watch that where we were watching the warnings for Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Now it's about a tornado warning in the market area, and really, I mean, we've been over rural areas with some touchdowns, but this is now talking about communities that you guys know and love here. And not just areas that are not that really visited as often, more sparsely populated. These are more populated areas. Instead of 1,000 or 2,000 people within this warning, that level increases by a pretty good margin here as we move further off toward the north and east. So we really need to be paying attention here now. This is in McCulloch County. You can see here 60 mile an hour wind and the green 12. I know also another thing, in some degree, Liberty and Franklin are more Panhandle City TV market counties, but McCulloch is a Tallahassee TV market county for sure. There's no disputing that, as they're really always on top of things in this area. So, again, you can kind of see, and it's officially the case as well. But as we go ahead here and look, you see the greens, you see the reds here, the pinks even, the stronger winds going away from the radar here. Again, way out ahead of the main line, but moving up here closer toward the community of South Choppy. We just have to keep our eyes on this and see how things kind of evolve. It looks a little bit messy, and then the latest scan there shows how things are trying to come together. So I just have to keep our eyes on the situation here in this area. So you can see our pink there, 60 one way, and then the green about 40 the other way. So that could be winds closer to 100 if they were together. They may not be based on that scan, but this is a tornado warning for McCulloch County, folks. And we're watching areas there like South Choppy here, and how it could pass this maybe to the north of them. And again, Crawfordville could be in the path here over the next little bit. Crawfordville in McCulloch County. So I know I'm going to do a couple things here in the Weather Center. I'm going to stay with you, but for the time being, I just want to do some things off camera. So I'm going to step out of the way, zoom out just a little bit here. I'm going to go ahead and step off so you guys can see the situation a little bit better first off, but then I'll go ahead and try to do some more things here, more advanced things. I want to let some people know that are watching here, just to make sure, because it's, they want to make sure that they're paying attention here in this area, because this is one of our really local or counties now versus just the far western covered area. We're now really getting into McCulloch County with this, with the storm with a hook echo. So we really need to make sure people are focusing on this and paying attention and taking those tornado precautions. As we go ahead and pull those up here real quick, you can see what you need to do in a tornado warning. Seek shelter inside that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. So very, very important things to do here. Again, we're just continuing to monitor the situation. I'm off camera right now. I just want to make sure everybody's paying attention, though. That's why we're kind of off camera for a second, so I can update a couple things here behind the scenes, just to make sure people know that this threat's really kind of coming in a little bit earlier on for some of these different communities. So I just want to make sure everybody's staying safe out there tonight. So again, just trying to give you guys an idea of what's going on here, and really just showing you what's going on with this map. Nothing confirmed at the moment, but that could change at a moment's notice here. So just want to make sure you guys are paying attention here in toward this area. So just want our Facebook viewers to know that you need to continue to watch here, because we have a more localized threat that we're dealing with here at this point. So just want to make sure everybody's kind of getting that message out. Just continue here to watch as a threat, as a tornado threat towards McCulloch County in our local area has emerged. So just bear with me here as I type this out. It's a one-man band, folks, so we have to do things on the fly, but just continue to watch as a tornado threat towards McCulloch County has emerged here. And just go ahead and post that on out here on Facebook as a comment on our Facebook feed there, our one feed, and then I'll switch and put on that on the other here in just a second. So just want everybody aware of what's going on here. If they kind of sounded things out here, just continue to watch as a tornado threat towards McCulloch County has emerged. And we just posted that over there on the KC Cloud page, and now we'll do the same over on the Cloud Weather page. Just as we're getting updates in, there's a brief signature earlier in Alabama Choctaw County. There's reporting numerous trees down in that location. But again, just want everybody to watch as the tornado threat towards McCulloch County has emerged. I just want everybody to be aware of what we're talking about here on our different Facebook feeds. And same thing goes for YouTube here as well. Just make sure everybody knows what's going on. Just tornado threat toward McCulloch County emerging here, and that's where we're trying to get that message out for everybody. So make sure you guys know what to do in this type of situation. Okay, it looks like I may have a tornado on the ground now here in the Wardis vicinity. So we just want to make sure everybody's taking shelter. They're now telling us here in the chat that we may have a tornado on the ground. So just give me just a second here, and I'll come back on camera and point things out for you. So we may have a tornado on the ground here in McCulloch County now. This may be a radar confirmed tornado. We'll check this a little bit better. It's not 100% clear. It's the northwest of the community of South Choppy there, but just gotta be careful. I know it's at the tail end is where they're saying it would be, maybe down here, maybe down there, or maybe as it kind of moves on up here, it could be kind of embedded there. It's not 100% clear to me. We'll see if they upgrade this to the actual confirmed type polygon, but I'm going to go ahead and update Twitter as well, as I'm still off camera for a little longer until we get something more definitive on that. But just continue to take shelter in this area, and that's just an update to a warning toward the west here. But just want to make sure everybody's really paying attention here. We're live with this. We're continuing to track this threat, of course, and that's what we're doing here at Cloud Weather. Keep you guys and your family safe and informed. So I'm going to go ahead and put something out over on Twitter so everybody knows that we're still doing this coverage. I know that feed can kind of get lost here in the shuffle sometimes when we're in this type of situation, and they're saying it is confirmed, and it is just a tornado warning for Crawfordville for that now. So that's what we're kind of down with here at the present time. So that's what we're tracking here behind the scenes. You see the new box. It includes all of Crawfordville now for a confirmed tornado warning. So again, just trying to see exactly what's happening. I know the damage is so bad as we get out toward New Orleans, some of those different spots. And thoughts and prayers to everybody out there. But we got to keep people safe in our area because this is what the Weather Service is calling a confirmed tornado right now here toward Wakulla County, Florida, in our coverage area. So I just want to make sure everybody knows exactly what's happening here. I know it's just me, so I apologize. I'm off camera here for the moment. We're leaving this up, trying to walk you through it. Take shelter in these boxes immediately, and the threat does extend further up into Wakulla. We'll see more of that here in just a second. But just to make sure everybody's taking the situation seriously here as we continue along. I know you can hear me kind of on my other source there. I apologize. Just trying to make sure everybody knows exactly what's going on here, though, over on Twitter, because we want everybody to kind of know what is going on here with this. If they're not watching the feed, they may not know that their life could be in some type of danger here from some at least injury potential. So again, that's what we need people to do is just pay attention to this thread and take shelter, though, if you're in this thread area now, moving all the way up in North Crawfordville over the next little bit. So again, I'm going to go ahead and share this broadcast here over on Twitter just so everybody kind of knows that we're tracking a radar-confirmed tornado in Wakulla County, a radar-confirmed tornado warning. So that's what we're doing here right now, tracking a radar-confirmed tornado warning in Wakulla County. I know it's repetitive here, and I apologize, but I don't want to take a break when we have something like this in our area at this point, based on everything I've been seeing here over the last little bit. So tracking a radar-confirmed tornado warning in Wakulla County right now, and then we'll just make sure everybody knows what's going on here. Just making sure you guys are staying safe. You see that little hook wrapping up a little bit as we're doing with this process here right now. So just want to make sure everybody's paying attention. So we're going to put that out on Twitter in about 5 seconds or so, just to reiterate some of this feed here so everybody knows exactly what is going on. Again, tracking a radar-confirmed tornado warning in Wakulla County here. So seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet here, as we are tracking a radar-confirmed tornado warning there right at this very moment in the market area. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure just everybody knows exactly what's going on here with this type of scenario. Again, this is not what you want to have, obviously, when we have radar-confirmed tornado warning. But again, if you're just joining me on Twitter now, I'll be in front of the camera in just a second. We just want to put that out again because I want everybody to know. Because if we're talking and nobody's watching, that's not doing much good. But we need to make sure people are watching and people are taking action here to protect yourself, protect your family members right now. As we zoom on out, you can see here this storm all by itself, and we had that debris trying to sew up potentially in there, and it still may be trying to sew up in there right now. So that's what we're kind of dealing with here in the Weather Center. I'm going to get ready to go back in front of our key wall now here, as we just wanted to get everything out, because this is more sparsely populated, but if this goes into a more densely populated area and people don't know what's going on, then I'm not doing my job. So we just need to make sure I'm not doing a good job anyway, but again, we'll just go ahead and pop the camera back on now as we continue along here with the coverage. Again, this is very concerning as we get in toward this area, though. Very concerning. You see, it's kind of slowed down. We were talking about how I didn't really think it was going to get that quickly toward Crawfordville, and it hasn't got there that quickly at all. I mean, this scan is from a few minutes ago, but it's definitely taking its time here, getting up there, further up toward Crawfordville there in McCulloch County. So again, we're tracking things live. We've been tracking the national threat, and we've been tracking stuff on the fringes of our area and more sparsely populated areas. But now we're really up in the ante a little bit because this is in a more densely populated area now that it could be tracking towards in Crawfordville. So this is what the Weather Service is calling a radar-confirmed tornado, folks. A radar-confirmed tornado here just north of the community of South Choppy, of course. And you see there may be debris in there. It's not 100% clear, but if you're in Crawfordville, you can't be taking any chances right now. Can't be taking any chances around Crawfordville right now. We have a confirmed tornado warning here in your vicinity. Moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Of course, just remain calm, but you just want to go ahead and get an interior room away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible here as this kind of moves on into the picture over the next little bit. So this is the latest scan from 9:40 now, and you see the reds here, the wind's about 58 one way and about 20 the other way, and we're just checking things here. You see, just seeing some of that inflow into this, but we just want to make sure everybody's watching. That's why we put this out again on Twitter. We've been on here for several hours, about 7 hours now, with this feed, and it was focusing at the beginning more on the national level threat, but around 6 o'clock, give or take, we had to switch more to that local level threat, and we really haven't had the time or the need to switch back, and just wanted to make sure it wasn't, since it just wasn't in those western areas anymore, but in our more populated areas, we want to make sure people are watching and know that there's a real threat here. It's not just in the Appalachicola National Forest or something. This could be a real threat here toward Crawfordville now and the community that many people know about and live in there in McCulloch County. So again, we need folks to take shelter there. We need to get an interior room away from windows there in Crawfordville. Again, the parameters, as we've been kind of suggesting here, would suggest that this would kind of fall off here as it gets further north, and it very well could still do that. It's just a matter of we can't take any chances at this point. Is really we got to take the path of least regret, really, as we're watching here up toward Crawfordville and McCulloch County. So you see the rotation tracker is not quite as strong with the rotation as it was a few minutes ago, but the tornado watch continuing here until about 2 a.m. Eastern time for Tallahassee and for St. Mark's here. That means you got to watch for this tornadic potential here, and you see that rotation there just north of the community of South Choppy. So you just want to be taking those tornado precautions here in this area. You want to be doing what you need to do to stay safe out there. I mean, we might have a little lightning in here, but that's not really throwing up much. This is an unusual storm that we're tracking here toward Crawfordville and McCulloch County right now. Again, a tornado warning because the radar has confirmed within some of its products, and the meteorologists on staff see those products and see that there may be some debris mixing in. So that's why it is considered a confirmed tornado warning. That's picking up steam again, folks. It's been doing this for so long. It's been picking up steam. You see the green there. You see the red and the pink. And we just got to be careful here around Crawfordville and McCulloch County because, again, we got to take the path of least regret here for that area. This one storm here way by itself, as you hear the beep, that's a tornado warning outside of our area, but in the Tallahassee jurisdiction now for Holmes and Walton counties there until 9:15 Central Time. At 8:43, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 9 miles east of Eglin Air Force Base, right 11 miles south of Definiak Springs, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. That's not in our area, so we're not going to switch over to that at this point because we have a populated area in the viewing circle being threatened by a nocturnal tornado here in December, which, I mean, is one of the shortest periods of daylight you'll have all year in a year in that calendar setup. I mean, we're close to the shortest day that you'll get all year, even as you're looking at things. But again, we're watching right now. The green is not quite as robust, but it's been doing this for hours and hours. This accent down here. I've been tracking it all for you on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch to protect you, your friends, and your family here. We've been doing all of that here for you because it's very, very important. Facebook, Casey Cloud, everybody asks Cloud Weather there. And then also we have Twitter at Cloud Casey. Auto Alert, I've been sending everything out from the Tallahassee jurisdiction level at Cloud_WX. YouTube at Cloud Weather. And then also we have Twitch there, Cloud Weather, and then website has all the links available there in terms of those streams. And you can even subscribe there or even ring that bell there per se on YouTube and get notified of the streams here as they happen, as we're on here to protect you, your friends, your family, whether they're local or more national level for the bigger events like this one. We're with you here at Cloud Weather to keep you guys safe the best we can. Of course, we can't be on for 48 hours straight. This event's been lasting for that long, and it still has another 12 to 24 hours to go, depending on how you look at things. But again, we have this rotation here, and we have this threat, folks, that we're having to deal with right now, live on the air with you guys. So you got to take those tornado precautions there right now as you're looking towards some of these different communities. You got to be taking shelter here right away. If you're around Crawfordville, hopefully it kind of is on the edge here, maybe trying to spin down, but we can't take that chance there at this point around Crawfordville because you don't have that much time to take shelter here in Crawfordville at this point. I mean, rotation tracker is still showing up pretty strong here. Getting an update here from the Weather Service now in the chat session. They're giving us the very latest information right now, and they're telling me and telling everybody in the meteorology enterprise here that the notes of a debris signature over color is decreasing. There's a lot of radar noise there anyway, so it's not easy to see in the first place. But the tornado warning storm is still over. They're saying the Apalachicola National Forest for now, but again, that's not going to be the case much longer here. And we're watching areas like Erin there that could be in the path as it moves northeast. So maybe there wasn't a debris signature, maybe it was not a debris signature despite them upgrading it to a radar confirmed warning. But we can't take any chances there with this based on everything that's happened to the west. With at least that I know of, at least 3 fatalities with this setup over the last 2 days. You never know, it could still produce one, and if it is producing one, that means it's already been on the ground for a moment before we can recognize that and change things with the nomenclature. But again, we're watching things toward Crawfordville right now, in McCulloch County. Again, we're just tracking this axis here. I mean, there's no lightning with it, so that's a bad thing in some ways because if you're asleep, you're not expecting the weather here till late in the night. You won't necessarily get any warning until maybe the freight train noise is coming. There's really no lightning with this because it's a very unusual storm here. I know we had that unusual storm there up in the ward, South Georgia, ward by Austin several years back. We had a pretty significant tornado. I think it was an AF2 and didn't have any noticeable cloud ground lightning with that. So that's kind of interesting to take into consideration. But again, toward Crawfordville, we've been watching these storms in our local area for the last 3 hours or so, give or take, even a little bit longer, really. We've been on with it on the national level stream. It's just a matter of me wanting to make sure. That's why I put it out on Twitter separate there just now to emphasize, since we're getting a more populated area, potentially at risk now, a little bit further into our viewing area, that everybody knows that we're on and that we need you. If you're in Crawfordville, if you're able to watch or see this on the feed, that you need to take shelter there in Crawfordville, there in McCulloch County. So again, that's what you need to do. You need to take action there right now to protect yourself from the potential for flying debris there. I mean, it's not necessarily on the ground right now, and they're saying at this point, and maybe it wasn't. This one, we did have a couple other debris signatures out toward Franklin and Liberty, respectively, but this one right here, maybe it's weakening on off. That'd be the great news here, obviously, as we're watching the word Crawfordville, but we can't take that chance here. Got to take the path of least regret here toward the Crawfordville community. It looks like it's not as organized. We have a storm kind of coming in behind it that really doesn't look like much there. And this one doesn't look like as much, but it could be the angle of the radar too, because it's looking almost due south. That could be a limiting factor in getting the best viewpoint here on this. So that, I mean, it's getting a less favorable environment as we've discussed. It's just, again, you can't count on that 100%. I'm going to take the path of least regret here, but kind of emphasizing it's a little bit further since it was headed, and it's still headed with the tornado warning still in play. I'm moving toward a more populated area. So real quick, we'll switch to that national level focus. From this point, Florida level focus. We have a tornado warning in Holmes and Walton counties. So let's see that on the Eglin radar. This is a discrete storm southeast of Defeniac Springs. You don't see much here, but it's close to the radar, so it could have some type of interference in there. Nothing confirmed right now, but a tornado warning for parts of Holmes and Walton. And this is until 9:15 Central Time. So thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado, or really just one at this point, located 9 miles east of Eglin Air Force Base or 11 miles south of the Pediac Springs, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So again, we're just continuing to monitor the situation here out there. They're in the central time zone though, and our focus is in the eastern time zone with this tornado warning. This is looking really high up at this point, but you see that broad rotation there. But let's get back to the Tallahassee radar. We're pretty close on it, so we'll be able to give you a little bit better visual here of how things are setting on up on this Wednesday evening. As they're continuing to warn it as more of a radar indicated type threat now. Tornado potentially on the ground southwest of Crawfordville, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour here in McCulloch County as we're trying to keep you, your friends, and your family safe. Again, don't take those tornado precautions in Crawfordville. Don't let up yet because we can't guarantee it's not going to re-strengthen on us. I think less favorable environment, but can't count on that 100% here. There's not that much time really to change the course of action you take. If this were to ramp back up, it definitely could ramp back up. It is a possibility. I think the Weather Service will keep this until it gets past Crawfordville, and then if it's really showing the signs of weakening, and then maybe they go ahead and drop it. It goes to 10:15 officially, but again, we'll just have to wait and see how things kind of go here with this over the next few moments to see if we have any type of strengthening or debris signatures near Crawfordville or any damage reports there. Then the Weather Service maybe will make that call whether to continue this, because in theory it could hold together all the way in the southeastern Leon County, and we'll have to watch there to Woodville in that case, in that situation. So just kind of keep it tuned to cloud weather. We'll keep you up to date here again as we watch things, as you kind of watch things here on the Doppler algorithms. You see the green, not as robust. The reds here are more than pinks at this point, but still, according to the radar echoes, could have winds here as we do the math, still closer to 55 miles an hour or so, moving toward Crawfordville as you look at things. And now it's a really messy signature there. Looks more like inflow into this versus maybe anything else, but even then it kind of looks, it doesn't look great. It looks more disorganized, but again, I don't think you want to drop a warning until it gets past the more populated area, just to be on the safe side, since we're not 100% sure, but we are looking pretty low down. I mean, this is 100,000 feet. We don't generally get radar coverage at this low of a level here, so that could be playing games with us a little bit too, and then maybe it is actually a little more capable than it seems here toward Crawfordville, as it's on the west side of Crawfordville pretty much here now or within the next few moments. So again, that's what we're kind of talking about here. It's in this vicinity. I mean, it doesn't really match up perfectly here at this point at all. I mean, because the circulation is down here, and then our radar echoes really have the accent a little bit further to the north, so it almost have to be out of the rain a little. But again, we still got to be taking shelter here toward this area just in case. You just never know what could happen here. And again, we're watching things off later in the night. I know while we're tuning in, I want to make sure that everybody knows. I want to pull this up here. We put it up earlier. We updated this here. We were able to update this at a few moments here. It's just a one-man band, so it took me a while to be able to get a little bit of time to do this. But here's the updated times of arrival for the squall line / the worst weather. I mean, if you have about a tornado tonight, I mean, that's going to be different. We talked about the isolated storms ahead, though. But between 2 and 7 a.m. generally for Tallahassee proper with that accent, probably closer to 4:30 a.m., give or take. Live Oak, maybe closer to 7:30 a.m., give or take. Again, we have these ranges to kind of err on the side of caution, and then dark between 8 a.m. and noon, so closer to 10 a.m. it seems like in the modeling. Pretty well defined there, with the squall line becoming a little more concise maybe as it moves off toward the south and east. So we'll just kind of watch things with this timeline. Again, just be prepared during these times for damaging winds, a higher chance of that, and even an embedded tornado or two. Definitely not out of the question here as we look ahead toward the timeline. So this should be off the coast here as we get, I'm talking about Flagler County by 2 or 3 o'clock at the latest, but maybe even a little bit earlier than that if we get lucky down there. If it heads toward that 10 a.m. timeline in Bradford County, maybe it gets off the coast here a little bit, after the lunch hour. So we'll just have to keep on watching, keep on tracking. But back to the tornado warning we go right now toward Crawfordville here. You can kind of see it's becoming more disorganized right now. You can see here around this area in McCulloch County, the green is not showing up very bright here at this point. You can see maybe 10 mile, 15 mile per hour winds, and then still 50 mile an hour winds on this western flank though, but maybe winds to 60, but it really doesn't look organized to me. But Weather Service, again, you don't want to really drop this yet, I wouldn't think, because just never know. things can change rapidly on us. So that's what we're dealing with here in this weather situation. Now, something that's interesting, we talk about the worst weather to the west, and it should kind of reorganize, re-strengthen here, but at the present time, that squall line toward the west doesn't have any warnings with it. I know that's what's been the really the hype, really locally and regionally here for our counties. I mean, is about that squall line, and right now we don't have any warnings, but it should reorganize here. You have a tornado warning here to beep updating this of our homes in Walton until 9:15 Central Time out here, and you have all these discrete storms. That could be a problem here as we look ahead in the timeline as well. And one reason I kind of started off the timeline a little bit earlier there, because we would have more forcing in theory with this, a little bit more energy trying to come on up, and your tornado parameters are a little bit more robust as well. So have multiple ways to get alerts during the overnight. We're getting close to that now. You don't want to go to sleep without ways, multiple ways to get alerts here so you can protect you, your friends, your family here as tornadic action really maybe takes off here here to some of these areas toward the west. It's a possibility, not a guarantee, but you got to be ready just in case. And if not, maybe winds that knock out power, knock a tree down or something. If you're in a mobile home, even that can be really serious. You don't want a tree to fall on your mobile home during the night without some type of advance warning to get to a more safe location. Mobile homes aren't the best places to be in the first place, but there's certain parts that are even more vulnerable to a tree falling on them, of course. But again, just with the damage and the destructive type of winds that we could get if it organizes like the models have been suggesting it will for a while. But our PDS tornado watch is almost gone now. That's what we started the stream with. It's in the purple, and honestly, everything's pretty much moved out of that now. So our PDS watch is over, but it's still the threat for some stronger tornadoes. Still a threat for stronger tornadoes. Bear with me here. Again, watching this, you can see our Hattiesburg area talking about that. Now, McCulloch County's not in that, but this didn't look like a strong tornado situation, but we'll be watching this line here later on. The tornado threat here is something we'll be watching, but so will the wind threat here as well. That's something that's over a broader area and could try to come together depending on the overall setup that we're dealing with. So, again, I see some lightning west of the other storm, almost another storm trying to develop, but I would hope and think that that one doesn't try to pull anything like the one did toward the east, but you never know. Honestly, this setup's been a little bit tricky. I just, when I was at FSU one time, these storms we had ahead of the main event, and kind of seeing that again in some degree. Kind of had that another day around Thanksgiving. So one time in October, one time in November, and now one time in December. So I guess that's just the way it goes sometimes. But maybe more I may be forgetting about, but it's just interesting to see. So again, you can see here just west of Crawfordville, that rotation looking less conventional according to the Weather Service. It's broadening out. That's good. Now to the west, we're actually seeing a little bit of something trying to organize, which is crazy, but you never know. It's not really organized, and hopefully the other storm will knock things down enough with the parameters that we won't have to worry as much as we look off toward the east here. So we'll just kind of have to wait and see. We'll just have to kind of wait and see with this type of situation, with these set of circumstances, to see how things try to come together on us here as we look ahead later in the timeline. But again, just continuing to watch. You see our radar confirmed warning that is now a radar indicated warning. So we're not seeing a debris signature, and there may have never been one according to the Weather Service. There may have been a little bit of a misinterpretation there because there was a lot of inflow, it looked like, in there, and things were just a little bit hard to tell. But I know they're talking about a storm near Ponce de Leon now in the chat. The Dothan meteorologist, chief meteorologist there at WDHN, talking about that. And let's check what's going on out here. So that's where we have the tornado warning out there. Yeah, that doesn't look like much, but the radar's in a weird spot here. And it's not in our area, but we just want to touch on it since we're still on. And for what it's worth, if we don't have any active warnings here, which is a possibility as we get here over the next 15 minutes or so, we're almost at that 8-hour benchmark. So if we don't have any warnings here, we may go ahead and give our system and myself rest here for a little bit if we don't have any active warnings, but still know there's a tornado watch here in play. A tornado watch still in play here until 2 a.m. As we look out toward Leon County, McCulloch. If we don't have the other discrete storms try to get going, then you probably wouldn't really have anything in that timeline. It's really just for that. But it is technically here in a while, but we have another one issue here as we get later in the night. That'll be something to watch here. And then we have these other storms here as well. I know weather is definitely unpredictable, but these storms by themselves don't look great. and that they could be tornado producers here as we look ahead. I mean, it's hard to tell right now because they're still out in the Gulf, so we're not going to get the best radar coverage on those yet, but I'm looking at them, and some of them definitely look like they could be problematic. I mean, yeah, they definitely look like that. So they may not have too much of a break here between streams if that is the case. And with some of this coming in, maybe an hour or two. But I mean, even this one looks like it wants to come on in pretty rapidly here. We'll just have to see if these are strong enough rotations to hold together with the parameters, though, that we see. It may be strong enough to kind of really get these storms over the top to produce tornadoes and tornado warnings here as we get later in the word tonight. So kind of interesting to see all these all by themselves like this. But this environment definitely showing that here. As I know, they're now telling us that the storm this is again out of our area, but the storm here closer to I-10, they're saying maybe producing a debris signature all of a sudden. So let's see here. Let's see. I mean, it strengthens some. I don't know. It's so hazy in there, so messy. I don't think you could really tell. I mean, obviously, that's something to keep our eyes on, though. I mean, let's check the EOX radar, because that is a little away. So if it was actually getting up there, you might be able to see it. But we're not getting reports of Smith Creek now. Dispatch reporting 2 calls about tornado damage. One advised trees down, and another advised damage to the roof, power outage, and trees across the road. So that's something to kind of keep our eyes on here. As we look at the Fort Rucker radar now, you can see maybe something there on around I-10. But that's when it's higher up, but it could just be the inflow here. And then that was for McCullough, by the way. So some tornado damage maybe in the Smith Creek area in McCullough County. Trees down, and then maybe damage to a roof. That would have been further back. So let's get back over there now. As you're tuning in, of course, for the McCullough County situation here as well. That's where our main focus has been here for a while now with the coverage to keep you, your friends, your family safe about that local threat. One of our 62 counties here maybe having a concern that needs really addressing here to keep you guys safe. So again, that's from Emergency Management in McCullough County saying that dispatch receiving 2 calls about tornado damage in the community of Smith Creek. The first advised down trees, and the second advised damage to the roof, a power outage, and trees across the road. So let's see here if Smith Creek pops up on our map. I know you're watching this, but there's Smith Creek. So off toward the west there, you can see it right there toward it looks like County Road 375. But as we get off toward the east now, things look more ragged. Granted, this other area, almost unbelievable. It tries to get together, but it's not really located quite right yet, so that's good. And then this other area looks broad, so they probably dropped a warning here by 10:15 in our local area with this. So to be some good news here. We'll just have to continue to watch the situation, though, obviously, as we're looking here northeast of Crawfordville. So, again, just something to kind of bear in mind here in the Weather Center. You're just checking some of the different scans here with me, and you kind of see that we're still watching some stuff. I mean, this one actually looks like it's, I'm going to have to double check this. It looks like it wants to try to track it a little bit more northerly than we were thinking at first. So instead of Woodville, maybe some other areas here could be the ones to watch, but it is weakening, and that might be part of it too. I mean, it has a tendency to go maybe more north in the weakening state, but again, we'll just have to continue to watch. Sometimes our eyes can be deceiving with the way the coastline is, and they're saying they're still keeping the tornado warning for now for Crawfordville. I'm not overwhelming the signature, but there's still a tornado warning for Crawfordville for the next 11 minutes technically, so we still got to keep that in mind. So that's what we're doing here at Cloud Weather, to keep you guys up to date, to keep you, your friends, and your family safe here. So no, it's a new tornado warning now to 11 o'clock Eastern, which is 10 o'clock Central. And let me go ahead and go on over there. That's the ward Holmes County. Let's see what we have with that. We're seeing some of that near the interstate right now. So let me go ahead and see what we have here toward areas there close toward I-10. You can see that threat there going all the way up into southeast Alabama as well. This is pretty far west of the area, but it is something that they're watching there from Holmes into toward Walton, and then maybe into toward southeast Alabama later on in the timeline. By itself, it can tap into the atmospheric characteristics, which are a little more favorable for a stronger tornado out this way versus off toward the east. There'd be more of a lower end, I would think, tornado. Not a guarantee, but it's what we would be thinking in theory here based on the setup. So that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. Again, it's actually interesting. It's the other storm toward the west there try to emerge a little, but it doesn't really look all that put together here at this point. But we'll just have to continue to watch this and then this area toward the west here. Because some of this wants to track a little bit further north maybe than some earlier indications, but it could just again be because of that weakening nature of things here with this out ahead. But again, you're just seeing that other tornado warning accent off toward Holmes and Walton counties there. We're watching that, of course, here in the Weather Center, along with you, your friends, and your family. So again, we're just trying to keep you guys abreast of the situation. We're just trying to make sure you guys know what is happening here. Let's look at the upscale growth product. There's still some in here, but again, it's not all that impressive. Maybe winds closer to 50 miles an hour in here now. Maybe 55. I mean, it's interesting the velocity trying to show that though, because that's more on the leading edge, and it's in an odd angle, so that could be deceiving us just a little bit here. Maybe hitting the wind a little bit awkwardly, but looks like more of a significant weather advisory candidate to me for now. Doesn't mean it's going to stay that way because things have been so kind of random here. They'll strengthen back, they'll weaken back in the setup. I mean, that's how it works. I guess you could say the cycle type nature of things. So we'll just continue to watch things here in the Weather Center for sure. We're just going to have to continue to monitor the progress of things here. You can see the pinks there, maybe winds to 50, and then there's not much on the other side of that right now. Not in a favorable slot exactly. I mean, again, I'm not all that impressed here. This is, by the way, if you're in Crawfordville proper, I mean, the worst is starting to kind of pass you guys by. They drop, and that's a good point I need to make here. If you're in Crawfordville proper, they just trimmed the warning back. So if you're down here, I mean, in downtown Crawfordville, the warning is really not for you anymore. I mean, it's close. I mean, part of Crawfordville is still under the warning. Some of our Crawfordville city viewers and Crawfordville addresses toward the north and west are still under this. But if you're in southeast Crawfordville, for instance, you're looking better now. You're no longer under this tornado threat. Still got to watch during the overnight. It's not at all clear for the event, but for this storm it is. And the other storm will be going further off toward the north. But again, so we got to still pay attention later on. But for this storm, at least, if you're in southeast Crawfordville, it's kind of an all clear now. This is really going off to the north. I mean, it's passing Crawfordville Central by. It's just a matter of the tornado could theoretically, if there is one here, be right on the leading edge. So that's why I don't want to give the all clear for it is north and really just on northern edges of Crawfordville yet until this warning goes away. But again, we're just going to keep watching things here, tracking them here in the Weather Center to see how Tallahassee could, in theory, get impacted by this. I know the students aren't there at FSU generally. They should be home. Most of them, anyway, be home for winter break. Some of them may be working jobs there in Tallahassee or just participating in other activities there. They might still be on campus, but in general, most of the students have gone back, so we're not having to worry as much about that aspect of things. Thankfully, we had a flooding event when I was at FSU during the December time frame of flash flood emergency for Tallahassee. But luckily, it was a time during that Christmas break when not many people were around. But we had a lot of flooding around Tallahassee in that December time frame, that December night time frame there, close to Christmas. But definitely interesting to see. This year again, so disorganized. It almost looks like it wants to try to reorganize again. But you can see the pink here, 55-mile-an-hour winds on the one side, but the other side not so much. So in theory, they could go with a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. I don't know if they will. It depends on what they're getting in terms of reports, but we'll just have to kind of wait and see here. Again, we're watching the action here with you guys at home, and then we're watching the action off toward the west off that EVX radar, which is Eglin Air Force Base. You're watching all that rotation, and this action down here stands out because it'll be coming on later in short. So probably when we're back for more coverage, more than likely later on. Then we'll be tracking all that, maybe producing tornado warnings. So you gotta watch that. Yeah, this tornado warning action though right now outside of the area toward State Road 81 here. That hook all by itself. So that's always a concern when you have storms like that are discrete in nature. But then this one here. You can see we're dealing with it, and we're dealing with that threat there toward the Big Bend right now. Again, still staying at tornado safe spot until the warning gets officially lifted for your area, and a part of the warning has been lifted, as we've seen here through the process over the last little bit. But we'll continue to wait around here to see how things go with the processes here from the office in Tallahassee, of course, the Office of Mobile watching stuff with the main line toward the west here. And we're now getting information in out of Holmes County. The sheriff's office is saying there may have been a tornado touchdown on Walton County Road through 183 there. They just dropped the tornado warning for Holmes and Walton, but keeps it in play there with the update for Holmes. But again, still watching things here on the Tallahassee radar to the north of Crawfordville, but becoming more elongated in nature right now. With this, we'll just have to keep watching. I mean, there may be enough wind energy for them to issue a severe thunderstorm warning here, because if you count all the pixels and add them together, that gets you 60, but it just doesn't look like a tornado right now based on the lower environmental parameters either that are in play. But we're just going to keep watching, keep tracking here. Some of the worst of wind could be closer towards State Road 267 right now and block some cutoff road. So that's where the worst of that would be, as they're continuing that warning to 11 Eastern 10 Central for areas there around Defeniac Springs, 11 miles east of Defeniac Springs, moving northeast about 35 miles an hour is that axis there. Now, I'd pull up the traffic cameras there, but it's so hit and miss on whether you catch something. I know we have seen some images out of the New Orleans area, but unless we're really focused on the geography or just we're certain on where the tornado would be crossing, and this type of setup here is just so tricky because kind of have to look away for a few minutes, but we'll keep it in mind. May have to do that here at times, but there's no cameras that we can go to in McCulloch County, so keep that in mind. But talking about stuff in Holmes County outside of our area, though, there would be cameras there along I-10. It's just a matter of, but it would be really hard to catch it at the perfect moment. We have to stay on it for a while, and it's already kind of passed them by there. As they're going to go ahead and talk about an update here on this McCulloch situation. They're saying the velocity no longer supports a downstream continuation of a new tornado warning, and the storm is headed into a less unstable environment. So, but they are going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. So, we're going to stick with this here then with a stream here as we monitor this as this kind of moves on in. So, a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag going to be issued now for a little while longer as we get further on up toward the north here. We'll see what population density they include and population landmarks they include, but we'll just have to kind of see how that plays out over the next few moments. Again, you see some green, some reds here. They do add to 60, so I can see why they would want to go with that type of warning there. As we watch this, we wish it would kind of fall apart a little bit quicker, but it definitely makes sense for them to go with that type of warning as we go between some of the different characteristics on the radar. And based on the history of some of the damage toward the west, it seems like we had a tornado there, maybe touched down as we got off there toward Smith Creek, and then a one in Liberty County and a one in Franklin County as well. So, I mean, that's something that you got to be taken seriously here in general with this type of situation. I mean, you can't lay your guard down with this type of threat and completely just put it to bed here. This initial threat here with the accents. So, again, just continuing to watch things here. You can see we have this tornado warning here for another couple minutes. Northern part of McCulloch County. You can kind of see here the roads. I mean, we have Crawfordville Highway, US 319 there. We have some of the stronger wind energy values. So we're just going to keep on watching this here in the Weather Center to see how things evolve. I know, looking right now, we're actually, I think, seeing a temperature increase here east of Stark, but it kind of tells the story a little bit. Because, I mean, we're up to 67 degrees, and, I mean, earlier on, we were seeing temperatures here falling off a little bit in that timeline. So, kind of interesting to see temperature there kind of fluctuating on us here as we're looking at things here in the Weather Center, just trying to keep our eyes on our weather station. So, kind of intriguing to see that. I mean, that indicates some of that instability trying to force its way in here a little bit to make things a little more unstable for later on, but we'll just have to continue to watch here and continue to track how things evolve. Just interesting environmental conditions for sure, but as we get with the storm in particular, it'll be less favorable for the accent as we get closer up in toward Leon County here. So that's kind of the story right now. Okay, well, they think that we're going to go and have to do a new tornado warning, it looks like, for this. They think that they may be starting to reorganize again. I mean, everybody's kind of having to kind of make changes with this at the last minute because it's so kind of on the edge here, fluctuations in intensity. So they're going to issue a tornado warning for parts of Leon County now. A tornado warning for South Leon and McCullough now is coming for this area as it moves into Leon. I know we're going to have to be watching this now. It went off for a moment, but they don't like what they see now because there's some, it looks like a surge appearing aloft there, a little inbound surge. So they're going to issue a short duration tornado warning for McCullough and South Leon, it looks like. So let me go ahead and see. I mean, it's going to be closer to Woodville, but honestly, they may issue here closer to Tallahassee proper then. So, okay, I mean, everybody here making changes last minute and based on the radar trends are so if, and but per se, up and down. And now this is going to be a tornado warning here for Leon and McCullough until 10:45. So at 10:15, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 7 miles north of Crawfordville, and it is also moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So new tornado warning for parts of Leon and McCullough counties now. I know we'll have to switch streams here pretty soon as we're getting to the 8-hour benchmark. So it's a very unusual polygon. If you guys kind of come over here on this source and look, I mean, you see it here, very small, but it's just the nature of things. So let's see what they're saying with the actual information. So it's at 10:15. They're tracking this storm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles north of Crawfordville, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Woodville will be there around 10:20, and Tallahassee around 10:45. So we have Hilliardville, Leon Sinks, Beth, the 8 Mile Pond, and Lake Munson under this, as well as it looks like another community there, Luderlow, if I'm pronouncing that right, or Lutterlow. But again, we're just tracking this rotation, trying to reemerge on us a little bit. By the way, the PS tornado watch has gone away now toward the west, but we have another local tornado warning. That local tornado warning is about 4 hours straight now, which is very, very unusual here, folks, for our area. It kind of goes to the event, though. It's been a strange one, but we're watching this here. This tornado warning now for parts of Leon and McCullough counties until about 10:45. So, yeah, it's picking back up again on our other source here. You can see what we're talking about there. Maybe there's a debris signature. It looks like it's matching up. I mean, it could be. It's not a certainty one way or the other, but almost looks like that's co-locating all of a sudden there as we're looking at this axis here. They're tracking a little bit west of Woodville here. I mean, and we'll be trying to see if this heads closer toward I-10 over the next little bit. If it really holds together, hopefully by then the overall parameters are less favorable, but you never know here in this type of environment. You never know. So again, a tornado warning now for parts of Leon and McCullough. Interior room away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible here. Putting on a bicycle or football helmet. Putting those shoes on for any flying debris that could be laying around. That's what you want to do in this type of circumstance here as we're watching this threat. So again, we're watching this here. You see the Leon County area there, of course, being covered as the airport. Just technically kind of clipped by this, but looks like the worst of this and the tornado that could be there will be tracking here a little bit off toward the south and the east here. So again, we'll just have to continue to watch here the situation. Just continue to monitor. And again, that could be something. It could just be messy in here as well, but we'll just have to wait and see what the Weather Service thinks of that. But again, a tornado warning now for parts of Leon and parts of McCullough counties here until 10:45. And they're saying it too now here in the chat. There may be a faint debris signature about to cross in to Leon County, the southeast there of Leon Sinks. So just got to watch that carefully. Maybe a debris signature again on this. Maybe a debris signature here as this moves on in. Got to get inside. It could just be the inflow as well, but the circulation's kind of more where the inflow is versus where it would be on the storm. And I know they're talking about it. Well, they're saying the same thing I am actually. Fox weather meteorologists saying that it could just be inflow there. So kind of interesting to see, and kind of just the way it goes sometimes with this setup. See the same things here in the meteorology world. So again, just continuing to watch here. It's very tricky in this type of setup. But when there's a tornado warning for parts of Leon County, it's always a big deal, even if it's not actually something that's on the ground or in Tallahassee proper. Tornado warning for parts of Leon County here until 10:45. Also parts of McCulloch County here as well. That kind of weakened on down a little bit. I know, looking at the time here, we're getting closer to that 8-hour benchmark, so I got to be kind of careful here the way we run this, because if this warning goes the whole time, we'll have to do a switch of the stream here because Facebook doesn't go there but 8 hours, I do believe. So it's kind of a little bit tricky here at times. So just bear with me here. We were hoping we could kind of have a time for a little break there to be able to transition some things, but they're continuing to warn it out toward Holmes County as well. Now, unless something's really significant with that, we won't stay on for that. But maybe this warning will go away here in the next 10 minutes if it kind of falls back apart. It looks like it's starting to weaken back down again a little. We've seen this before a bunch. But again, we're just going to have to continue to watch it. I know they're talking about that they saw in the 0.9 degrees CC located with a ZDR drops. That adds confidence that maybe there was a debris signature according to the meteorologist there at the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. So we'll just have to continue to watch this scenario. It does look quite a bit weaker now, though, but it gets in a more unstable environment. But it depends on how far north it gets versus east. I mean, that kind of plays a role to see exactly what type of keep values, convective available potential energy values that we're experiencing with this. So that's something to keep in mind here for sure with this situation. So we're continuing to watch this. They're just saying different things here in the chat to try to figure out exactly how things are co-located or not, and how they go. So maybe a observed tornado could be here based on some of the indications we're getting within the Doppler algorithms, and so that could be something that they're trying to confirm here, and then add to the tag of the warning, possibly. Not a guarantee that they'll do that, but we'll have to just kind of see how this plays out here. Again, if you're wondering where we are, you see Woodville here again in our local area. Things have made that transition here toward those local counties. So kind of interesting to see that. Again, we're just tracking all this here for you. Again, a tornado warning does include part of Leon County here. So this is headed toward Courtney Lane there, or Blackjack Road. If there is something on the ground, it could be in that vicinity here. You can kind of see closer toward McCulloch Springs Road as well. We're watching that weak rotation. We're just going to have to see how things go on here as this kind of transpires west of Woodville. We're just going to have to keep trying to figure out exactly how it kind of wanes and waxes here. Woodville Highway, though, could be in the path over the next little bit here, as they're saying it is a confirmed tornado now. And the way they're saying this with the nomenclature is a little bit tricky as well, because, I mean, where we're at down here, I mean, we're just in toward Leon County. You know, it's kind of when we get too tight, it kind of blacks us out from seeing much. But again, I mean, they're technically saying this could be in the vicinity of FAMU, or 7 miles northwest of Woodville, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour here. That's starting to tighten back up again. Looked like it was waning, now it's starting to become a little more apparent again. That could be a little bit something there, so got to be kind of cognizant of that. So I know we're just continuing to watch all this here in the Weather Center. I continue to give you guys the latest information here to protect you, your friends, and your family. Again, Weather Service saying this is a confirmed tornado now in toward Leon County as they cleared out Wakulla as this moves northeast at 25 miles an hour. So Wakulla, the threat initially is over, but you got to watch in the overnight. And we have another storm up here northwest of Crawfordville now that we're watching some rotation with that hook as parent. Don't see a lot of rotation though, but this one here has that rotation. So we got to be watching that. We got to be tracking that here for you in the Weather Center. So I need to kind of figure out what we're going to do, since it looks like this morning may hang on for another 10 minutes or so. What I think we'll do right now, we should be able to stay on Twitter and YouTube here with that advanced timeline, and we'll figure out what to do here with some of the other platforms. I know Facebook, we'll kind of figure that out, see if we need to stay on Twitch or this feed or another feed. We'll try to figure that out. So a tornado warning right now in play for parts of Leon County. This going here until about 10:45. So that's obviously a big deal here in toward this area. So Again, we'll be trying to figure that out though in a moment if this kind of doesn't fall apart. It looks like it's kind of going back down again in intensity just a little, because these winds here only add up to 22 plus 30. That's more like 50-mile-an-hour winds down toward the surface. But again, we'll just continue to watch here with a tornado warning in parts of Leon County until 10:45 tonight. So again, we're just continuing to monitor the progress of this as it tracks on off toward the northeast at 25 miles an hour. So just kind of continue here to see how things set up on us here. For sure, there could be something. There could be a tornado on the ground. If it's on the ground, it could be close to, it looks like Avalon Drive and Ranchero Road. So that's something to kind of be mindful of here in this vicinity as we're looking toward the north and west of Woodville. So again, we're basically going to be going toward Woodville Highway if it holds together over the next little bit with a confirmed tornado warning in Leon County. Again, just continuing to watch some more different trends here in the Weather Center in terms of temperature. We're currently, where I'm at, east of Stark at 67. In this area here, we're sitting at a little bit warmer. I mean, 70 degrees out this way toward the airport. So I know we're just trying to figure out exactly how things are going here over the next little bit. So I know trying to read some things in the chat while we're talking, not the easiest thing sometimes. But we're just gonna have to keep on monitoring things. This looks a little bit weaker here. You see the red and the green. It doesn't look as well defined, but right near the airport. I know they're talking about a Holmes County storm this weekend, so they're still monitoring it, but they're not sort of an extension will be needed there more up toward Geneva County or not in Alabama. But we're still watching this tornado warning here. We're still monitoring this as we get here into this area. So let's just continue to do that here for the next few moments. We're at about 7 hours and 53 minutes into this stream now. So we may have to make a change here on how we continue this coverage here for a moment if this continues to hold together for the next few moments. Just trying to figure out how we'll do that here. But again, green and red here on the screen. You see County Road 61. It's just passing that by. I know we're close to the radar, almost so close where you start to have interference where they might not want to drop the warning until I get the clear shot. Or we're not just right on top of the radar almost with this. I mean, there's a kind of silence up here, but still close enough to maybe have some issues here with some radar scans, trying to be able to get the best viewpoint of things. So again, just continuing to track the situation, continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center. We're at about 10:27 right now here on the timeline. I know they're talking about a spice over starting to occur on the causeway over Mobile Bay out toward southwest Alabama, and that coastal flooding will persist over the next few hours along the causeway. I know it's kind of interesting to hear about that. Looking at our barometric pressure readings of 1,014 millibars here. East of Stark, 1,011 millibars, closer to 1,012 at Tallahassee Airport. But again, I'm just kind of keeping our eyes on the overall pattern in play. But this tornado warning goes to 10:45 here for parts of Leon. It looks really diffuse and weak here right now. But again, we've seen this so before. It is headed into a less favorable environment. They're saying there's still the faintest TDS over southern Leon. It is kind of surprising because there's not such strong velocity here. I mean, you kind of look at this and there may be something in there. I don't know if it's 100% debris signature in here as we kind of try to co-locate things because it's just so messy right by the radar site. I mean, I don't think we can go 100% with that, but there is a confirmed tornado warning out, and you can't take any chances. I mean, it doesn't matter if there's a debris signature or not. If you're under a tornado warning, you got to take shelter in the interior room away from windows here. Putting something on like a football helmet or bicycle helmet on in that escalation of the level of concern. So again, we just have to kind of be doing that. So we just got a severe thunderstorm warning now for Coffee Dale and Geneva counties in Alabama until 10 o'clock with a tornado possible tag. That's not in our area, but we'll be watching that to see if that escalates into a tornadic situation over the next little bit. So still watching this warning here. We're still watching this threat here toward parts of Leon County. Again, trying to give you the latest updates here in the Weather Center. So, I think we're going to do right now here, and it may be a little bit rough here trying to switch this over real quick, but I think we're going to try to do a 5-minute break, And then we'll try to switch on over here to a different feed for our Facebook viewers at least here as we continue along, because we're still seeing enough rotation. I don't think they want to drop this warning here where it's at in the population zone, and just overall as to get more updates. Maybe 2 miles northwest of South Tropic, there are some trees being down reported by the train spotter. That's something that's just coming in. But again, just continuing to watch this here, continuing to monitor things. But again, if you're on Facebook, we're going to set the stream off over there in a moment. So for a short period of time, try to venture over to YouTube or maybe over to Twitter there as we continue along with the feed. So that'll be for the time in between here, though, that 5-minute break or so. That we'll be trying to do that here. We'll try to switch things over quickly. So stay tuned, stay safe out there. We'll be back in just a few moments with more breaking weather information as our Facebook audience will switch here to a different feed. But in the interim, if you want to watch the radar, go over to the YouTube page there at Clouds Weather.
This is a Clouds Weather Alert.
Doing some things here in the Weather Center to try to switch us over to a different feed over on Facebook. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud. We still got tornado warning continuing here for portions of Leon County here until about 10:45 or so as we're getting out there near the Woodville area. No pressure difference is being felt in that Woodville area according to an emergency management official. Kind of interesting there, but nonetheless, just watching this area of rotation. I've been with you for hours here. What's left of it, they're saying, is 3 miles north of Woodville now. You can kind of see that circulation. It's starting to weaken off, but again, still that tornado threat here out ahead of the main threat that we'll be watching later on. If you've been with us on our mainstream earlier on, we've been with you for the last 8 hours or so and just had to switch over as we were getting toward that 8-hour benchmark now. So that's why we did that. That's why we kind of had and switched over on the Facebook platform so we could stay with you here as we're still watching this threat. But it's not over by any means here. Even if this warning goes away in a few minutes, we're going to go ahead and look off toward the west. You see a whole bunch more storms out here that are rotating. You can see some areas of rotation, and then as we get further on out, you see off toward Pensacola there. You see areas there toward Escambia County. Now the PDS tornado watch is gone, but tornado watch conditions still remain as we have the axis there from Pensacola off toward the south here. We're still just going to have to be watching. You have all that electrical energy down here. And you just have to be mindful of what can happen in this type of setup here because of the overall spin characteristics, the overall shear I'm talking about, and the overall energy is more robust off toward the east. So there's your tornado parameters here in general. And then as we go over to those energy parameters, you can see here the overall values here are a little more robust off toward the west. So as this stuff kind of comes into the eastern more zones here as we're looking at this map, and in general our western counties, we have to watch for more tornado warnings to be issued. Been with you for a local threat the last 4 hours on the mainstream. 4 hours before that, we were with you for that more national type concern. We had just a significant deadly tornado situation take place toward New Orleans that we were really giving you minute by minute updates on. But again, I was still the tornado watch to 2 a.m. So don't lay your guard down. We have a severe thunderstorm warning outside of our area right now in Coffeedale and Geneva counties here until about 10 o'clock. It's moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, so we'll have to keep our eyes on it to see how this kind of impacts areas further downstream over the next little bit. You don't see a lot of rotation on it right now, but moving northeast at 50, so that could get us into Georgia counties in about an hour if it's strong enough to be dangerous here and enough to get an actual severe thunderstorm or tornado warning issued in towards those zones where we have to come back on now. Since we just switched over, hate to jump off really quick here, but I'm going to jump off pretty quick so we can gather more information and just turn off all the streams, kind of cool our systems down here because they've been working here at a very fast pace. But since we did just join our Facebook audience, I believe on that new stream here, I do want to just go over to other source real quick. I put this together a little bit earlier on. Just give you an update on the timeline of where the worst will be when here. I know we've had this accident toward Leon, the scattered accident here where we had a tornado warning that just expired. It did just drop that off the board here just to clarify. That did just come across there that there's not enough there anymore. It's technically it's still in the system in some ways, the 1045, but it's not on our mapping anymore. So that's the good news. But between 2 a.m. and 7 a.m. here, Tallahassee, we're going to be talking about the main event with the squall and maybe some of that discrete accident out ahead. Kind of going to be watching that maybe to the east. Probably not as much of that toward Live Oak, but 5 to 10 a.m. I'll be watching the potential, and then between 8 a.m. and noon towards Stark, that's when we'll be watching this threat. So maybe 12 hours, or maybe 15 hours or so. I guess that would be the more likely scenario where we kind of get this out of our covered area and I can take a break. Probably won't have no formal update tomorrow as we look ahead, unless we really have some different things to kind of go over as there's significant weather advisory for Leon versus any type of severe thunderstorm warning. But it's just been a busy period. I've been with you for the last 8 hours on all the different sources, and just needed to come here on the separate stream over on Facebook. Hopefully it switches over. I know we've had some issues with that before, but just got to keep our eyes on the situation here at large, and we're keeping you up to date. Been on Facebook here, as I've alluded to, but on YouTube at Clouds Weather, we had the radar streams going way out ahead of this last 8 hours even, and it's just been a crazy period. The last 48 hours, we pretty much had tornado warnings somewhere in the country for that whole 48-hour period, which something you don't see that all that often, especially this time of year. That's almost, I mean, on the edge of unprecedented for this time of year, at least that I can recall. I'm sure it's probably happened before, but just to have a continuation of tornado warnings for almost the better part of 40 hours or so, maybe more so at this point. I mean, it's just the timeline. We've been tracking it since Monday, but you get the idea, the Monday night. But again, just continuing here. Let's go ahead and move away from this. I just wanted to kind of give you guys an idea. I know, so you guys don't let your guard down. Have multiple ways to get alerts here overnight. Again, towards dark could be more about the morning, but this accent toward the west, I mean, these storms look like they could be tornado producers off, even in the Gulf. Some of these discrete ones. The tornado watch till 2, the new one that'll probably be issued. It'll come out here later on and include more areas to the east, but already a tornado watch till 2, and some of this stuff's going to be coming in as popcorn accents. So we're watching things here. No active warnings right now anywhere. So I think it's a good time to reset our stuff. I just wanted to make sure I stayed on at least for a few minutes since we broke in here with a separate stream on Facebook. But expect me to have to come back on during the night. Maybe just do a really long stream like we did earlier. And then the title, the description won't change that much, but I'll be on top of things. But we did have at least some lower end type tornado touchdowns. It appears as we covered live here for every single tornado warning in our area. Maybe some lower end tornado touchdowns though in Liberty, Franklin, McCulloch counties. So we'll be kind of finding out what type of ratings those were on the Henschel scale as we look ahead in terms of those tornado ratings. Probably F0, F1, but we're just going to have to continue to watch things here in the Weather Center just to see how things progress, because there is still a chance of a stronger tornado even in these western areas that this kind of tries to come on in. We have to watch. I know up to the north here we haven't had any warnings lately here as we're looking out toward the main squall line. I'm not really in the right spot, but out toward the main squall line. We haven't had any warnings here recently, but that could change, and we got to watch the storms out ahead because they've really had a tendency, as we've been showing you over the last 4 hours or so, to rotate. So could have more tornado warnings. We'll be here to keep you guys advised. But for now, we're wrapping up all the streams for the time being. We'll be back though, folks. So stay tuned, stay safe. We have cloudweather.com/radar when we're not on. In the interim, I'm just going to reset some things for now. We're back here. It might be an hour, 2 hours, maybe 30 minutes, maybe 3 hours. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky and have a little bit of a longer break here. It just kind of depends on how things play out. And that'll dictate when we start our stream and our coverage back. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you updated. Tornado watch remaining in effect toward Tallahassee, toward Crawfordville, toward Quincy, toward Bainbridge, toward Donaldsonville until 2 a.m. But expect more tornado watches issued later in the night downstream of that, and then toward the morning hours toward areas of north central Florida like communities around Stark and Gainesville.